来给我看看。
Good morning, everybody. It is the 1st of July, and that means it's time for the Jimmy Broadbent powered by oNiD Community Racing Multi-Class World Series Big Race, the 12-hour of Spa with the big grid. My name is Cammy Sturch, handling the broadcast, the cameras, the highlights, and the replays for you for the next 12 hours is Mr. Dan Hyde of KDAN Broadcasting, and alongside me in the commentary booth is oNiD founder and director, I suppose, Mr. Johnny Ashley.
Good morning, good morning.
You're in high spirits before the race then, because of course you're not going to be staying in the comms booth, are you?
No, I'm doing a bit of everything today. I might be doing a bit of commentary, might be doing a bit of stewarding, and of course I'm racing for oNiD Racing as well. So yeah, I'm doing a bit of everything. I'm Johnny All-Rounder today.
So the drivers, they're going to be going out to qualifying very soon, but give us a talk through of the amount of work that's gone into putting this event on, because I think some people just think it's a sim race, you just all turn up and race sort of Gran Turismo style, but there's a lot of hard work that goes in behind the scenes, isn't there?
Oh, there's so much that goes in, but we've been planning this for the best part of 2.5 months maybe, and getting everything ready, and still the morning of the event you're still thinking, have I got everything sorted, and is there anything I've missed? But we've kind of, you have to get the rules in place. Obviously you need people to sign up, you need to advertise the event, you get Jimmy on board to advertise the event. Then we had to kind of get SGP on board to be able to make the server big enough for us to use. And there's all kinds of bits and bobs that go behind assembling the commentary teams and scheduling, and same with the stewarding teams. And then, of course, on top of that, I'm trying to schedule with my team when I'm racing as well. So yeah, there's a lot got into it, and yeah, we're really looking forward to this one. I'm not a massive fan of Spa, but it seems to draw the drivers. So here we are.
And how much does just having the name Jimmy Broadbent attract new drivers? Because I'm looking through the driver list, and there's a lot of new names. It's a very exciting field, so we don't know what's going to happen, because as far as oNiD Racing goes, there's a lot of fresh new names who could surprise us.
Yeah, there is. Obviously, Jimmy brings in a lot of new people, and because of who he is, his celebrity status, and a lot of people want to come and race in his events, and a lot of people think there's quite a lot of crossover between oNiD and Jimmy Broadbent, and actually that's, yes, we run the community for him, but actually they're two quite separate driver groups. So we don't do an awful lot of streaming on the Jimmy side of things, so some of the names are quite regular to us, but on that side of Discord and SGP, but whereas most people watching are used to the oNiD drivers. So there is some very, very quick guys that race in the Jimmy side as well, and I expect there'll be some good battles throughout the field tonight.
Because of course we've got over 50 entries across GT3, GT4, and there's also a few Super Trofeos out there, as well as one Porsche Cup. So talk us through the multi-class system that we're going to be running for the next 12 hours.
So the multi-class World Series, as it was, we started early on in the year when we'd have a mixture of multi-class events that run on a Friday, and we've done the same with the 2.4 series at the minute as well. So it's a group of events that anyone can pick any car they want to, and come and race multi-class racing. And my personal opinion is, I love multi-class racing. I think it's great. I think the challenges are there. You really need to learn how to pass slower cars and be around slower cars and then manage the traffic if you're a faster car. So yeah, as we basically open this up as this is like kind of the final multi-class World Series event that we're running, and it was kind of like, well, we'll open it up to GT3, Porsche Cup, Lambo STs, and GT4 cars, and people can run what they want. They weren't forced into a class. So that's why you probably some of the numbers, like the ST class has only got 4 cars in, the Porsche Cup classes I think has only got 1, and I think GT4 have got maybe 10 or 11. Whereas GT3 is still obviously a favourite on ACC, so a lot of people go there. But it's not more about winning the race in your class. It's about, as we all know with longer events, it's 24s and 12 hours. It's about surviving, and we're going to have a mixture of weather as well, so it's going to be really interesting.
Because of course the ICN team, who are running the sole Porsche Cup, the Porsche 992 GT3 Cup car, obviously if they finish the race, they're guaranteed a gold medal. But I suppose it's very much in keeping with that. It's almost like Garage 59, isn't it? Where the NASCAR, even though it was on its own, it's in that respect it was the spirit of Le Mans, and for this it's just the spirit of endurance racing.
Yeah, exactly. It's about survival, isn't it? It's about get in the car from start to finish, no issues. You know, the Garage 56 guys in NASCAR did amazing. They had some great drivers in there, and they were mixing it up for a lot of the race. But it was about managing that car to the end, and it's slightly different with real life. Obviously, lots of things can happen. In real life, so things on the car can break. But with the sim side of stuff, it's actually surviving with that many cars on track and getting to the end, and managing driver fatigue as well. It depends how many people you've got in the car. My team are lucky; we've got 4 of us, so we're equally spacing it up. But some people are actually running it with 2 drivers, so managing fatigue, tiredness, especially as you get later on into the night, it's certainly going to take hold of what's going to happen in the race. But it'll be good. It's survival is a big thing for me. I think I'd like to see as many people survive the race and enjoy it as much as possible.
I'm just noticing in the chat, I've obviously said Garage 59, which is a completely different racing outfit, actually, isn't it? that is a British GT racing outfit that run Aston Martins. Well, I think they now run McLarens, actually. But yeah, Ryan Davies bringing that up in a... He didn't call me out on it, but I did especially notice it as soon as you said Garage 56. So, just hearing from our sort of camera director, don't know if anyone else can hear Dan or if he's the voice in our ears, but we're just about ready to go over to qualifying. So we're going to run the intro video and get this event underway.
Stand by for action.
Welcome, if you're just joining us, we are officially underway here at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit in Belgium for the multi-class Jimmy Broadbent 12 hours big grid. As we follow Kieran Sharp, looks like the first car out on track at the moment, just heading down the Kemmel Straight. And Johnny, we are of course running all different types and classes, and obviously there's different... The BOP comes into effect as well, with certain cars being favourite and certain not. I'm more familiar with the BOP of the GT3 cars and which cars are hot and which cars are not, aka everybody's loving the new Ferrari 296. But what's the favourite when it comes to the GT4 class?
It depends with GT4s, because GT4s have not received a real BOP. Obviously, they've been part of the tyre update that came with 1.9, but they've not massively received a decent BOP for a long time. So I find it's also, teams will pick what they're comfortable in. We see that, the TSRC guys are in the Camaro. I drove the Camaro the other night, and it's fantastic, really good car. I see one team's in the KTM, which is absolutely brave because it's shockingly has no straight line speed, very much like the Ginetta, but it's fantastic in the corners. So yeah, it just depends what you're comfortable in. The AMG GT4 is pretty good. The Alpine's pretty good. McLaren's pretty good. So yeah, it just depends on preference, I suppose.
The GT4s are somewhat sort of the red-headed stepchild of ACC that doesn't get quite the love that the GT3 class does. Because I can't remember the last time GT4s got a exciting new package that everyone should go and buy on Steam or anything.
No, and we're all calling for it because we when we started oNiD, we were a big fan of GT4 racing. We always hosted GT4 leagues, but they seem to have died off over the last kind of 16 months. And they are fantastic. They do produce some of the best racing on ACC, in my opinion. But yeah, everyone has the love for GT3s, which is a shame, really. But we really want that new update because with the Toyota having a GT4 in there now, and obviously Ford with the Mustang having a GT4. It would love to see a big update from ACC to give them some love and get people back racing the fantastic GT4 cars.
As we starting to get the first Laps on the board finally. The first lap with PLR Esports with Ville Saikkanen from Finland. They've gone for the Maserati. So I've followed some GT4 racing in my time on ACC, but even the Maserati is a bit of a strange choice.
Yeah, no TC, no ABS, and with a chance of weather through the race. That's really brave. Maserati's fantastic, really good car, but yeah, with no assists on it, you've got to be really dialed in, especially with we're expecting some wet weather during the race to really get that dialed in. So fair play to them. It's not going to be easy for 12 hours in a Maserati.
No, especially not because Spa-Francorchamps, it's obviously a classic endurance circuit, but it's not like the Circuit de la Thaf where you're able to sort of not relax, but you don't have a huge straight where you've got the Kemmel straight, but not like Le Mans where you've got these long straightaways based on old roads where you can kind of just relax and calm and gather your thoughts for a moment before heading into the next chicane or anything. And I know a lot of people keep going, I want Le Mans, but everybody seems to forget that SRI Motorsports don't race at Le Mans, do they?
No, and if you want your Le Mans fix, you're going to have the new WEC game coming later on this year, which is going to have December, which is going to have Le Mans on it. Le Mans is coming to AMS2 as well, with hypercars and things like that. So yeah, they don't run, the SRO don't run it. It's the same with the Nordschleife. It's not an SRO registered circuit, so they're not going to race it. So yeah, all the people that want Le Mans, you're going to have to get your fix elsewhere. But I agree, Le Mans is going to be fantastic. The WEC game will be brilliant if it works right, and there's other races you can go and do that. But Spa is traditional, and obviously it is the Spa 24 this weekend as well.
It absolutely is, and a big slide there from. A big slide there. It was like when a cat's yawning, you go, big stretch. That was, big slide from Dale Hughes. And I'm already having to update my Excel spreadsheet because I've got all the team names, all the drivers, but this is supposed to be bump draft, please. But they've appeared as Team Speed Car now.
See, that'll be where the livery is called something different to what the team name on SGP is.
That makes our job all the easier, but I mean, it's a cracking little livery with the Burger King sponsorship. Dale Hughes at the wheel at the moment, and you always notice, don't you, when you have British drivers, if they're not from England, they'll be very specific. I am from Wales, I am from Scotland, I am from Northern Ireland. When they're English, it's just I'm British.
Yeah, it's because we like being part of the United Kingdom, and no one else likes being part of the United Kingdom. That's what it is.
But you've done the opposite. You're actually one of the few outliers who've got the English flag next to their name. So sort of
don't read anything into that.
We're not going to find out you're part of the English Defence League or anything, are we?
No.
That's it, isn't it? It's very strange when a Scotsman can be proud of being Scottish, but as soon as an Englishman's proud of being English, it's like, that's a bit strange now. I don't know why it ends up like that. Maybe it's just people tainting the English flag. Or we associate it with football hooliganism. I don't know. But at the moment, it is the GT4s out on track. They've got the track all to themselves. It is Bergkamp leading the way. The Dutchman in the AMG at 2:31 and 3 tenths clear of the field at the moment. And the track still has more grip to give because it is only at fast. And Johnny, for anyone who's new to ACC, maybe they're more used to other simulators, talk us through. So you get track conditions, flooded, damp, wet, fast, optimum. Just talk us through how the track changes as that updates.
So usually within oNiD we run a simple all our sessions run across a weekend within game. So our practice sessions are always on a Friday, where you will find when you first join, the track will be very green because there's been no cars on it, and then eventually by the end of that session it will become a faster track where some of the rubber's been laid down. Then we'll flick to the Saturday for qualifying in game, and then it'll be, so you'll have probably start off with a fast track like we are at the minute. We're eventually getting towards being an optimum track, and then we'll come race day, because all that rubber's been laid down with sessions beforehand, it should be an optimum track. Now the only difference is that we're running as well is obviously we're running a variable weather conditions, so practice might be a fast track by the end of practice, but then it might rain, so then you get your damp tracks, your wet tracks, and your flooded tracks come into play. But then, of course, when say we get rain and the rain then dissipates and goes away, that track will likely be green or fast because it will wash the rubber away. So I would think we'll have variable different track conditions throughout the race, depending on what the Kunos gods decide to do with the weather.
Of course, it was only a few years ago, wasn't it, that Spa-Francorchamps actually did flood for real, where sort of the run down to Eau Rouge was actually underwater, wasn't it? I don't think KCC can quite replicate it to that degree, can it?
Oh, I don't know. I've seen some very, very strange conditions in ACC. We tend to not. You can run really, really high settings. I know Dan, on one of our practice sessions, we were testing something out, and he put everything to max. It was the most bizarre session in the world. You can get some really, really high flooded track, but we tend to kind of keep it on the variable. You'll still get heavy rain, but we don't want it to be, flooded track for the best part of 12 hours. That wouldn't be enjoyable. But having variable conditions, dry running, wet running, damp running, makes it more interesting and makes these guys think about strategy as well.
And of course, this race, unlike some of the other oNiD races we put on, is going to have live stewarding. So, Johnny, why don't you introduce us to the stewarding team who are going to be working behind the scenes and making this all possible for the next 12 hours?
So the stewarding team this time around is, as some people will know from oNiD, is the oNiD Camsport team. So that's Ben, 22 Racing, who's done the driver briefing. He's a race control. And we've also got Sean King and Matt Guja-Scott in the stewarding booth for the race, and they've offered to do all 12 hours between them, so fair play to them. So they'll be looking at every little thing. We have an automated sheet that we use that picks up any incidents during the race and puts them in a spreadsheet for us to look at, and obviously the guys can manually report if they think anything's been missed as well, and they'll be spending the next 12 hours scouring through replays and handing out penalties. And yeah, just thank you to them really, because I know Matt's not very well and Sean's got a bad ankle, and they're all a bit broken and bruised in that stewarding booth at the minute. But they're going to be here for 12 hours and doing the best they can to make sure that everyone races fairly.
Of course, after the first lap, there usually ends up being a bit of a backlog for the stewards because so much happens in the opening few minutes of an endurance race. So it usually sort of takes until lap 10 that they're all caught back up with current events. And it will generally depend on the standard of driving out there. But looking at the SimRacing.GP scores, in like the driver ratings, they're all looking pretty high. It's sort of a high, how do they call it? I can't remember the term it uses on iRacing and ACC. The level of skill, the field of talent?
Strength of field.
Strength of field, that's it, thank you.
Yeah, so the ranking system obviously is being used, and it's still very much in beta from SGP. And it's what it needs is it's not a Hilo system that LFM uses, that iRacing uses. It's off the shelf. It's purpose built by the guys at SGP. So it needs a lot of data over the next kind of 6 to 12 months to get it really working to a level they want it to. So there will be changes in that ranking system. But everyone who seems to race on SGP quite a lot has seen their ranking. It's starting to kind of plateau out about where you should be. Obviously, you gain a lot of rate of ranking because if you start on 0 and you do your first race, you gain quite a lot of ranking. The more races you do, you might lose a bit, you might gain a bit. And it seems I've noticed that people are starting to plateau out at a nice level. I'm plateauing out about 6,000 because I'm shockingly bad. But you can get up to 10,000, I think, is the top score. So, yeah, it'll be good, and I'm looking forward to how that comes in. And oNiD itself, they're going to start using that ranking system to determine, in our midweek series, we're going to determine our Pro and Am classes using that ranking system, which is going to be really good to see how that works. Obviously, if you join oNiD and you've never raced ACC and you've never raced on SGP, your ranking is going to be 0, which means you'll have to go in the AM class, but you might be too quick for the AMs. But within that season, you'll soon be out of the AMs and into the pros. So it's all about, we do a bit of rank building and stuff, as we've just released our rank building races on a Saturday as well, where you guys can go in and get that ranking and build your ranking up ready for them championships. So yeah, it'd be really interesting to see how the ranking system does work over the next few months.
And of course, drivers who have joined the oNiD Rookies in the past, I've participated in the oNiD Rookies League before. It's not just about sheer speed, is it? Because I think there's so much more that goes into becoming a well-rounded driver. Lots of people can put in a hot lap, but it's a place for drivers to develop consistency, good driver habits, good driver etiquette, being a safe driver, being a predictable driver, and you have pro drivers that kind of help out with that and help train drivers and sort of coach them along.
Yeah, we do. We've had a core group of coaches from pretty much the early onset of it that help the drivers, and then we've had people come in who were part of the AM series, who have been promoted out of the AM series, and they've actually come to join as a coach as well to help these guys. But there's so much. You can be quick over a lap, like you said, but there's so much more, especially with the longer racing, the endurance racing as well. So much more that you need to learn, and etiquette, blue flag etiquette, how to pass safely in a multi-class race, consistent, I call it enduro mode that I go into, about consistent laps, loads that they learn, and the team over there do fantastic work, and the drivers are really, really feed off it, and it's really good.
So, because in an endurance race, it doesn't matter how fast you are. If you mess up your pit entry and get a penalty, all that works, you've taken one step forward and 30 steps back for the amount of damage it does. And I think drivers underestimate the power of just keeping it on the track, just having a clean race. If somebody's coming up quickly behind you, as I once did, I was in a rookies race at night at Spa, and I was running in 6th place at the time after starting 4th, and Brendan Rooney had come up from the back of the field, and I had watched him on my GUI, sort of watched his name slowly creep closer and closer. And as soon as he got close behind me, I just let him pass. And I think even the commentator at the time picked up on that. Cammy doesn't want to have a fight. Cammy knows she's not going to be able to hold them back. And it just meant I could focus on my own race. I'm not trying to defend somebody who was literally a second and a half quicker than me at Spa. I mean, they were in a Porsche, I was in an Aston, but it's the difference between gamers and drivers. It's being able to run your own race like a marathon runner, isn't it? If somebody goes past you, you don't suddenly start sprinting to catch up. You have to stick to your own game plan. Yeah,
absolutely. And you'll find it's peaks and troughs in endurance racing. You'll be high up because people might be off strategy, and then by the time they've pitted, you're back down the order. But if you just run your own race and to the best of your ability, especially with your team as well, keep it clean, keep it out of the wall, keep it penalty free. By the end of the race, you'll see that you've made absolutely massive gains through the grid, which is fantastic to see. That's sort of the buzz of endurance races as well. You might qualify 26th, you might end up 10th, and to gain that many positions during a 12-hour race, you're like, oh, that's fantastic, what a result. And you actually get more of a, but it's wonderful to win a race and to win an endurance race, and I think I've only won one in my years of sim racing, but to actually go 15, 16 places up from where you qualified, or just have a good race and make some fantastic overtakes, is just as exciting as winning.
Absolutely, it's the taking part. It's the journey, not so much the destination. And I think that's why in the Nürburgring 24-hour, everybody has a lot of love for that Dacia.
Yeah, who doesn't have a love for that Dacia?
I mean, I hope it takes part again, because it was involved in a heavy collision the last time out, wasn't it? I think a Porsche collided into it.
Yeah, it did, unfortunately. And Jimmy was wounded by it as well, wasn't he? So
he was.
He was absolutely wounded.
Does that mean we're gonna maybe put a petition forward to have a Dacia in? I know it's not quite right, but can we have a Dacia GT4, please?
Yeah, that would be great. So it's good to see the Cup cars are out. Obviously, the GT4s have done their 15 minutes.
Not plural, just singular.
Well, there's the Porsche and the STs will be out in this session as well. So
that is true.
Yeah, they're classed as the Cup cars. So, but well done to the AMG GT4 team and Bergkamp putting it on pole with a 231.1. So they'll be happy with that, I'm sure. But it's a lovely livery, that Porsche that's going around on track. I've got a soft spot for anything purple.
And we're following out on track at the moment. One of the oNiD commentators, Aidan Howard, driving this weekend for Reinar's Motorsports, the Dutch outfit. I'm just checking, he's just started his first fast lap, so maybe we can follow on board on this Super Trofeo. As he goes up Eau Rouge through Radion and down towards the Kemmel Straight. And we get this great camera view, sort of a driver's eye view inside the cameras, which they started doing in Formula 1. But you know what, ever since last week when we had Chaz Draycott in the commentary booth, he said something about ACC that I've not been able to ignore or stop noticing, and it's that the cameras perfectly aim at the cars all the time. It's very AI computerized. And does ACC have much of a modding scene, Johnny? Is that something we could mod out one day to just have more human-like camera movements?
No, but then you run the risk of having Dan Hyde on cameras, wouldn't you?
I have, Dan Hyde does a lovely job. He's going
to kill me.
I'm contractually obliged to say he does a wonderful job. He obviously try to think of the name of the company that does GB3, GB4 the cameras, and he'll tell me I'm gonna have to say it again because I was talking whilst he said it. Onside Productions. Yeah,
Dan does a great job on cameras, but no, it's not something that you can do to kind of. They haven't. The one thing is the trackside cameras are very car focused, and there's no kind of. You can free cam. You might have seen in some of the 24-hour race that we did. Me and Ben were actually running 2 cameras, so I would be in charge of like a static cam that would just sit at turn 1, for instance, and just watch the cars come past instead of following the cars. You can use free cam, but using free cam while trying to do a stream, we give Dan enough to do. I don't think he wants to be running a free cam at the same time.
No, I think Kunos, they just need to add sort of a wiggle, a variation, sort of a bit of coding that stops it being so laser focused. Because I was watching, there's that new GT simulator, Rensport, isn't there? And the camera just looks a bit more natural and just makes it look more realistic. As Howard goes to the top of the timing sheets, of course, with a 2:24, pulls over to the side of the road, and our driver's going to regret doing these returns to the garages because obviously they're foregoing pit lane entry practice.
Yeah, big thing at Spa as well is pit lane entry access, because it's not the easiest pits to get into. And obviously the board comes up in you quite quickly, and obviously there's 2 parts to the pit lane as well. So you need to really be practicing and working out where your pit is. I know our team, we're in the first part of the pit lane, so we'll be quick getting in, but really slow getting out because we have to do the corner and then down to the bottom of the second pit lane. So yeah, it's really important, really, and I think these guys probably would have practiced it quite a bit in their own time and practiced it quite a bit during the practice session that was before this. So hopefully they've got it nailed down and we don't see too many penalties.
Last year when I was at Spa-Francorchamps for the Formula 1, I was just there by that house on the inside of the exit of the GT pit lane. There's that house, I think it's like a driver's club. And I stood there with my camera and went, "What? Where are the Formula 1 cars?" And it took me a moment to remember, oh yeah, the Formula 1 cars come out the pits up the top at La Source. I'd been playing ACC so much and watching GT racing so much that I'd forgotten, yeah, the Formula 1 cars don't come out the pits there. So there was me ready with my camera looking like a plonker.
You never look like a plonker.
Waiting for cars that would never come. As we're following ICN's Jaden, top of the timing sheets at the moment. 1.4 seconds between themselves and Aiden. How much of that is driver ability and how much of that is just the difference between the Porsche Cup car and the Super Trofeo?
Well, I'm not honestly sure. The Porsche Cup car is very quick in a straight line, but so's the ST. I would expect the ST to be slightly slower than the Porsche Cup car. And obviously we've got no Ferrari Challenges in, because I didn't put it in as a car because not many people race it. But that Ferrari Challenge, which is also a Cup car, is very, very quick in a straight line, but absolutely useless in corners. So I would think you'll see probably the Porsche Cups and maybe even some of the STs mixing it with the GT3s throughout the race. There's only one of each entered. Thank you, Dan. I didn't realise that. So yeah, there you go. These 2 Cup cars will be mixing it with the GT3s, just on straight line speed. But the corners will be where the GT3s have got the more downforce and be able to get around the corners better. So but I certainly wouldn't see these in that gap behind GT3 and GT4. I think you'll probably see them mixing it come the final standings. They'll be well in the mix of some of the GT3 cars.
And the number 91 E1 SimSport with Rupert Coates, Ruben Asheim and Gear Askren, they've not even got a time on the board in the GT4 group, and obviously they've missed their window as Jaden goes faster with a 2:22.9. But yeah, that Ginetta of number 91 didn't get out there, didn't set a time, so they are going to be starting from the very back of the grid, or possibly even going for a pit lane start. And there's going to be at least 58 cars on the grid, so they've got quite the uphill battle for them now.
Yeah, big uphill battle. So we'll just have to see how that pans out. But I'm looking forward to these guys. Have got 4 minutes to try and get around as quick as they can. I'm looking forward to seeing. I think we've got 38 GT3s rattling through Eau Rouge for the first time. That's what I'm looking forward to.
It's somewhat the feature event. I know it's all equal prominence and gets equal love, but there is a great love for the GT3 class, and it's what people will be focusing on a little bit, as All Out Fops says, Cammy, official plonker. I forget that a lot, we know the word plonker, but there's probably a lot of international viewers who've never heard the word plonker. And what I love about this event is it's really attracted an international audience, because we've got Kronilands Esport, full of that's an entirely Danish team. We've got Tire Sim Racing Esports Iberia. There's 3 of those, full of Spanish drivers with a couple Colombians as well. We've got CKAKSK, which is essentially a Team Portugal. And there's I'm trying to find them. We've got Eel Racing, full of Romanian drivers. We've obviously got the Dutch Endurance team. I'm trying to find there's a Team India as well, essentially. A driver made up completely. Rahul Racing is a little Team India. SimWheelers.GP, it's our little Team Poland. So we've really got an international audience and 50 people watching, and the race hasn't even started yet.
Yeah, really good, really good. It is a worldwide. We are very much a worldwide community. We have lots of people race from all over the world, and it's really, really good to see. And we try and make all our events accessible for everyone as well. So we don't limit it to you can't have this assist or you can't have this assist. You can have whatever you want. Just come and enjoy your racing. Sim racing is for all, after all. So yeah, come and enjoy yourself, and you don't get judged on ability as long as you're safe. Come and have a race with us, and that's what we've always set oNiD up to be. And some of the guys that were here, at the very start will tell you that's exactly the mindset I had when I started off. And yeah, we've carried that on. So it's great to see so many people from across the world. I know we've had Sri Lankan teams in before. Obviously, we've had Australian teams. We've got American teams. Lots of teams come and join, which is great.
Especially for the American drivers and the Indian drivers, they're going to be suffering a little bit of latency, because obviously the server's based in Ireland, and that's all very well and good for British drivers, European drivers, Irish drivers especially. They're probably next door to the sort of the building that's got the server in it. But the USA, they could be suffering a little bit of lag during the race, and that can be and Jaden getting a big slide on. I think he's just showing off, actually. He's holding it. No, he's
gone. He's gone.
That was a long slide, putting a show on for the virtual crowd out there down at the Bruxelles. And he's still on track.
He is. I'm just being told, Dan, pop-ups are working. Overlays.
Well, we'll leave Dan to...
There we go. There they are.
So I've got the Discord stream in front of me. I've got my iPad Pro set up with the YouTube feed going. Ben22 Race says Cup Car Pog. Podio KM4G says Hooge Driver. Not sure what they're saying. Yordi Samoy says Tokyo Drift Porsche Cup. Oliver Anderson says Untalented Motorsport. That is a team. Yes, Untalented Motorsport, number 221 with Dominic. I'm going to have to try my best at pronunciations here. Dominic Gies from Germany, Oliver Anderson from Denmark, and Thomas Wolters from Czechia. But apparently, you don't say Czech Republic, you just say Czechia. Because apparently
know
saying
that.
Czech Republic would be the equivalent of saying the Republic of Germany, and nobody says that.
Oh, okay. I did not know that.
Yeah, I really got to get used to that. As Paddy the Game is just offering some prayers. I just saw a little the thank you hands together emoji. It's just like hands together in prayer. But Podio says we're all here for Gabor. Do you have any information on who's Gabor?
Don't know. Have to look at your special sheet.
Yeah, I'm looking through it, and it just made me think of that Simpsons episode with the puppet, Gabbo, but it's not quite the same. As Jaden comes into Yaden, I'm doing European pronunciations now. But the GT3s are out on track now. The big boys, their big engines, coming out to play, and big girls and big non-binaries. Everybody's welcome. Jordan Watson for Pulse Sim Sport in the AMG with their livery that you'll never miss. They are obviously a dominant force in the weekly oNiD GT3 series, and no doubt, Johnny, going to be one of the favourites today.
Yeah, I would think so. Pulse are obviously they've had a few changes to their team in the last couple of weeks, but they're still very rapid. But that's the team I'll be interested in. Go for the gap. Your team, Cammy. Aiden has been incredible in that. Any car you put him in recently, he's gone from strength to strength. And obviously, we know people who do the rally side of things in oNiD will know car mentalist Aiden Carter is rapid in a rally car, and he's taken up ACC and it just seems to get quicker and quicker and quicker. And obviously, Dan races with him in the Simply Race stuff as well. It's just whatever he puts his hand to, he's quick. And I had him in commentary the other day for the oNiD 500. Me and him talking for the best part of 5 hours, and really interesting guy as well. And our love for NASCAR, we have plenty to talk about.
Yeah, obviously Aiden Carter. You'll see, you might be able to just make out on the top of the car next to his name there, the Pride flag. He's one of the community champions for Racing Pride, along with myself. And yeah, whatever they've put their hand to, they've just been lightning quick. They're great in a race car. They've got great fashion sense as well. You know, whenever I've met them at Racing Pride events, they're always sort of doled up to the nines. And whether it's rally, whether it's tarmac, whatever car you put them in, whether it's Brendan Rooney's Porsche with their crazy setup, whether it's McLaren, they've just always been consistent. And yeah, I've got to commentate a little bit with Aiden when we invited them into the comms booth. And they've just got such charisma as well. They're just a joy to work with, a joy to talk to. And it's an absolute pleasure having Aiden Carter on board with oNiD Go for the Gap Racing, who, of course, title sponsor is Kdan Computers, who've done a great job taking care of all of our computer needs. Have set me up with like a Ryzen 5 processor and a 2070 graphics card. I do need to update it all, but yeah, they've been a terrific help to sort of get the team, upgraded from like, graphics cards that might be getting a bit long in the tooth now to 3080s, 4080s. And despite that graphics card shortage, Dan was right there to help us out and not rip us off. He was like, nope, that's the MSRP, so that's what I'll say it for.
Yeah, no. Did Dan pay you to do that plug, by the way? No, Dan did the same with me. He's fantastic. I even took my PC over and he fitted it for me. So what a legend!
Hang on, just got to transfer funds from PayPal to the bank. There we go.
I'm expecting a thank you from Dan in a minute. Thank you.
Ching. Dan, there's a zero missing on the end of that payment. Can you sort that out, please? So yeah, one thing I always like to say, actually, when it comes, because they're driving the McLaren 720S, and I always like to mention this because there's people who won't know of this and who wouldn't have heard me say it before. But it's about James Baldwin, who was the world's fastest gamer, who was absolute king of ACC. And when he was racing the real world 720 in the world's fastest gamer sort of Jensen Team Rocket team, they noticed he wasn't hitting the curbs, and they're saying like, why aren't you hitting the curbs? And because the McLaren 720 is so sketchy over bumps and curves in ACC, he took that habit of avoiding curbs into the real world. And of course, apparently, the 720S is absolutely fine over the curbs in real life. But it does go to show the realism that it was so real that every habit he had he just took it over into the real world.
Yeah, well, I know for the new. This is the new McLaren 720S Evo pack that's been released.
Evo, yes.
The new Evo can actually take curbs really, really well, whereas the old one couldn't. So yeah, it was understandable that he had that kind of that ingrained behaviour. But yeah, I think if it was this, it's different now. I think unless you're Will Dendy, who manages to break floors on McLaren 720Ss.
Name drop.
Yeah. I think then you'll be able to. I think the ACC is closer now to what the real cars feel like than it was, and I think there's going to be a lot more as the years go on, especially in sim racing. There'll be a lot more transferable skills to people who do want to go into real world racing.
Look who's gone top! It's the young prodigy, Alan Drake Cruz of Pulse Sim Sport. He was 8 tenths up, but Suarez, number 185 in the Iberia Tyre Sim Sports, has within a tenth of a second, and those two have absolutely left Go for the Gap Racing in the dust. Thankfully, doesn't look like there's any wet weather approaching yet, so that would absolutely spoil some qualifying sessions if the opening few laps were the only dry ones. But yeah, Cruz and Suarez in a league of their own at the moment, and Cruz the only driver to get into the 217s, and that is a blisteringly quick lap time, isn't it?
It is. I just saw a penalty come up as well. 5-second penalty for. I didn't quite catch what car that was. I'm assuming that's going to be added to the start of the race as well. So these guys will be receiving penalties if they do naughties. So car 713, unpredictable driving, got a 5-second.
Reinars. That's Reinars. Jurien Reinars, I suppose, at the helm at the moment. So 5-second penalty, that will be added to their race time. They'll have to serve that in a pit stop. In
their first pit stop, yeah, they will have to serve that. But the stewarding team not here just for the race sessions either. They're here for the practice sessions and for the qualifying sessions. So if there is any issues in any of them sessions, there will be penalties handed out and then added to the beginning of the race.
As Jordan Watson takes provisional pole position with 7.5 minutes to go. We're following Matt Holman for oNiD Racing Stronger in 16th at the moment, working his way up Eau Rouge and Raidillon. I just want to be able to check the top of the timing tower to go through the provisional pole and how close people are getting. So it's Jordan Watson on top with a 217.1. And then it is Alan Drake Cruz in second, 6.5 tenths back in the Lamborghini Huracan, number 15. And then we've got Suarez and Rubia Garcia, number 181. That is one of the Tyre Sim Racing Esports Iberia teams. And then it is Kingston in the 777, which is literally the team is called 777, in the Ferrari 296. And Aidan Carter has been pushed down to 9th place. So it's going to get very, very close at the top. I predict in the next 6 minutes we could have, the top 10, 15 drivers all within a second of each other as the track starts to develop.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not a surprise we're seeing Pulse up there, but I think there'll be some challenges. I think they're not going to have it all their own way in the race. And obviously 12 hours is a long time to go, but they do have some absolutely fantastic one-lap pace. And it's great to see Alan Drake Cruz up there, young lad. He's only 9 or 10 years old, absolutely.
No. He was 9 or 10 when I had to race against him like a year or two ago. He's in double digits now.
But still, to be that young and that quick, It puts all of us middle agers to shame.
And it just goes to show what a level playing field this is, that youngsters and the OAPs that we are can all fight on a level playing field. And these are skills that he's picking up that, as we say, unlike any other game out there or simulator out there, apart from maybe Flight Simulator, it's directly transferable to real life, because of course bashing away a controller on FIFA has no bearing on how you play football in the real life, really, apart from maybe a bit of strategy. But all of these skills, especially with how realistic the setups are, with your direct drive wheels, with your load cell pedals, some drivers will also have a clutch pedal, and you see the quality of the materials now. Sort of 20 years ago, all the sim racing equipment was cheap and plastic. as car number 52 has picked up a 5-second penalty for blocking another driver. So that's car number 52. I can't actually find a car 52. Is that one of the Pulse cars?
Car 52 is, let's see if I can find it.
We've got 50, 51, 53, 54.
I don't actually see a car 52.
So 52 is...
Oh, I do.
It's
Abbas. Abbas in 28th BMW. Abbas is going to have a 5-second penalty.
Yeah, that must have been a late entry because I didn't actually get it on my Excel spreadsheet. I'll have to add that in soon. But yeah, Abbas, you obviously can't... So going through the qualifying rules, you can't impede another driver, can you? And if you're catching another driver, you can't throw it up the inside and spoil their lap and in the meantime spoil your own lap in an attempt to get past, can you?
No, exactly. Interestingly, that Dan's just picked up on the cameras. Dan Watts from RTO, good team. Dan's been in plenty of oNiD events over the last couple of years, and great to see them come and join us. They should be quick as well. I think they'll be up there challenging come the end of the 12 hours as well. But where's my team, Dan? Where are we knocking around? 23rd, Stevie Bain. We're out on track.
As Jordan Watson's gone quicker in the meantime, 2:16.9 now. These teams, these times sort of getting into the alien realms. And of course, none of these drivers running down the Kemmel Straight with 2 tyres on the grass. ACC is a bit more realistic in that respect. I always remember iRacing being every car felt glued to the road, whereas ACC, there's a lot of weight transfer around the car as it sort of creaks and groans around you. Especially if some of these drivers will be... Oh, we've got lights of flash in there. Jordan Watson feeling he's being held up on a fast lap by the BMW just ahead. I don't think that's Watts.
But this is the thing. This is the thing that the Watson's going to have to back off and find himself room, because what we do say, the BMW's been very nice and moved over there. He doesn't have to do that. He doesn't have to do that at all. If he was on a fast lap, the Pulse driver has to be the one that's patient. There's no point flashing your lights and telling him to get out of the way. And if the guy in front was not on a quick lap, he can pull out of the way. But if he's on a fast lap, he has every right to continue on his fast lap. The Pulse driver's maybe not showing as much patience, and he was on a good lap and he's caught someone up. But I think he's going to be pretty safe with a 2:16.9. Yeah,
he's just under half a second clear of his nearest rival. But then again, that's his teammate, one of the other Pulse Sim Sport teams, Cruz, of course. And then 181, Arubia Garcia, that is one of the Iberian Tyre Sim Racing esports teams. As we jump to Sedan Tuck Gibson in 5th place at the moment, number 55 for BW4E, and that's a team of 2. That's just Sedan Tuck Gibson and Ben P. So they're going to have a higher workload than some of the other teams who've got 4 drivers to spread the driving across.
Yeah, and I've always said about having as many drivers as possible in events like this. I know some people want to run it with 2. I've known people to run 12-hour races on their own. But the more drivers you have, the easier it is to manage tiredness and fatigue. And we say it's only sim racing, but with the force feedback wheels and the direct drive wheels that we've got nowadays, it is actually quite tiring, especially if you're embroiled in a battle for position for 20-30 minutes. It can get quite tiring. So having the more drivers that you can swap in and out is, in my opinion, better, and actually would probably get better results than someone who's running it with 2 drivers.
And Aiden for only to go for the gap. Another team running only 2 drivers, Aiden Carter leading the team alongside Daniel Hearn. But yeah, because in the real world you can feel what the car's doing underneath you. You can feel the car through your bum. But in sim racing, you don't have that. You have those senses taken away from you, so your mind is working overtime because it's got to translate the visuals of what's happening on screen or through your headset and translate that to, am I understeering? Am I oversteering? Are the tires? Can the tires grip more? Can they grip less? And so your mind's having to work overtime because it's having to substitute what your body can't feel. And mix that in with a computer that you're running the game at max settings. Maybe you have got a VR headset, that's going to get hot and sweaty and uncomfortable. If some drivers have put on a pair of jeans, that's a mistake. That's a mistake I've made. Never wear a pair of jeans when sim racing. It just becomes unbearable. Yeah, and obviously the computer next to them chucking out a load of heat. And whilst these cars won't get mechanical breakdowns, the computer can have technical glitches. As Aidan Carter gets them onto the third row of the grid, 6th place for the number 3, Go For The Gap. Plenty of opportunities lie for them in the race to go for the gap. 5 cars ahead of them at the moment, but there are still plenty of cars out on track that could displace them. Jordan Watson's not one of them. They are safe on pole, I would think. Their nearest competitor, Cruz, have crossed the finish line with the checkered flag out. As we jump to Freddy van der Katsbeek for Broken Bone Sim Racing. I don't want to find out how you get a broken bone whilst you're sim racing. I mean, I suppose it could be like Charles Leclerc, where he had the direct drive spin round and sort of smack him in the wrist.
Yeah, the new high-powered direct drives is quite actually easy to injure yourself because they are so high-powered. So, but yeah, Broken Bones, good to see them back. Freddie van der Katsbeek's been with us a fair amount of events, and they always put in a team, and yeah, good to have them back. And but yeah, it's been a good qualifying session, and it doesn't look like there was too many issues on track, and Pulse very dominant over that pace to get that pole position.
They have been, and I just want to say briefly, Freddie van der Katsbeek, one of the very few Belgians here. So on home turf, in home crowd, I don't know if Spa is their local circuit or if they're closer to Zolder, but it's always nice having like a home hero, even if it is just in a virtual sense. As we jump to Breaking Point Racing, they're coming towards the end of their final lap. They might not be setting a purple sector because we've jumped to Jordan Watson, who could be setting green or purple sectors. Through the bus stop chicane, 216.9 is the time to beat for the AMG Pulse Simsport team. Are they going to improve? They do. They go a 10th quicker, 216.8, and bringing the session to its climax. So it's going to be a Pulse front row lockout.
Yeah, good effort from Pulse. That is Watson, Drake Cruz, RTO managed to get up to 3rd, so that's a good effort from them. Instead of in 4th. Unfortunately, Aidan didn't make any more inroads, but he's managed to stay down in 6th. So yeah, 3rd row of the grid for Go For The Gap coming. I've got to be pleased with that.
I'm very pleased with that. And hopefully they are using their SimHound gloves, because SimHound gloves, obviously a great sponsor of oNiD Racing, aren't they? You've got a pair, haven't you?
I have got a pair of SimHound gloves. Yeah, we're still waiting for the oNiD ones to come through.
I've got a pair of rainbow ones.
There is some oNiD ones that people have pre-ordered, and they're on their way. So they're just being held up in customs. So they should be with everyone fairly shortly who has ordered them, and then they'll be available on the SimHound website as well. You can go and get your very own oNiD personalised SimHound gloves, which will be good. But obviously they do other stuff as well. If you need a rig, they do rigs. If you just want a t-shirt with SimHound on, they do that. If you want racing boots or grippy socks, they do that as well. And they've been a great sponsor for us and a great supporter of what we do. And obviously they sponsor the AM series as well. So, and they also sponsor the rookies car that's in this event as well. So the SimHound rookies will be racing. I think they are down in. I don't know actually.
Don't say down.
They're rookies. They do well. Bless them. They do really good.
And Dan, we're just hearing, is ready for the grid walk. So we're going to have this virtual grid walk where we're just going to rather than a walk, it's more of a slide, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just a good little camera pan that goes in between the cars. I like it when we're done. This is good.
Oh, okay. We're not doing the slow camera just rolling down the middle of the two cars. So on pole, it is Pulse Simsport with Jordan Watson starting the race in the AMG Mercedes, and alongside them is their sister team, the other Pulse Simsport car, headed by Alan Drake Cruz, who's, as we say, must be about 10, 11 years old now. Dan Watts for RCO Racing starts on the second row of the grid in 3rd place, alongside Seddon Tuck Gibson for BW4E in the I just realised that says Hoonigan on the front. Tire Sim Racing Esports Iberia, Salva and Rubia Garcia is 5th in the new Ferrari 296 GT3, alongside my beloved Go For The Gap Racing with Aidan Carter starting the race. oNiD Go For The Gap Racing, no less. They became part of the oNiD family about maybe 6 months ago. And in 7th, it is Dennis Suarez for the second Tyre Sim Racing Esports Iberia team, sporting a fantastic blue and black livery. Look at the colours on this one, actually.
Beautiful.
Team FDSR Moser Challenge in the stunning sort of wasp bee sort of black and orange livery, and no doubt where the drivers come from because they've got it on the roof of the car. Orin Megens for Infelix Racing. I had to lean forward a little bit just to read that one. I was like, Infelix, but yep. And Alex Kingston on the 5th row of the grid, rounding out the top 10 in the 777. Then in 11th place, it is ABLR, the number 444, ABL Racing. And then in 12th place, it is Henry Handy, starting for Remnant Racing in the Ferrari 296. And the livery obviously inspired by the Mazda 787. Barry's boys are in 13th in the McLaren 720 GT3, probably the Evo, and Chris Carr, Blacksmith Racing, is in 14th place. In 15th, it is Stephen Bain starting, Johnny Ashley's teammate. It does say Johnny Ashley on the side, but I think that is Stephen Bain starting, otherwise Johnny's made a mistake and shouldn't be here, for oNiD Racing. And they are alongside Nix Brujnix for the Dutch Endurance team. Johnny, it sounded like you were going to say something then.
Oh no, I got all excited that we're up in the top 15. It's a great effort from Stevie.
Another of the Pole Sim Sports in 17th with Leighton Austin at the wheel. And then in 18th place in the Aston Martin V8 Vantage for oNiD RacingStronger.com, it is Matt Holman. In 19th place, number 92, in the Porsche, it is Santon, Dieter Santon for E1 SimSport. And Alex Perey for PHX, number 74, in 20th place. Alexander Kairos for Breaking Point Racing is 21st, very oNiD colours there. And Stefan Linger, number 69 for Kroniland Esports Sim Racing, that's the Team Denmark. Daniel Lindblom for Fry Guys Motorsport is 23rd, with De Rocha in 24th in the Kimoa. We've got two cars morphed in with each other there.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I thought that was just a quirk of the livery, but we've got two cars inside each other. What a beautiful thing. That's how cars are made, everybody. Martin Thorpe is 25th, starting for Connexus Motorsports, the 555, and Gettings is 26th in the number 38. That is mad cause bad. Freddie van der Katsbeek on home turf starts 27th for Broken Bones Racing, with Ihab Abbas in 28th place. And we're going to have to run through these very quickly. There you are. I've taken far too long. The time is ticking away. There's ICN. There's Aidan Howard. They're flashing their lights. They're ready to go. And the Pulse boys are going to start the formation lap. Yeah, I've timed that very poorly, haven't I, Johnny?
It wasn't too bad. 6 minutes. We had 6 minutes to go through, but obviously these are going to go on a very, very, very long formation lap. It's always a long one at Spa, but they are off and away. And obviously the first challenge for all the teams is Eau Rouge and Radion, because that's where the GT start is, which will be really tough. But if everyone can get through relatively safely, we'll have a good start to the race. And yeah, we'll go from there. Rain is expected in 5 minutes.
What a turn up. So if these drivers have no doubt that a lot of them are going to have plopped on slicks. I wonder if there's going to be a few drivers who have thought, no, I'm going to put wets on, just bear out the dry weather for a while, but then the race will come to us, as Alan Racing on the YouTube chat, that's Alan Drake Cruz, has said, I'm still 10 years old, Cammy.
I hope my team have put wets on. I think it's probably the best thing to do. I think you'll see not many teams weaving.
No, it's not something that is... Does it have any benefits these days in ACC?
Yeah, it does with the warming the tyres and dragging the brakes and stuff. It can do, but if they put the wets on, then they're definitely not going to be weaving because they don't want to overheat the wet tyres. Obviously, with rain coming in a few minutes' time, this will probably be around 3 minutes maybe for the out lap, for the formation lap. They're probably going to have to do maybe, but I think before the end of lap 1, we're going to see rain. So I would think a lot of these guys have seen that and gone, do you know what? I'm going to put wets on and we'll just manage it a lap, and we'll be in the right position because you don't want to lose track position with an early pit stop.
No, if you can avoid doing that, you'll save bags of time and it'll give you a great advantage. It depends if you can just look after the wet tyres whilst the track's still dry and not have them fall apart on you and keep it on the track, of course. As if there's any extra noise on my part, I apologise. I had to open the door because a fly's come in and I can't exactly get up out my seat and swat it with a towel, so I've just had to open the door in the hope it will get itself out, but you know what the flies are like. As we about halfway through the warm-up lap, you'll see the time at the top of the screen. That is 12 hours. We're about to go racing. For 56 of you watching, if you've got friends and family, I mean, we've got 58 or 50 odd teams taking part, and if each one of those people just sets up a laptop and has YouTube running, that will boost the numbers as well. Only 7 likes on the video at the moment. I think a few more of those 60 people watching now could leave a like. And if you haven't subscribed to oNiD Racing, 324 of you have so far, please do like and subscribe. That's what you have to do as a YouTuber, isn't it? You have to say that.
Yeah, we have to say it. Yeah, it's good work.
It really helps the channel out. All that kind of thing. As actually, the cars have made pretty quick progress. We're heading up towards Blanchimont now. Jordan Watson leading the way. The Pulse 1-2. Then it is Watts, Tuck Gibson, and Rubia Garcia, Carter, Suarez, Kyle Wright, Meggans, and Kingston in the top 10. And we'll get a quick run through of the GT4s. They are much further back. There are a lot of GT3s in this field. We have got AMGs, Lamborghinis, BMWs, McLarens. There's quite a few car brands not being represented though, isn't there? There's there's no Jags, there's no Rexes, there's no Lexuses.
There's probably a reason for that.
Well, yeah, there's a reason nobody picked the Rex, and there's a reason nobody's picked the Jag.
I'm surprised no one's picked the Lexus actually if there was a chance of rain, because that thing's an absolute beast in the rain.
And here's the Cup cars and GT4 cars. We've got Jaden, we've got Aidan Howard and Bergkamp leading the way. And we've got Eel Racing down in 46. They obviously didn't get a lap in, so they've got an uphill battle and lots of cars to pass. But here we go. We're about to go racing. We're waiting for... No, we're not. It's the wrong line, isn't it?
Round the corner, Cammy, round the corner. Got all excited, didn't you?
It caught me out. I was like, we're about to go racing. But the cars 2x2 rounding the La Source hairpin as they come up towards the start line now on the downhill section. The first corner, of course, is Eau Rouge into Rarion.
And here's the rain.
And here comes the rain. That came even a few minutes sooner than I thought. How many drivers have got the wets on? How many have got the dries on? We're going to find out as we go racing at Spa-Francorchamps for the Jimmy Broadbent 12-hour big grid. The field blasts down towards Eau Rouge, up towards Rarion, and hopefully everyone's going to get through cleanly. There's plenty of runoff space, and that rain is really starting to come down now, Johnny.
Yeah, really, really starting to come down, and Paulson made a very good start. Well, my concern with them guys was, are they going to get through Eau Rouge and Radion safely, or are they going to really try and push each other? But it seems that we've got a good start. The rain is going to make things a little bit more interesting. And certainly this first lap, if you're not on the wet tyres, it's going to be really slippy.
It's going to be a great test of driver skill now. Who can keep it on the black stuff? Who can keep it out the gravel? And I've always said I think the gravel should be more punishing, that if you get it in the gravel, you beat it. As we've got a Ferrari, is that in Rubia Garcia? Or was that Gibson actually? Going very wide, yeah, very wide in the McLaren. Now he's trying to defend from Dan Watts. Dan Watts going around the outside of Speaker's corner, but I think he's got the jump on on Tuck Gibson, who got it wrong at Speaker's Corner. Yep, that's that BMW up into third place. And there's a postcard very wide. That's Cruz.
Yeah, I think the wet weather may have caught him out there. I don't know if he's on the dries, but yeah, he's right back into the battle as Dan Watts goes up into second then.
So, I mean, there is a way to find out, isn't there, who's on wets, who's on dries, because the wet tyres have yellow markings, yellow text on the tyre wall, but we obviously can't look that closely. But it is Watson leading, Watts second, Cruz third, and they're trying to hold on what we fear might be slick tyres. And of course the pit window isn't open at the moment, but they can still come in, and so there's obviously there are mandatory pit stops, but of course they will have to make them to get through a 12-hour race.
Yeah, I think the pits usually opens once every car has passed through sector 1, so we should be okay. A little touch there, nothing too bad though, but no one going in the pits yet. One car in the background just going in the pits, so the pits lane is open, so these guys can go and get it done. So this will be an interesting see who's actually on dries and who's on wets.
Yeah, that's ABL Racing, Augie Sipes from the United States of America, first to come into this doubly long pit lane. And we're following Cole Wright in the black and orange Team FDSR Moser Challenge, trying to fend off, I think just going past Aiden Carter. So yeah, they've just made up a place on Go for the Gap Racing as Aiden uses a generous amount of curb. And it's just trying to work out who's on wets, who's on dries, as Seven Tuck Gibson now attacking Cruz. Cruz
not going to be
very defensive. Yeah, I think Johnny was sort of clenching everything and hoping they weren't going to come to blows, as Seven Tuck Gibson was almost forced onto the grass. And that would be a very unwise move so early in the race to dip tyres onto damp grass, wouldn't it, Johnny?
Yeah, it'd be really, really unwise thing to do, especially with the damp track and obviously the moisture that's going to be on that grass. It's really easy to lose the car. But yeah, very defensive from Alan Drake Cruz, and Seddon really was trying to force the issue, but realised he was running out of road very, very quickly and backed off a little bit. But it did put him into the clutches of the Ferrari 181 behind in fifth. So these early laps are going to be plenty of battles going on until they start eking leads out and then managing them gaps. But the rain's certainly getting heavier, and we're going to make it really interesting.
And I'm also noticing that Alan Drake Cruz is unique among the drivers, not only for being so young, but also that latency bar next to his name, next to the Lamborghini insignia, is spiking up red. Are they going to be suffering lag spikes maybe? Because
I'll tell you what. Yeah, I was going to say Alan's usually okay connecting to our servers. We've never usually had a problem. He does flash up red sometimes, but we find some drivers that do race will say flash up red and don't actually cause issues. It's when that bar goes full red and there's no movement in it, then you start to worry, and you'll see people disconnecting and things like that. But he should be okay. I'm sure he'll be fine. As Jordan Watson puts in that first lap in a 2:28.5. And he's got a really good gap already, 3.6 seconds to Dan Watts.
And thank you, Alex K, for subscribing to oNiD Racing. And of course, Pulsim Sport with Alan Drake Cruz and Alexis Clapano. I think they could be our most distant drivers because they are in the Philippines. They're from the Philippines, whether they're taking part in the Philippines. Oh, we've got contact!
Yeah, there was contact.
Racing. Yeah, that's Go for the Gap Racing and Suarez, I think.
I think they got it sorted out, but that was close.
That was a close one. I think there would have been some contact with the barrier. They were just side by side, and we're jumping to a replay. So I wonder if we can get the cockpit view of Aiden Carter, because suddenly he's up the inside, and I think the door just closed on him. Here we go. He's trying up the inside. The Ferrari doesn't see him and just closes that door on them a bit much. And I don't think Aiden. I think Aiden expected to be seen, because obviously these drivers, unlike in real life, Johnny, these drivers have a radar system, don't they?
They do. They do have a radar that shows up. So they would have seen they were there, and that corner's very difficult because he does kink a little bit. So whether he's just caught him late, and But yeah, Aiden survived and Suarez survived, and they both lived to go another day. There'll be a bit of damage on Suarez's car, but he should be fine.
We like a bit of kink, don't we, Johnny?
Yeah, why not?
Why not indeed? As Carl Wright moves up into 4th place now. So is Carl Wright a bit of a wet weather master or a strategy master? Obviously got the right tyres on. But as we jump to GT4s now, this is the Burger King car. I think this is a replay. And yeah, this is one of the GT3s just trying to make their way back up through the field. There was a GT3 driver who didn't qualify. And we've also got GT3s who have made early pit stops, who will also be having to come back through the GT4 field as we're riding on board. We're not riding on board, we're following Team Speed Cars Dale Hughes from Williams. Max now. Oh, sorry.
I don't know what happened to my team, but we're down in 23rd. We were up in 10th a minute ago. As you can see, well, Stevie's going off in the foreground of that picture there. So, but yes, we were doing pretty well up into 10th, and then we're back down in 23rd. Hopefully Stevie's got the right tyres on. I think there was quite a few people that haven't got the right tyres on. This is going to split the field very quickly, and it's going to make even more challenging for the GT4s now. We see that LFM team and Pablo Pipolso. Do you know who's in that team, Cammy?
I do. It's Mr. Jonathan Seville.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, the new LFM driver.
Former Pulse. Well, you could. He led that team to so much success, but now part of LFM. Is it Low Fuel Motorsport?
Yeah, he's one of the 3 official drivers that have been announced by LFM for their esports team. So yeah, really good. We're really pleased with Johnny as well. And I spoke to Johnny after it was announced. Aiden Carter.
As he stopped in the middle of the circuit there at Radion. What's happened there? He stalled the engine. He's behind Sedan Tuck Gibson. Has this been an overtake manoeuvre that's gone wrong? So he's following the other McLaren of Tuck Gibson down towards Eau Rouge. Has somebody else lost it ahead of them?
No, sideways.
He's kept it out of the barrier, and everyone's done an amazing job. Oh no! There's contact.
No.
It's an absolute... It's blind at the top of the peak there. Not sure who that was who came to blows with Aiden. Aiden almost got away with it. And then was that Alex Kingston who blasted into them? And we've got another spinner. Is that's not Samantska, that's Diogo Costa.
Yeah, I think maybe these are, not used to wet conditions, haven't set the car up, still looking to eat curbs maybe. I bet this is a curb death. Yeah, there you go.
Heavy right foot.
Yeah, on them curbs, they're gonna, especially that curb, because the nature of that corner, you go out to that curb, and if you get your foot down on it, wet tyres, wet weather, yeah, you're going to spin and end up where he is. But he's done well to rejoin. He's waiting patiently, so good effort. But yeah, look at the rookies team. Greg Prescott in that Lamborghini up in 21st, challenging the Reinars boys. That's what we like to see. Go on, Greg.
And there's great support as well in the chat. 62 of you watching. We've got Horny Galbrine says RTO lap 1. Well, proper RTO driver through and through. Great coverage as ever, says Jerome Yongan. Thank you very much, Yongan. And we've been very impressed with your recent performances in the GT3 League as Max Sapchuk in the tea drinking racing. Oh, we're jumping to the front now. We jump into Dan Watts, who's fallen out of the podium places. Carl Wright is on an absolute charge and I think has made the most forward progress of anybody in this race so far. The 666 up into 3rd, and I'm just trying to see. I mean, Aiden Carter is down in 15th, running with that damage, and if Aiden doesn't have the wet tyres on, they'll be certainly putting them on now whilst the car is brought back up to sort of a like new condition, because it's going to be looking decidedly second hand as we return you to race leaders Pulse SimSport. How many times have I said that this year? But yeah,
every week.
If you put it on a bingo card, yeah, it's like, yeah, there's that one again. That's a safe one. Yeah, as ICM Racing's Jaden HW in the sole Porsche Cup up in 18th, so ahead of the GT4s, ahead of some GT3s as well, going very well. And here's Aidan Howard from Reinars in the pits. And Tyre Sim Racing Esports, one of the Iberian outfits, but with John Carbor at the wheel, number 182, facing Ville Saikanen in the PLR Esports, the Finnish driver. And of course, the old saying, if you want to win, get a Finn.
I've never heard that, but I like it.
Have you never heard that expression? If you want to win, get a Finn. Because you've obviously had Raikkonen and Hakkinen. You've got rally drivers as well. Their names aren't coming to mind quickly. Quick name of... And Keke Rosberg, yeah. And we won't mention his son because he's foregone the Finnish nationality. And Mika Salo, who put in a very good effort when he replaced Michael Schumacher.
So Kovalainen, was he Finnish as well?
Kovalainen, yes, he was. If you want to win, get a Finn.
I like it. Linksey's here. He's saying thank you for allowing our late entry oNiD racing. It makes a change for Linksey to be nice to me. I'm not used to that. Thanks, Linksey.
Usually, I see you next Tuesday to you or something.
There's a very famous sound clip knocking around. I'll have to play it to you.
So following the 777s, trying to get into 7th position, but they've got the Ferrari 296 of M. Rubia Garcia just in front of them. Plenty of Ferraris all the way from 6th down to 11th. It is Ferraris. And then Van der Katsbeek, the Belgian on home turf in the Aston Martin V8 Vantage, which could be an advantage because it is one of the best handling cars, and in these conditions you need a car that's predictable underneath you. As we've got a driver coming out of the pits, I see a Belgian flag on it, but it looks like Eel is gonna get past. Danny Eel making their way past the Lamborghini there, just trying to see who that was. Was that Aiden Howard? I think that was. Yeah,
we've seen a few penalties coming through, and obviously we're still in that period, aren't we, where Max Savchuk having a bit of an issue there.
Oh, he's not going.
No.
Foot down. You need to turn up that traction control. You know, swallow your ego. Turn the traction control up. Admit you need it. And then, as we've got the Kimoa McLaren out there challenging Aiden Carter, and Aiden Carter might just be in mind to let this one go because the race has already gotten off to a bad start. And they're side by side. Kimoa car was going to try and force the issue. Aiden Carter tried to hang it around the outside. Wasn't quite able to in contact. That's Aiden Howard being spun out by the cars. I don't think it was.
Just impatience from the GT3 there. You know, you're better in the corners and not judging it very well and sending poor old Aiden around. But they've still got a long way to go. We're not even 15 minutes into the race. Hopefully these guys will get settled in and have a good race for the rest of the race. But the weather's certainly caused a few early issues. It
has, because generally drivers don't practice out in rain. 90% of the time we have dry races, drivers practice in joint, as we've got a drive-through penalty for car number 20 for a poor rejoin on lap 1. So that's the Infelix Racing team, aka one of the Team Netherlands, because it's full of Dutch drivers. Here is Oren Miggins, who's going to have to serve that drive-through, and it is the most painful drive-through to serve because you go through the Formula 1 pit lane, then you do 180-degree right-hand at the source, and then you have to drive through the GT pit lane as well.
Yeah, it's a long old drive-through, that one, but the team wouldn't have give out a drive-through unless they really, really thought it was necessary, so it must have been fairly bad on the rejoin for them to give a drive-through. But a fantastic battle going on here. Look at these guys, all very, very close, all battling for them positions and track position early on.
Yeah, and how... So... a little bit of contact there. The BMW was... I'm not sure what happened there. I just saw the BMW suddenly react like it... I didn't see the McLaren... I didn't see Tun Gibson move towards the BMW, but Watts in the BMW was suddenly out on the grass and having to take action to keep the car pointing in a straight line. But do you have any strategy in mind? Do you have any sort of driving style in mind? Obviously, when you take over your drive from Stephen Bain, are you thinking you're pushing hard, just keep it on the track? Depends how the weather's going. Are there any rivals out there you're really looking to make sure you beat?
No, not really. I think it's more just pumping in decent lap times in the wet weather if it's still wet, finding a balance in the car I'm happy with, and then just hitting Johnny Enduro mode and just seeing how far forward we can get. I don't look to all the guys that have raced with me endurance racing. I don't look to do anything spectacular, I'll be kind of an anchor for the team and just do what I need to do and make sure I'm safe while doing it. And we've got quicker guys than me in my team that if they want to do something spectacular and get us forward, they can. But I will just be an anchor and just pump laps in and see what we can do from there.
That's how I've heard people describe you. You know, a total anchor.
Yes.
Completely accurate.
An absolute anchor.
Yes. Adam in the chat is saying standard oNiD weather I see. Welcome Adam D with the you'll notice him in the chat with the SimRacing.GP logo, of course. All the oNiD events powered by
side by side.
Side by side. Yeah, that would be a brave move. Ducked out of it. 7-Tuck Gibson holds on to that 5th place, and Rubio Garcia closes up in the blue Ferrari. It always feels a bit sacrilege, doesn't it, having a Ferrari with blue on it? But they did do it once in Formula 1, didn't they? They had their USA colours. But that is 5th, 6th and 7th, sort of separated by less than half a second. And I'm really hoping they don't come to blows. It is so early in the race, and the drivers who have spun it, put it in the wall, had contact with somebody else, it just makes the rest of the race so much harder as Rubio Garcia tries to go around the outside. Kingston's gone wide, now on the slippery stuff, gets it back on the tracks, going defensive into the bus stop chicane. And Rubio Garcia just tucks in behind neatly. That is 5th, 6th and 7th. And Watts is falling back. What's happened to Johnny? I don't know if you've spotted, but yeah, Dan Watts fallen back, nearly 3 seconds back. That was 2.7. Oh, he's closing back up. He is closing back up. That's 2.1. So he's had an off moment at some point.
Yeah, I think he had that issue into the source, didn't he, where he got bumped a little bit, and these 3 cars that are battling went past him very quickly. And I don't know if Dan's suffering a little bit with the weather, but he's slowly creeping back up. I'm sure he'll be back up with these guys battling sooner rather than later. So yeah, we'll just have to see. We've got Iron King 777 saying, "Can you show the KTM, please? As long as you've hit the subscribe button, we'll show the KTM."
Yes, that is mandatory, I think. The
Yeah.
KTM is a great-looking little car, and aren't they doing? Are KTM doing a GT3 entry at some point? I'm sure I heard something about that.
There you go. Dan Watts is on dry tyres.
Oh, wrong choice. I mean, there is a dry line starting to develop. How dry will that be, really? Here is I'm Bandit in the KTM Crossbow. I was going to call it the Crossfire. That's a very different car.
It's a Chrysler, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yes. And Matt Holman for oNiD Racing.
Yes, Stevie!
And completely
Go on,
unbiased,
Stevie!
unbiased co-commentator cheering on Stephen Bain in a very
Past
massive
Holman as well.
Got a
Go
good
on.
run. Got a great run up over Rouge and Radion there. Closed up down the Kemmel Straight, and I'm just assuming it's just a case of pulling out to the right hand side down towards Les Cornes. They're side by side. And I don't think Racing Stronger fought this one off too badly, or too severely. Stephen Bain, a little bit deep, but keeps it on the track. Ran the risk of sort of grounding out on the curb and spinning it. But he's run wide. He's feeling the pressure of that Racing Stronger AMG. Is it Racing Stronger than they are at the moment? Or can Stephen Bain hold them off?
Knowing Matt Holman, he'll be running off Stella about now.
Sim Racing, of course, whereas it's think, don't drink and drive. In this, it's drink, have a drive.
Yeah, do an endurance race, that works.
Drink, think, have a sim race. And Dan Watts, trying to make it work on dry tyres, has got Leighton Austin now, the former QRT esports driver, now with Pulse Sim Sport, making easy work of Dan Watts. Dan Watts just like a baby deer out there, just sort of absolute vulnerable prey, trying not to slip and slide, just getting absolutely taken. Yeah, like Bambi on ice, just being pounced upon by the stronger predators with their appropriate wet tyres. So Leighton Austin moves up into 9th position. How long is Watts going to hold on to those dry tyres? How long can he make them work for? Because He's doing well to keep it on the track, and I think he's just hoping that a dry line starts to develop to the point where wets go off. But all the while it is raining, that dry line's not going to be particularly dry. It's just going to be mildly moist, isn't it, Johnny?
Mildly moist. Such a good saying. Yeah, I honestly don't know what the weather's going to do at the minute. I'm obviously keeping an eye on it because I want to know what's going on there for my stint. But it seems to be there seems to be a decent dry line, well, a drier line. I don't think we're going to do very well on dry tyres. So hopefully, I want it to stay raining for the next hour or so.
Well, Johnny, Sam Ruffton is saying you've got 2 track cut warnings already, Johnny.
Oh, Stevie!
You were cheering from him a minute ago. Easy come.
Yeah. Don't know why I put Bane in the car first. Jesus.
Bane of your existence.
It's the bane of my life.
Thomas Stocks says afternoon, and Podio says Jaden chilling in the cup car. He is. He's just chilling out there in 19th place. No pressure because there are no other Porsche Cup cars. So it's a NASCAR sort of situation in Le Mans. Whatever result they get, they can say, yeah, that's good. And they're holding off Prescott at the moment. And Prescott's in a GT3, so it's going very well for the ICN team. I wonder what ICN stands for, actually. We weren't actually briefed on that. We were just given the initials ICN, so that could be International Car Network.
Yeah. Well, good job you went to the car. My C stood for something totally different.
Obscene man.
It's not watershed yet. I can't start swearing until 9 o'clock.
No, but it's gone past noon, so I'm having a beer.
Oh, fair play.
Well, a Radler. It's just a lemony shandy sort of thing, but it's quite nice. It's quite nice. Mercy Cooler, rookies chasing Holman down. What, like to hurt him, or just in the race? You mean? I assume they mean in the race, not actually. I don't know what I'm on about. VTech, no traction control or ABS. Chad Zarati leading GT4. Yeah, that is true. We've neglected GT4s a little bit, but I had kept looking. Sinkanen in the Maserati. None of the driver aids, Johnny, but leading the way in the wet conditions.
Yeah, obviously them guys from PLR obviously know what they're doing in that car. I would have not have a clue. I'd be absolutely useless in that car. But fair play to them, making it work in the rain. I saw Dan Lindblom do the same thing on Thursday in the Week 5 special for the AM series, and he did a whole 90-minute race on one fuel tank in a Maserati and one. So fair play to whoever drives that car. It's a good effort.
And thank you, Iron King 777, for the YouTube subscription. I heard Iron King and I just wanted to break out into song like Disney, but like Lion King, Iron King, they sound quite similar.
God, it was breaking down already. We're only 25 minutes in.
It's only a shandy, for God's sake. I'm already talking like that.
Take it off her.
Yeah, Kieran Sharp is in 41st place, but running, I'm trying to count, maybe about 5th, I think, in the GT4 class. They're all spread out everywhere, aren't they? It's kind of hard to gauge. But it's a 1, 2, 3, and then I think they are about 5th. Here's Nick Bruschnix for the Dutch Endurance team, running in 16th, number 83. Just having a quiet race there behind Aidan Carter for the Go for the Gap Racing, who are a difficult race. I was all proud of them. I'm still very proud of them, of course. They're my babies, but it's been a tough start. And I think Aidan, when they got stuck at the top of Radion, they stalled the engine and had to restart it. And whilst that was happening, and when you're in the middle of the road like that, you don't know whether to reverse, do you, or go forward, because it's 50-50 whether cars are going in front or behind you to get around you. What do you do in that situation, Johnny? What do you do?
Yeah, it's one of them, isn't it? You have to make the right call for you at that time. And just interesting that Luke Sherlock's just popped up in chat and said Matt Holman's still on slicks as well, doing a mega job. So no wonder he didn't battle when Stevie came past him at the end of the Kemmel.
No, that's a sign of a mature driver. I know they don't have any chance on dry tyres anyway, but It's the mature driver who knows when to pick their battles and when not to, and to know who they're realistically in a race with and who they're not. E.g., if you get Jordan Watson come out of the pits and say they're down in 15th, it'd make no sense for the person in 14th to start defending like a lion to stop Jordan Watson coming past. There's no point. It's not your race, and that's the important bit. Drivers gotta know when to pick their battles, who their rivals are, and just drive their own race. And because it's guaranteed that drivers ahead of you will make mistakes, you just have to rely upon the fact that others will make mistakes, and you'll make up easier places. As Nick, talking of making mistakes, just before at Bruxelles, went a little bit deep and wide, probably just a tense moment there. And here's Greg Prescott for the the oNiD rookies coming up Eau Rouge, following, I think this is Matt Holman on the dry, so it's going to be a simple procedure here. Just pull up, pull out, go by.
Yeah, good effort from the SimHound oNiD rookies there. And Matt as well, he knows he's not going to win that battle, so he just slots in behind Greg, who's on wets, and Greg's through, and yeah, Matt Holman's dropping back, and obviously they're going to try and make it work to their pit stop, but another half an hour on them. Oh, Holman has got the position back. Well spotted, Daniel. But yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see, if Matt keeps going backwards for the next half an hour, how much is that going to affect his race?
Prescott under pressure now. So Prescott's got the Ferrari of Savchuk behind, and I think that's Sipes. No, that's not Sipes. Savchuk's 15 seconds back. And we've got the rain is going to come to an end in about 10 minutes or less, we're hearing from our media director at Kingdom Broadcasting, who has would pretend he has a weather radar map. But he's getting updates on that are hidden by... So where it would usually be is where it says Jimmy Broadbent, oNiD Racing, as Prescott trying to defend now. I don't think he's able to. I think is that Savchuk going past? No, that's not Savchuk going past. Who is that going past? Is that somebody just unlapping themselves? Because Savchuk's 14 seconds behind. But if they're on... But Prescott's on wet tyres as well, but they seem to have a lot more speed. So I'm wondering if Prescott's on dries as well.
You remember some of these teams, there was a bit of a collision at Eau Rouge and Radion in lap 1, so a lot of teams would have gone and got fixed damage, or maybe they had different tyres on and they'll be a lot quicker, so they'll be working their way back through the pack. So because of the early pit stops, we're going to have a very mixed up grid. You see some of the GT4s, they've got, for position wise, they've got like GT3 cars in between them. Rain expected them to stop in 10 minutes, so interesting now. Matt Holman's going to be absolutely loving that because he's going to be on the right tyre. Same with Dan Watts. But Cammy, we've been joined by a stranger, a man who's been wandering.
Stranger danger!
He's been wandering the realms, trying to find his way back to oNiD, and he has. Mr. Tom Stocks, hello, sir.
Hello, Johnny. Before we start, a quick update. Obviously, rain stopping very soon. Your drivers are wondering: do they pit early? Do they come in and put the dry tyres on? Obviously, you're next in the driver roster.
Ooh.
They are listening to us.
Are they? Well, if they're listening, I think they should come in for dries and put Trinket in the car. So there you go. There's my advice, boys.
And now give them some inspirational words as well as their team leader.
Drive fast.
and if someone's in front of them,
overtake them.
Drive faster.
Drive faster, yeah.
Nice.
As we see this gaggle, this is Kingston, Gibson, Enrubia, Queiroz. Yes. Drive through them. If it's Spain, drive through them. No, I've driven against Stephen Bain, and he's always been an absolutely, a perfectly cromulent driver. I thought he meant drive through, like, he'll just crash into you and go through your car.
No, he will get a drive. He's already on 2 warnings, so that's definitely going to happen.
Perfectly clean driver. He's never crashed into me. I mean, Dan Hyde used to have a reputation, but he's kind of shaken that off now, hasn't he, Johnny?
Oh, he's here. I can't say it, really. I can't give him too much praise. No, Dan has come a long way, and we need to see Dan back on track. It's been too long. Get that rig set up, Daniel.
And me.
Cammy, you're too quick. I can race with Dan.
I'm not. No, I'm not.
December last year, Dan sent us the other race.
Wow.
Come on, Dan, get the rig set up. Get out. Get in the AM series.
As Rubio Garcia, like he's always gone wide. It's Tug Gibson about to go back past Bruxelles down towards Speaker's Corner. Do not go side by side. Tug Gibson backs out of it. Smart choice. A little flash of the lights there. I think he felt he was held up unjustly. He's got the run though. He's got the run on Rubio Garcia coming down towards the double left. But no, he's tucked in behind. I think he has lost that position. He's going to have to regroup, gather himself, and bring the fight back to him another day. Jordan Watson still leading from their teammate Alan Cruz. Alan Cruz was on dry tire. Oh, Casellas for Cabrinthas Racing has spun it just at Malmedy. So, was that a bit too much curb? No, he's okay. And then down towards Bruxelles in the sort of Alonso Kimoa. I think people only know Kimoa because of Fernando Alonso. Coming under pressure from a Ferrari 296. Quite sure who that. I can't recall who that is. Oh, and Speaker's Corner. He's just had a bit of a drift. Oh, and Aiden Carter done well to avoid, as well as a couple of other cars. But yeah, Le Casellas for Cabrinthas Racing. Looks like the car's undamaged. Just a little bit of a bruised ego. They're going again. I have Abbas for Performance Specialists. They're down in 26, chasing Almeida, one of the Portuguese drivers. We've got quite a Portuguese following in oNiD. Well, in this Jimmy Broadbent race, Johnny, actually. Have you had much chance to talk to any of the new drivers who have joined up for this series?
I don't get to talk to many drivers nowadays. I'm so busy, and I don't do an awful lot of racing. I do a bit of commentary, and I race on a Sunday, and I've been racing with Stevie on a Tuesday. But it's something I am going to try and get back in the voice channels and do a bit more racing and talk to some of the guys, because it's one thing I've always said about oNiD is I want that community feel, and the guys do a great job of it. But it's always nice for new drivers to have a little chat with the boss every now and again. And but yeah, I'll be back out. I'm going to try and do a bit more racing and less admin work, which is the plan.
You're so busy that does your wife get to see you?
She does, yes.
Yeah, she can see you sat down in the sim rig. What of it?
Yeah.
Oh, look, the rain has stopped. I can see clearly now. The rain has stopped. Oh, there's a penalty, a 10-second penalty for Eel Racing. That's causing a collision. That's Eel Racing, sort of unofficial Team Romania. I love that. It's like A1 Grand Prix. We've got drivers from around the world, and we've got these teams that are like a completely Romanian team, a completely Dutch team, a completely Philippines team. It's brilliant. Oh, Max Upchuck for tea drinking racing. They really got to contact Yorkshire Tea. Yorkshire Tea would absolutely send them some tea bags for a sponsor on that car. So he's coming through. Blanchemont up towards. Oh, he's on that AstroTurf. He's trying to defend now. He's at the Kimoa. No, that's not the Kimoa. That's a white. Oh, he's come to a dead stop almost. Oh no, there's a miscommunication. That was a bit naughty. I think if you were the white Ferrari, why would you go around the outside of someone if you're intending to pit? Why would you make an overtake if you're?
That was a bit of an odd one, weren't it? That one.
Yeah, a little lack of forethought there. You'd think, well, he's one of those people, isn't he, on the motorway, who overtakes you in the third lane and then goes, "Bah, I got to take this turn off," and cuts across all three lanes. Goes over the chevrons. It's like, well, why'd you overtake me? Now you're slowing down to 50 miles an hour to queue up on the slip road.
So, Stevie Bain has pitted and Trinket's in the car. There you go. They've heeded my advice.
And we're just getting a message from Dan in our ear. Ooh, Thorpe has gained. Yeah, Thorpe has gained. I like how Johnny's just said good effort, and everyone's like, good effort what? Good effort what? I didn't hear it. Thorpe has gained 18 positions, I think, and Van der Katsbeek 15 positions gained. So, yeah, they're in the top 10, running very well. Other way around, Van der Katsbeek has gained 18 positions, and Thorpe has gained 15 positions. So, obviously, Van der Katsbeek with the advantage of being on home turf, but I'm just trying to think, how many circuits does Belgium have, Johnny? You've got Spa, you've got Zolder. Are there any more?
I think that's the only two I can think of.
Yeah. We need Adam for that question. He'll know 5.
Adam would know.
Yeah, if you know another Belgian circuit, why not let us know in the comments? Have
I'm
you
sure
been
there's-
to it?
I'm sure there's plenty of local tracks.
There would be, yeah, sort of your FIA Grade 3 sort of. Oh, this is getting see here with Tuck Gibson, Alexander Queiroz, and that's the leader of GT4 class for the Pro League SimRacing. PLR actually, Pro League Racing. You can see the speed difference. It's quite substantial, about over 10 seconds a lap. And now the GT4 leader. So as the GT4 leader, it must be a bit nerve-wracking because you're just looking in the mirrors, hoping that somebody not in your race doesn't take you out. Because I've had that.
He did the whole stint in engine map 12. I hope he didn't.
12? Oh, there's only 4 engine maps to a car.
That's his own engine map. Stevie's own engine map, that is. It's the one where he gets drive-throughs or track cuts.
He's watched Spinal Tap and watched their, turn it up to 11. He's gone, I'll go one better. I'll turn it up to 12. Oh, 5-second penalty for number 917 for forcing someone off track. I don't have information for a number 917. So that's car.
No, I think someone's been given a 5-second penalty for forcing 917 off track.
Oh, is that how it works?
Yeah, I think so. But he didn't. Race Control haven't let us know what number, so let me see if I can find out for us. 2 seconds. Car 33 got a 5-second penalty on top of. They've already had a 10-second penalty this race.
Yeah.
They've got another 5-second penalty for forcing 917 off track on lap 4.
So that's the Eel Racing again. That's Team Romania with Danny Eel and Danut Tiparu. As they've just come out the pits to serve that penalty, and they've got a 5-second penalty now added to their next pit stop. Willems in the Ginetta also has 5 seconds that will be applied to next. Because every time there's that camera down the Kemmel Straight, I keep noticing that one guy who's not looking at the track, like really nonchalantly, just like, I'm here, I don't care. He's got his hand on his hip like a teapot as well. It's like
a teapot.
like I'm here at Spa, but it's not that great. I'm not watching it. I really wish they could fill out the crowds. Just it's a virtual event. Just fill out the crowds.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Have you seen the crowds for the 24-hour this weekend as well?
No, how was it?
Everywhere's chock-a-block, it looks like. So yeah,
I think GT racing's gathered a real following in recent years. I guess it started with games like GTR, GTR2, and then Assetto Corsa, Gran Turismo as well, and now you've got...
And the Valentino Rossi effect.
Yeah.
Don't mention the 24. I think I mentioned it once, but I think I got away with it. And before Nick Brujniks for the Dutch Endurance team, that is a team that's been putting on some tremendous performances and really threatening Pulse Simsport in the GT3 Sunday Championships. They're running in 9th place at the moment, just behind Aiden Carter. Aiden Carter's had quite the comeback. They're up into 8th place. So is this just a case of sticking with dry tyres and running, just, the car's damaged, sod it, I'll just stay out and just keep going? And they've managed to pick up places where others are pitting.
You have a look at Matt Holman, who's now up into 10th, and obviously he was down in 21st. And obviously people are pitting, and Matt's already on them dry tyres and has made so much movement in that back into the top 10. So great effort. And the track's coming back now. You can see that dry line forming. I know my team's, we've put Trinket out in the car. He was, so
Greasy.
track's just gone greasy. So yeah, you'll see these guys now. The ones that are on dry tyres will be trying to find that dry line, and the guys that are on wet tyres will be trying to find the wet stuff just to try and cool them down. And I would expect you'll see Watson, Cruz and the likes pitting on the hour mark to try and make the strategy work.
Another term for greasy, don't you?
Moist.
Mildly moist.
Mildly moist.
As Aiden Carter comes into the pits with that damage at the front, they've done very well, and they've got a little commemoration on the back of the car there. I just want to bring attention to Craig Breen. I'm not actually sure who Craig Breen is, but obviously they've passed away. Oh, rally driver. Yes, of course, rally driver. It's them, of course. That was a little bit of a while ago now, wasn't it? I was thinking it was a more recent thing, but Craig Breen, who obviously did die in the rally incident, and there's a little memento on the back of that car. And Orin Meggans for Infelix Racing has the fastest lap of the race so far, and they're down in 41st place. So is this just a case of fresh tyres and a dry line? No, Carl Wright, that is the black and orange Moser car, 2:24.8. So that's 4 seconds. So these two times are 4 seconds quicker than what they've been doing recently. So this track is really drying up quickly.
Yeah.
Look, Johnny.
I know, up in 4th. Don't give him any more of an ego boost. He'll be unbearable in the week.
Matt,
be
you're a
absolutely-
legend.
No, don't do that. So car 55 has just had a 5-second penalty as well for forcing car 120 off track.
BW4E, that's said and took Gibson.
Yeah.
A veteran of oNiD Racing.
Yeah, veteran indeed, and obviously just getting a little bit argy-bargy with another car, and the stewards have decided they're going to give him a penalty. But only a 5-second one, so nothing too damaging for their race.
Yeah, it's the drive-throughs around here, isn't it?
Yeah, they're big drive-throughs because we've got to go through the F1, then the GT pit lane, and negotiate La Source. And we did see a car in practice just absolutely swack the wall at La Source in the pit lane. They took that corner too quickly and damaged the car. And if they do that in the race, that's going to be mildly embarrassing for them. And there's that said and took Gibson. Oh, here's your race leader. Are they still going to be leading the race as they're trundling down the pit lane with Alan Drake crew? So Pulse Sim Sport double stacking here. Stephen Bain says he did. He's an idiot. Because I did the whole stint in map 12, Mersey Cooler. If it's Bain, just get a drive through. Nick W says Martin Thorpe P25 to P10. I'm trying to see where Martin Thorpe is now. We could see
They've been impaired.
of the. Yeah, we're going to see now.
Yeah,
like, the
Nick
first
Wade-
driver changes.
Yeah, Nick Wade's in that car number 555, so they're in 14th at the minute. Matt Holman's about to take de facto lead of the race. Is he going to try? Well, he's on the dry tyres, so in theory, if he can manage them for another 15 minutes, he's going to be on sync with what the usual pit stop strategy is. So Holman is going to take the lead of the race.
As Carl Wright goes faster still. Carl Wright's been a real charge recently, hasn't he?
Here he comes through Eau Rouge Radion. He comes out in front of one of the Pulse cars. He is in first. There you go. Just in front of Jordan Watson. So Holman is leading the race.
What a development. You must be proud of them, Johnny.
I'm pleased for the race of Stronger Boys here. I really
I'm
am.
not proud of them. I'm pleased for them. I'm not
I'm
gonna say
pleased for
proud.
them. I'm proud of all of my own racing teams. My family
that's
of
a
teams
cop
is
out.
amazing.
I love my
Cop out.
children. I love my children equally.
Yeah, well, you have to see. You have to do that.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like frowned upon if you don't.
Although if you've got cats or dogs, you can tell them which one's their favourite and they can't understand what you're saying.
Exactly. Yeah. So have pets, people.
Much
Sorry,
like race drivers, if you talk about something that's not racing, they don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, true.
They
Matt
look at you
Holman
and cock
leading
their
the way.
head.
Yeah.
Huh?
How long until the inner Christian Horner comes out, Johnny, and team orders start getting dished out?
Oh, yeah.
I suppose I'm in an unusual situation because for these are long endurance races, I don't usually race. I'm usually over comms or stewarding or doing something admin-wise. But yeah, all oNiD teams have to stop before the finish line and let us go through. It's just the standard rule.
We have to win or we'll take our ball and go home.
Especially when I'm bringing the car home at hour 12, I'm bringing the car home, so everyone has to let me past.
Yeah, exactly.
You on the graveyard shift again?
Mate, nothing will beat our graveyard shift, Tom.
Yeah, Dan's just brought us some disturbing news, actually, from Spa-Francorchamps. We were obviously laughing earlier with Formula Regional because there was a poo emoji used in chat in a WhatsApp group before the Formula Regional, and they got a bit of a telling off. That was a MP Motorsports driver. 18-year-old Delano Van Hoff has died in a Formula Regional crash at the Formula Regional Championship at Spa-Francorchamps by Alpine. We don't have much news on that at the moment. The link I've got is paywalled off, so I can't actually see more about that, but that's
Absolute shame. Absolute shame.
Yeah.
That's devastating. Yeah, after it just says after an accident. The incident happened Saturday morning during an event at the home of the Formula 1 Grand Prix, the Formula Regional European Championship by Alpine, aka Freca, named 18-year-old Delano Van Hoff as the young driver who has lost his life. Footage of the incident shows Van Hoff's orange MP Motorsport car been on track in the wet weather conditions after contact with another racer, with vision hampered by the spray. Another car then hit into the side of his stricken machine. So that sounds similar to what happened with Antoine Hubert, and the FIA did enforce changes to make that part of the circuit safer. They sort of brought the grandstand back and gave it more runoff space, but of course want to express sincere condolences to the family, teams and friends. Of course, we love motorsport, but I think we have to always remember that motorsport in the real world is a dangerous endeavour. And Johnny, maybe it'd be appropriate for like a minute silence or something.
Yeah, we definitely, these guys are, they risk their lives for our enjoyment and their enjoyment as well. So it's really sad, especially someone so young to lose their life. So yeah, I'm happy to have a moment of silence.
Everybody, if you could just maybe leave a respectful comment or nothing at all even, we'll have a moment of silence beginning now. If you're just joining us, we were just having a minute silence for the sad passing of Formula Regional driver Delano Van Hoff, who was tragically died at just age 18 in the Formula Regional race at the Formula Regional Championship in Spa-Francorchamps, which is coincidentally where we are racing today, and in similar conditions it seems as well, albeit ours are virtual. We are approaching 1 hour distance into this 12-hour endurance race, and it's devastating and no doubt could bring the future of the circuit into question, because we obviously had the sad passing of Antoine Hubert at Spa-Francorchamps as well before safety changes were made, and I think everyone assumed after those changes had been made, problem solved. But yeah, given all the safety technological advancements that are made in motorsports, I think some people take it for granted that it's safe and it's very sanitized now, but it's still, drivers shouldn't have to risk their lives to simply participate in a sport they enjoy. It's a cause that was very close to like Jackie Stewart's heart, wasn't it, as he brought in so many safety changes through the 1970s and 80s in Formula 1, and whilst the cars are Formula Regional, obviously they're not as technologically advanced as Formula 1 cars, they are still carbon fibre machines. They still have halos. They still benefit from all the safety advances that sort of go through Formula 1 and make their way into lower formulas and into road cars. And it's just absolutely devastating to hear about that on this. It's also a Formula 1 weekend, so obviously no doubt the Formula 1 circus at Austria will be having a moment's silence for that as well. Obviously, clearly the drivers out on track at the moment probably aren't even aware, but Jordan Watson leads the way almost an hour into this 12-hour Jimmy Broadbent powered by oNiD Racing multi-class World Series big grid at Spa. Matt Holman running a terrific race in second place, with Carl Wright, who has moved up into third place in the 666 McLaren. Alan Drake Cruz, the youngest driver on the grid from the Philippines, is in fourth in the Lamborghini, the second of the Pulse cars, and Kingston is fifth in the 777 team. That's literally their name. Ben P is sixth, with Alexander Gayros in seventh, Leighton Austin eighth, Daniel Lindblom ninth, and Dan Watts, who's survived on dry tyres through the earlier torrential downpour, has done a terrific job to stay in 10th and could be starting to work his way back up the order, as Alan Drake Cruz now is starting to put the pressure on Kyle Wright. This is Lamborghini versus McLaren.
Yeah, so Matt Holman still knocking around with the big boys at the front, doing a great job for Racing Stronger. And it seems like the grid is just getting back to how it should have been at the start of the race. Obviously, early incidents of pit stops caused it to be a little bit mixed up, but we've still got the Porsche Cup car mixing it up down in 19th, in with the GT3s, and the GT4s I would think have all been lapped again by the GT3, so there's still a few knocking around. Yeah, that Alpine leading the way now for the GT4 class, and it's great to see so many people on track. And as you can see, the weather's dried up, and we've got a very dry track now, so we'll see how long it goes for this. And personally, I'm praying for a bit of wet weather. I love a bit of wet weather running, but hence why I put a trinket in the car.
Yeah, in the virtual environment anyway, wet weather is very fun, very challenging, brings out the best in some maybe drivers who are stuck in the midfield. They often find they can shine in the wet conditions, as Carl Wright is trying to fend off a charging Drake Cruz as they come down the Kemmel Straight now. Is Cruz about to go around the outside? He's already got half a car length. He's already got a full car length. He's in front. He cuts ahead.
Great pass, young man.
Wait, but Carl Wright is coming back round the outside. He's up the inside now. Carl Wright absolutely not giving this one up. He's going to have the inside line down to Brussels. But is that Matt Holman just ahead of them, trying to clear a Ginetta? The Ginetta's obviously going to get in the way of one of them, coming down towards Speaker's Corner. The Ginetta makes way. Beautiful stuff from the Ginetta. What a battle between these two. We stick with them. Matt Holman now clearing another GT4 car as they come down to the double left. And Carl Wright's managed to get that Maserati between him and... oh, that's the leader of GT4 class, of course. They do not want to be caught up. They don't want to be taken out from their lead. They're having their own race, of course. But Carl Wright holds on to that third position. And now Matt Holman's under pressure. And car 229, 5-second penalty. So that's Broken Bone Sim Racing. What's Matt Holman like under pressure, Johnny?
He's pretty good, actually, and he'll love being up with the quick boys and being able to show what he can actually do. Yeah, really, he'll be loving this, and but he won't be silly about it either. He won't defend unless he really needs to, because he probably knows he's out of sync with these guys on pits. So he'll just be looking to maintain as much track position as he can.
As Jordan Watson goes quicker still, the track really drying. 2-minute 18.6. They're starting to creep closer to their qualifying times, as Matt Holman not going to go crazy defending, but he's going to, I think he's just going to run his own line, and is he actually going to make way for the pair of them? Alan Drake Cruz might be going past as well. They're going to be side by side. Alan Drake Cruz doesn't want, but Holman is going to be between. So Carl Wright is going to be able to pull away a little bit now. Carl Wright will be hoping, thank you very much, Matt. You let me pass. Now hold up Drake Cruz. Don't take pity on him because he's 10.
I don't think anyone takes pity on Alan Drake Cruz. He puts us all to the sword.
He puts us all to shame, doesn't he? He's absolutely brilliant and no doubt has the support of his parents who have bought him, undoubtedly, an expensive or a very good rig as Matt Holman's defending up the inside. It's contact again! Matt Holman spun!
Oh dear.
Oh, it's a shame.
That is a big shame.
You two were less excited about that than me. He spun! Car 444, 20-second penalty. Oh, so that would have been ABL Racing. I think that was the car we saw earlier, was it?
Yeah. Car 444, extremely poor pit lane entrance.
Yeah,
got a 20-second penalty.
That's it. They went round the outside of somebody at the bus stop and then immediately cut across to try and go in the pits. Like, and then I was taking the mick with the motorway.
Do you want some more upbeat news that's just come out this morning?
I would love some more upbeat news.
So, Intercontinental GT Challenge, which is an SRO championship, has tweeted a Assetto Corsa Competizione this morning, Kunos, and said we need to chat because they are officially running the Nürburgring in their championship, the Nordschleife.
Oh dear.
Ooh.
Yeah, all the tweet says is, hello, is that Assetto Corsa? Yeah, we need to talk. Hashtag IGTC at 24 hours of Nürburgring.
Well, I hope everyone's ready for their game download to triple in size.
Imagine running an endurance race. We could run an endurance race around the Nordschleife, people.
RTO Racing Team picks up a warning. Yeah, get ready for game crashes because the trick with Nordschleife is like single player racing games would load the track portion by portion because it's so big it'll just load where you are. But obviously with a multiplayer race, it has to load the whole circuit in at once because you could jump to any driver to view them at any time. So it can't work in that respect.
So what it will be is obviously the Nürburgring 24-hour that's going to be part of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, where it used to be ADAC that used to run it. It sounds like it's going to be now SRO that run that race. So there is potential in the future that maybe the Nordschleife and the Nürburgring will be coming to ACC. Obviously not confirmed, only rumours, but there is obviously some kind of conversation going on Twitter, which would be very, very cool. It would be. I'd hate to be stewarding it. I think I'm going to give that one to Ben to do.
Does he know? Oh, new tracks this year, maybe. Ooh, yeah, there could be new tracks. And
Stevie Bain says news just in: the only 24-hour of NURBS confirmed. Ben's just put well done, Stevie Bain, for volunteering for stewarding. It
is arguably the greatest motoring challenge, isn't it? The Green Hell.
But anyway, guys, our stint is over. I'm going to say my byes. I'm going to leave you with Mr. Stocks. I'm going to go and see how the guys are doing and go and get myself some drink.
So, we're going to say our goodbyes to Johnny. Johnny, good luck for when you get in the car, in the seat, in the virtual seat.
Thank you very much.
Don't mess it up. Have fun.
I will.
Don't get any more track cut penalties because your team's probably already given you 3.
Yeah, thank you.
And we're going to jump to a quick break to take a breather. We'll join you right here in the next minute.
Stand by for action.
Hello and welcome to the Multiclass World Series. You're joined by me, Thomas Stocks. Some of you might remember me. I've been gone a few months. And Cammy, but she's just away for a minute. So, current order is Jay Watson in the lead. I believe we still got Matt Holman up there somewhere as well. This car, number 9. This is the oNiD racing car currently being driven by Trinket de Tas. Johnny was meant to be in, but due to the kind of crazy weather we've been seeing, kind of typical for an oNiD server, we've got a few cars out of sync with the pit strategy. This is the GT4 class leader, I believe, Mr. Hughes. Racing for Team Speed Car. Is that Burger King logo I see on the side there? Interesting. But yeah, pretty quiet on track at the minute. Obviously, this is kind of the. Having said that, whoa! Performance specialist going for a move. Oh, that car's doing really well in GT4 as well. I believe that's a Maserati they made contact with. Ooh. Okay, looks all right. Looks all right. But yeah, this is kind of obviously the phase of the race where things tend to calm down. Hey, ooh. That's the PHX Racing car driven by Alexander. I believe that's a spin out of Radeon. Let's take a look what happens here. Is that the new Ferrari 296? Is it just get unsettled? Yeah, that's all it takes. Oh no! Oh no! It's just driver miscommunication. Oh, and then it just gets worse and worse. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh, that is a really unfortunate incident there. Obviously hard to know how badly both cars' positions were affected, but hopefully it wasn't too bad. So, quite for the overall lead then. That is a strong... Whoa! Sorry, P2 overall. That is a strong move into Radeon. Obviously, when you've got that heavier of a braking zone, it is quite hard to control the car. The racing continues down into Eau Rouge. As if the McLaren there, I believe that is, has got the run. Nicely done.
Yeah,
So-
great piece of driving there.
Yeah, there's been a lot of respect shown from this last hour, from what I've seen. A lot of space given, which is something I always try to drill into people in driver briefings and stuff like that.
Yeah, I think drivers, you've got the mature drivers out there who know that you don't win the race on lap 1. And then you've got the drivers who have had something happen to them and they're just thinking, I don't want to go even further back down the field. Now I am being careful. And we've got drivers like, Watson and Cruz out front. They are two of the most experienced drivers out there in the field. Pole Simsport, one of the teams that absolutely dominates our GT3 Sunday Championships. And they know what it takes. They know they've got to be fast. They know they've got to be careful. They know which battles to pick. And they would, they'd be hoping that Mikel Rodriguez for Tire Sim Sports, Esports, Iberia, will not be wanting to fight too hard to unlap themselves. They're in 9th place. Jordan Watson is obviously leading. But, beg my pardon, that is Leighton Austin ahead of them. That is a battle for position, isn't it? Because we have multiple Pulse Simsport cars out on track. We've got Watson in 1, Cruz in 1, Leighton Austin is in 1 as well. The Pulse Simsport team is a big outfit, isn't it?
Yeah, I was just saying how this is usually the phase of the race where things tend to calm down, but that's not the case here.
And it's not calmed down in YouTube either. There's still 61 people watching as General Scrub says, I did an oopsie. And SGP Adam, Mr. Adam D says, OMFG, is that actually Stocksy? Is that what people call you, Stocksy?
I've got all sorts of names. When you've got a name as common as mine, people tend to call you what they want.
I mean, Stocksy just makes it sound like you wear stockings or something.
Oh, that's a
Oh.
good one.
Oh, that's my other secret. Damn you, Cammy.
No, yeah.
I used to go to school with a guy called Tom Stocks, so either you're him or, it is fairly common.
Yeah, literally, even at work this year, just started a new job. Turns out there's someone there called Thomas Stock. So obviously we're getting each other's emails and messages quite a lot, causing a bit of a headache.
Well, there's always deed pole. As Mikel Rodriguez trying to make a move down the Kemmel Straight. They are getting awfully close as they're trying to navigate around the Camaro of the GT4 class. That was getting awfully close between them. Oh, no, and it's gone wrong. That's the Pole Sim Sport of Leighton Austin who's been spun round. I was actually looking away just to try and get the name of the Camaro driver, and it's come to tears.
Yeah, that's mature driving from the Chevrolet there.
Yeah, the Chevrolet Camaro with that's the Sim Racing Collective with Kieran Sharp, Josh Millington, and Andrew Pike, and Dumas Karna. Oh, he's just lost it on his own.
Oh yeah, no contact.
Back end has stepped out, and then it swung the other way. Very unfortunate. He was awfully pushing hard to get that position back, but now he's lost a load of ground. A reasonably, a safe rejoin, a good rejoin, but yeah, that means the pressure is off.
I've obviously not driven the new Ferrari because I've not played this game in quite a while. Does it tend to do things like that? Is it quite unsettled on curbs?
No, I've not noticed that. Well, Suarez was getting very close to the back of was that Lauston there? No, I'm not sure it was. Getting very close before they made contact, but I found the Ferrari to be particularly balanced. It's the Porsche 992 that I find does that because it's got a really heavy rear end. It can really swing out on you, but I thought the Ferrari was more balanced. So I think that was just maybe having traction control set very low and just maybe getting a little bit early on the throttle pedal. As now Leighton Austin is having to defend against Denis Suarez of Tire Sim Sport Esports Iberia. That is one of the Spanish outfits. And so I don't think I've ever commented with you, Mr. Thomas Stock, so you'll have to tell myself and tell our viewers a little bit about yourself, your racing experience, as Suarez goes up the inside of Leighton Austin. Is Leighton Austin going to lose out to... Oh, is that Lauston as well? There was a little bit of contact between them, got squeezed into the inside of La Source. Was that a little bit naughty there from Leighton Austin?
Yeah, I think that was just unfortunate. I've done that before where you see one car go through, think that's it, but it's not. There's another one there ready for you on the inside as well.
So that gives us a little bit of a background of your sim racing experience and time with oNiD.
So I think we have commentated together. I think it was one of the Indianapolis races. You'll have to forgive me, I can't remember.
Oh, there was I had so many guest commentators joining me that day.
Yeah, but yeah, I actually started sim racing in 2020, as I'm sure a lot of people did. I joined a community that's kind of moved on, changed names. But through that, I met. Ooh, is this a fight for position? I believe it is. It's your car as well.
It is Casares and Daniel Hearn. Yeah, I was letting you talk because I thought I don't think Daniel Hearn's quite close enough to make a move down the Kemmel Straight. La Casares is probably safe, but even though that go for the gap car has still got some lingering damage. I don't know if they've repaired it and it's just not updated, but that bonnet or hood for our American viewers is still just lifted slightly. But yeah, trying to get past the number 34 of Cabratinas Racing, and that's got Le Casellas in the cockpit at the moment, the teammate who started the race. Actually, I don't think they've swapped over. Diego da Rocha, that's so Diego da Rocha of Spain and La Casellas of Switzerland. And Switzerland's such a small country, you don't usually... Oh, we've got an owned racing car!
Yep, only car in the gravel there.
That's not Johnny, that can't be Johnny. No, it can't be Johnny, can it?
No, Johnny's not on circuit.
No. It just made it was. Oh, that's Bruce Dart now. It's not an owned car. So that is number 38. That is Mad Cause Bad with Joe Gettings and Bruce Dart now. He's just he's just had a moment all by themselves, and it's a tricky place to rejoin safely. But they do let the traffic go by. But yeah, do continue telling us all about yourself.
Yeah, so kind of met Johnny and a few others in and around, like, I would say mid-2020. Then that's kind of when oNiD formed, I think, or it was around for a few months then, and it was, picking up steam. So, rejoin there.
Every time you go to talk about yourself, somebody does something exciting.
Looks like
And,
Mr. Hearn's got the move done.
He has, yeah, up into 14th after, obviously, I say obviously a lot. That's my tick word. I keep saying obviously. Aiden Carter had that spin at Radion, and then had somebody collide into them as they were in the middle of the road on a blind peak. But they're having a good comeback drive. Up into 14th. Next up the road from them is the number 83 with the Dutch endurance team Red with Sander Jacobs at the wheel. And here's Jurien Reinars, the founder of Reinars Motorsport. They're running in 32nd, but some drivers could be out of position with pit stops and picking up damage. But yeah, let us know in the chat if you're a driver, a sim racer, who only started during lockdown. As we jump to this battle between Leighton Austin and Mikel Rodriguez. Again, these two absolutely at it, and Lauston just behind has picked up a 5-second penalty that they're going to have to serve in the next pit stop, and American driver Sipes has picked up a 20-second. 20 is pretty severe.
Yeah. Is just a question, is that Mr. Hearn in the Go for the Gap car in relation to Andy Hearn?
I'm not sure, actually. I don't think I've ever put that question to them. I don't think they are. Hearn, don't think so. I mean, Hearn's not... I went to school, again, with somebody called Hearn, so I don't think it's that rare of a surname.
We need more interesting names in oNiD.
I mean, nobody has my... nobody else has the surname Sturch. Whenever I've been contacted by a Sturch, they've been related to me. And the only time there's little story, like in the 90s, before the internet was everywhere, we got phoned up at 2 in the morning because a Canadian had gone through a phone book and found, because their name was Sturch, and they found us, and they're like, oh, we're phoning up because we might be related.
At 2 a.m. was that?
At 2 a.m. Yeah, they obviously didn't take into account time zones.
Time zones, yeah. Sure, you appreciated that.
But that's how rare the name is.
All right. Oh, I can't say I have that.
No. I mean, Thomas Stocks obviously. Do you have German heritage?
I always thought he was Scottish, but if I'm honest, right, I'm pretty sure all people from Sheffield, if you trace us back, we just go, like, we're a different kind of human. Like, there's Homo sapiens, Neanderthals, and then people from Sheffield. Like, our lineages are just Sheffield, going back years. There is nothing interesting in my heritage. It's all just Sheffield.
Sheffield, that's where they hold the snooker, isn't it? The Crucible.
Yeah, that's kind of all we're famous for, really. That and steel, I guess.
Alex Parkin has said, you've been searching far and wide for another person with that name. That's a better pun than the kids at school said, because they just said, Cammy Sturch on her perch. And I was like, that's a really lame kind of rhyme.
Yeah.
Oh, it goes up! No, let's come to tears! Mikel Rodriguez trying to go around the outside of the Ginetta. The Ginetta, completely innocent party there, suddenly swamped by two GT3 cars trying to go either side. Here's a replay of it. So we've got the GT4 car just ahead of them. You've got the Pulse and the... so they catch up during the double left-hander. Leighton Austin's going to go up the inside. Rodriguez tries to go on the outside. Oh, it was the Pulse that instigated that.
Yeah, maybe the Ginetta wasn't so innocent there.
You've been Pulse.
Oh, that was a tough one. I don't think that...
It was the fact that the Pulse car instigated it and then got away. It's that meme, you know, with the toy plane flying away from an explosion.
Yeah. The Ginetta there, I think, just panicked and turned away from the Pulse car into another car. Again, you tend to focus on one car when you know it's there, forgetting that there could be more.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Now I'm saying it. Russell with a 10-second penalty. That's car number 17. oNiD Simhound rookies, which is Greg Prescott, James Russell, and Samuel Page in the Lamborghini Huracan. And Stefan Linger trying to get past the Porsche Cup car, 39 versus the 69. And 69 is the Danish outfit. That is the... Yeah, and look who's coming up behind them. Race leader. So that won't be. I don't think that's Jordan. Is Jordan Watson still at the wheel? I'm not sure if they've handed over to Javier Marquez or Ryan Yee yet, but it could still be Watson. And he's gonna start getting impatient because these two haven't noticed he's there. Getting very close through Blanchimont. Getting very close. They finally noticed, and Watson's going to go around the outside and then up the inside of the Porsche car. As long as he doesn't want to jump into the pits. No, he doesn't. That's fine then. As 20-second penalty for car number 33 for causing a collision with 74. So that's another for Eel Racing, the Team Romanian outfit, who've had a coming together with 74, but I don't have information on a 74. That's obviously a driver. That's obviously a car that's... So that's Perret in the 74 Ferrari.
Yeah, in position 35. Well, 33 are having a tough time of it. I do feel for them.
You hear me typing away, adding them in. Because I put this Excel document together last night thinking, everyone's entries going to be sorted now.
Yeah.
But no, somebody must have joined this morning and made my Excel sheet out of date.
Yeah, surprisingly realistic that. The amount of times I've tried to make like a spotter's guide for the race engineers in British GT, and even then drivers change, cars' colours change. It's a nightmare.
They're all the same, aren't they? Whether they're real drivers or virtual drivers.
Yeah.
Pain in the bums for anyone sorting it out.
Yeah. Yeah, so Dad just telling me he can't believe me he's only seen me once so far at British GT, but yeah, it's all go at a racetrack. There's no time for socialising.
No, I found that out. I'm always up Brands Hatch bothering people.
Yeah, you live near there, don't you? I think you said.
yeah, I live
Very
like
nice.
30 minutes away. It's the only when you're down in Kent, that's the only track near you really, apart from Liddon Hill. But
Yeah.
that's, Christopher Black in 36th place, chasing down the number 74 Perret, who is as new to me as it is to everybody else. Try to get information on them. And here's Louston for Broken Bone Sim Racing with Leighton Austin. Leighton Austin seems to be attracting every battle at the moment.
Yeah.
And to me, Russell going slowly there. Like he was just pulling away. So going into Speaker's Corner, he's got the luminous Porsche right behind him. I wonder if the Porsche has just poked them round. Tries to go up the inside at the long left and what? Oh, I don't know. I don't know if there was contact there. I think that looked like a tank slapper, didn't it?
Yeah, actually, now that you mentioned it, there was a lot of momentum in that spin. It was as if it wasn't like a little nudge.
No, it went one way and then violently snapped the other way. Where if somebody makes contact, you don't get that so much. Your car just spins in one direction.
Yeah, even with that runoff, if you spin at that corner, it could still be disastrous. And I think that'll be a lot of damage for that car.
Yeah, there's no grip out there. It's just all the rubbish and the marbles. But Trinket de Tas looks like he has a bit of front damage. I don't know when he's picked that up, but I don't know if it's affecting the performance of the car too much. It might be, we're not sure. We certainly didn't see where he picked that up from. He's running 19th at the moment for oNiD Racing. And
Yeah.
they've been having a reasonably good afternoon. Ooh. Yep, we are good afternoon so far.
Looks like they lost a fair bit of time on that straight, so maybe they do have a bit of aerodynamic damage, because that tends to be where you see it. That gap did shoot up.
I keep thinking I can sneak a Pringle every time you talk, and then you stop talking whilst I've still got the Pringle in my mouth.
Yeah, I'm still yet to get the commentary thing.
We're not professional commentators, we just do this for the love of it, and
Yeah.
because nobody else will do it, and I'm trying to sneak Pringles. I've got snacks here because going to be here for a long time. It is a long... that's the point of endurance racing. But apart from scheduled toilet stops, and Dan will be here for even longer. Yeah, unspoken, unseen hero, Dan Hyde, working the cameras, bringing this broadcast to us. And if you run a sim racing championship and you want it broadcast with the professionalism that KDM Broadcasting brings, and maybe me commentating for it as well, do get in touch. Rates are very competitive, and we put on a great show. As you can see at the moment, crystal clear pictures, and golden voice that is Cammy Search, and whoever is willing to join Cammy in the commentary booth. Car number 92 has picked up a 5-second penalty for causing a collision with E1 SimSport, car number 91. So now that's another car I don't know about. 92. Who is number 92?
That is 36. D. Santon. That's a new one to me as well, I will admit.
Yeah, I'm having to quickly just jot down. Why do drivers have to change everything at the last second? So Dieter Santon in the air. Now I didn't think there was contact with that, because that was the car that watched that tank slapper at the double left.
Oh, was it? Oh.
Yeah. And here's PLI Esports. They've lost the GT4 lead, but I think that could just be down to different pit stop strategies. It is Troxclair leading the GT4 class at the moment. The number 182, that is one of the Tyre SimSports Esports rookies cars. They're leading the GT4 class with Bandit in second in the KTM. I'm Bandit, and Johnny was selling us at the KTM. So the two cars that are slowest in a straight line in GT4 class are leading.
Yeah. Maserati.
With no traction control. So,
yeah.
I think, what is people's favourite? Does anyone have a favourite GT4 class? A GT4 car that they like driving? I know Dan likes a Ginetta, but... Dan says. Yeah, let us know in the comments if there's your favourite GT4 car. What's yours, Thomas?
I'm contractually obliged to say the BMW, but in reality, it's got to be the Aston Martin. It's just so chuckable. Extendable is the word I used to use, I think, because yeah, you can just throw it over curbs, other cars. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. Dan's asking me if I should say the Merc, but AMG Customer Racing are a different entity, so that's all right.
So what is it you do with British GT?
So I basically volunteer as quote-unquote an engineer. Obviously in F1 you have all of these different fancy kinds of engineers, so controls, systems, like make sure the car's healthy, performance, who make it faster. But in British GT, obviously due to the headcount, you end up doing a bit of all of that. So basically I'll load up Motec, look at some squiggly lines, make sure nothing's going to catch fire. But if I see like probably some of the data analysis that some of our drivers here have done, so looking at damper speeds, or understeer, oversteer balance, all kinds of stuff. Just seeing if there's any quick wins we can make to make the cars faster. Unfortunately, because my race engineers, well, I say my race engineers, the race engineers I work with are very, very experienced. They tend to just know a lot of the setup changes, so driver will come in, complain about understeer, turn 4, on entry. The race engineer is just like, computes away, a bit of smoke comes out their ears, and boom, loosen the rear dampers or something like that. So,
has a driver ever come in, complained of oversteer? The engineers have thought they're talking rubbish, not done a single thing, and said, "Yeah, try it now." And then the driver's gone, "Yeah, it's much better now. I don't know what you did, but it looks great."
So a lot of the drivers here will face palm at this, but I've overheard an interesting conversation between a driver and engineer, where the driver was complaining about a crunchy brake pedal.
Oliver Anderson for Les Moras Racing Team has spun it at La Source. That's how have they managed that in the McLaren 570? Oh, they've just pirouetted round. Oh, and they hit the barriers as well. They do look like they move.
Yeah.
But they're solid in ACC. They might as well be made of diamond drilled down into the ground. They are not moving.
Yeah, I think I know what that is. It's been a while since I've driven that car, but if I'm remembering the right one, I think it has literally 2 traction control settings. One which is not quite enough, and one which is way too much.
Not much too much. That sounds like the heating on my Fiesta's seats. There's 2 settings. It's not hot enough, burning your bum off.
Yeah, it's a bit like my shower as well, actually. That's either freezing cold or lava.
Oh yeah, that's the. But they say people who are single have hotter showers.
Interesting.
It's to replace the warmth they'd get from having somebody to sleep with in a bed.
Yeah, I am a fan of really hot showers.
I used to have really hot showers, but not so much anymore, I don't think.
Yeah.
I used to think I did, but then my housemate has them even hotter, and I'm always having to turn it down.
These people who do like cold showers and take pride in it, it's just like,
What's wrong with her?
yeah.
They're the people who go out jogging in shorts in snow.
Yeah, no, I'm better off in a Malayan.
As Miguel Rodriguez back up into 13 on a bit of a recovery drive now. Sander Jacobs up ahead in 12th place, and Lawson still with the 5 seconds lingering over them. And the next pit stop, Leighton Austin is 12th. Leighton Austin is 10th rather. Lindblom is 9th. Suarez is 8th. Queiroz is 7th. BP is 6th. Dan Watts is 5th. Kingston is 4th. Carl Wright is 3rd. Alan Drake Cruz is 2nd. And I wonder who's first. It's Jordan Watson.
Nice to see British Petroleum invented a car there, number 55. It's interesting.
I can't hear BP without hearing the sorry. We're sorry from that South Park episode.
Yeah. Just trying to spot where was the I've forgotten the number of the basically stronger car. Which car is that?
I will try and quickly
Looks like
look
they
it up for you. So that will be oNiD Racing Stronger number 51 with Matt Holman, Luke Sherlock, Peter Jelinek and Paul Shepherd. And they are in the Aston Martin V8 Vantage.
Ooh, in 20th. I wonder if that's just them taking a pit stop, being out of sync.
I think it would be, yeah, because don't forget, Matt Holman led the race for a short while, didn't he?
Yeah, it'd be very interesting to see where they are when I come back later on.
And that was up ahead, the Dutch Endurance team, and then the Porsche Cup just getting in between them. Gonna have to wait until it comes out onto the Blanchimont, say straight away, the long Blanchimont section of circuit to reasonably make an overtake. That Porsche Cup is going to be quick. It's only slower in the bends because the Cup cars are closer to their road cars equivalent, so they don't quite have the body kit and the downforce that the GT3 cars have. So that's true for the Porsche Cup car, Ferrari Challenge, and the Lamborghini Super Trofeo. But Jaden Hill's going to defend this. He's going to defend it, and he's not gone too deep. He's held it well, hasn't he?
Done really well there, yeah. I kind of endorse that as well. Don't know if Johnny will, but you know, this I believe we've said this is the only GT3 Cup car, isn't it? So who else is this car going to race other than GT3s?
Well, I guess it's in an unofficial race against a couple of the Super Trofeos, but it is the only Porsche Cup car out there. Yeah, so they're in a sort of a NASCAR at Le Mans situation where they're just having their own race and just the joys of endurance racing, because it's like in GT Cup. There's so many categories in GT Cup that there is a category with literally, or there was a category with literally 3 cars in it, and a radical car kept taking pole and kept taking the wins in class and kept taking the gold medals, and the only other competitors was like a Brabham that kept breaking down because it was sort of a new experimental car, and there might have been something like a Ferrari Challenge or something that just like a older gentleman driver. I was like, can you really get up on the podium and be that excited when you've got no competition?
Yeah. Is that the weird Brabham GT2 thing? Is that what it was?
Or I don't know if it was a GT2. They ran it for a couple of days at the week. Well, they ran it for one day at Brands Hatch, and then the car was so unreliable they actually switched back to an old McLaren 6. What's the McLaren 620, 640, something like that?
They did Control Z on the entire car.
Pretty much. They just went back to an old car they had.
Yeah.
Oh, Dan doubted something.
650S.
650S. Yeah, they had to resort back to that.
That's in this game, isn't it? In the kind of like pit of the weird 2018 season and all the weird like Ryder cars and stuff like that.
And I do love how that McLaren looks, but nobody uses it.
Yeah, it's the same with the Jaguar and the Aston Martin as well. So unique, but just not competitive.
No, and it's a real shame, and I think that is one slight bonus of Gran Turismo, because as you can bring up any car really to sort of GT3 tech roughly, and because it's not officially sanctioned by anyone, they can just sort of run any cars. Oh, as the Porsche Cup car goes in very deep at the bus stop, Matt Holt, it's got caught on the sausage curb. It got caught on sausage, and it's lost a place. Jaden's lost a place down to 20th, and Matt Holman goes up. Oh, 5-second penalty, car 69, off track and gaining an advantage.
Interesting.
So 69, that is the Kronilands esport team with Stefan Linga, Christian Sondergaard, Andreas Keller and Petter Filgraf of Denmark. Oh no, it's going all wrong for Reinhardt.
Oh
He's
no.
trying to drive on the grass uphill. What's going on here? So down from La Source, down through the straight, the start-finish line. He's coming under pressure from a bit of a battered Ferrari. Have these two come to blow? Oh, they have. Oh. Somebody, did either of them check their radar?
Yeah, I think, or I don't know, looking at it, I think that's car 713's fault there.
It just looked like he turned into
alongside.
him. They were fully alongside, yeah, I agree.
Usually though, when you're going down there, you expect people to back out, but I think the car just too brave.
I think when you've got that much car alongside you, you're not going to give it up, because it's not as if you've only got a nose in.
Yeah, I would have. I'm quite a cowardly driver. Certain corners I refuse to race in.
Selling yourself.
Yeah.
Pulse.
I don't.
Oh, Miguel taking a new line through Radion, and that will be no doubt an off-track warning. If they pick up 3, then they're on their last chance, and if they pick up a 4th, they will be hit with a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, that car might already have some. So if we start seeing them drive cautiously, I wouldn't be surprised.
I remember Brendan Rooney for Go for the Gap Racing in the 2.4 hours at Imola picked up 3 track cut warnings in 40 minutes and then drove the next 2 hours so carefully but so quickly as well and never picked up a drive-through.
Yeah, well, there was an ACCSS 24-hour ages ago. It's when I mentioned the graveyard shift to Johnny earlier. That's the race we were talking about, but. I think then we had like 3 track warnings for a good 5 hours or something like that, and deep in the night we got the final one to give us a drive through. That was a very interesting race, that one.
Tyre Sim Racing Esports Iberia with a poor rejoin, 5-second penalty for them. I'm just trying to find out who that is. That's going to be a Ferrari 296. No, I don't think it's Sipes. No, that's not Sipes. Ah, Rodriguez, Michele Rodriguez. Let's just come up now. Running in 13th at the moment. That'll be 5 seconds added to their next pit stop. Yes, thank you, Dan.
Doing an amazing job with the name pronunciations, has to be said as well.
I mean, admittedly I was looking at numbers and names, and I don't know if the camera had the camera always been on Michele Rodriguez? Oh, okay. It was always on Michele, so Dan's ahead of the game on that one. Yeah, at some point in my 20s, I just suddenly became able to roll my R's, which made pronouncing sort of Spanish and Portuguese names much easier. Oh no! Oh Dan, don't do that to me. But I like to try and pronounce names properly, but
That's
there are still some names I'll struggle with. I just do my best. This is a matter of respect.
This is a run here for what it won. He's gonna make it stick. Oh no, backs out. Picks a safe option.
Yeah, maybe not close enough to the Dutch endurance team to make a move yet, but they know Rodriguez has got a 5-second penalty, so needs to get past and try and get some clear space between them. But the more you push, the more you can actually start to make mistakes and rack up more penalties. So what do you do in this situation? Do you just calm down or push on?
I think so. I think you calm down. That 5 seconds there that they've picked up now could be the thing that cost them a position in 10.5 hours time. Which is weird to think about, but could well be the case.
Sort of a butterfly effect thing, isn't it? Where one tiny thing at the start of the race can have absolutely massive repercussions later. Car 74, a 10-second penalty, poor pit entry, And Dan's put the camera on Matt Holman, but I don't think it is Matt Holman. And here's Sebastian Elstrom in the Maserati. They're running in third, a bit slowly. I wonder if they were just. Did we just catch them coming out the pit, or is that just how fast GT4 cars go? That's just not looking.
Yeah.
Top. Is that looking top speed to you?
No, but so this car is an absolute dog. Rain!
Oh, that's why! That's why!
Oh no!
Elstrom's in the barrier! Had they put dry tyres on? Did we catch them coming out the pits with dries? They obviously could see the rain that we could not. That's why they were driving so carefully. Rain is back, ladies and gentlemen, and non-binaries, and everybody in between. So, it's going to be a mad dash. Some drivers going past the pit lane now, not coming into the pits. How quickly? And it's going to rain for the next 10 to 20 minutes. So, Tom, if you were out there, would you just try and stick it out with the dries? Or would you come in, change, have your 20 minutes wet, and then come in again and change back to dries?
Ooh, I think, given what we've seen from some of the other cars who just braved it out, if unless I'm in the Maserati, or maybe the Porsche, then I think I'd stick to dries, you know. It's but I bet the Discord channels are very, very busy. I'd love to listen in. Just to some of the screaming and shouting.
Yeah, there's Mark Amara in the pit, and Sebastian Elstrom. Oh, I thought he was going to lean to the left, and Matt Holman. And they said, oh, could this be a puncture? That Dan's suggesting the front right wheel is not moving. Could they have a puncture? Because that could explain why they're going so slowly. And on their display on the GUI, when the tyres are in optimal condition, they are green. When they're cold, they're blue. But when you've got it, yeah, that wheel's not moving, is it?
Yeah, there's your problem.
There's your problem, mate.
Yeah, that was a big hit on the front right when they were at Lacombe, so I'm not surprised. I do feel for these guys, though.
His car has turned into a tricycle. He's trying to get it back to the pits. Yeah, that's not moving. That's damage there and a puncture, no doubt. Just making sure. This is such a shame. PLR Esports, who were leading away, as we've got a tirade of cars coming into the pits. There's an AMG with damage. No doubt some of these cars on dry tyres have slid into barriers, and PLR doing very well to slowly and carefully get this back to the pit lane. They're going to try and hope that nobody's going to try and overtake them whilst they're trying to get into the pits. Nope, they're able to get in, barely able to get the car around the left-hander, and they're dropping down the order like a stone after leading in the first part of this race, and Fry Guy is coming in as well.
Yeah, in a race with changeable conditions, that Maserati goes from being bad to even worse. So they might be running third or maybe fourth when they come out, but I think they're first in people's hearts because, yeah, I'm feeling for them.
I saw Aidan Carter go for the gap racing, going past, not coming into the pit. So maybe a go for the gap. Thinking is, if they can skip a pit stop, maybe they can make up some time that they lost with their earlier incident. But it does hinge on them keeping it on the track. And
yeah,
if the rain lasts for longer than 20 minutes, you know, they assume it'll be 10 to 15 minutes or 20 minutes at most, but that's just an estimate. If it lasts longer, it'll be a worse gamble to stay out on dries, as Jordan Watson tries to stop and doesn't. It's like trying to stop a cruise ship. Stays out and, well, stays out of trouble and gets into the pit lane, Tom.
Yeah. Maybe this rain is even worse than the first storm, because yeah, there's a lot of cars coming in, and I really thought with what we saw from the last time that, yeah, they stick it out, but no. I'd love to see the lap times, because I bet they are tumbling. Well, no, not tumbling, the other way, going up.
Me too, but Dan has minimised their application, so I can't actually see the stream, and whilst we can refer to the YouTube stream, it is about 30 seconds behind.
Yeah.
So I think Dan might be having a technical problem, actually, so get that back to you as soon as we can.
Pronto, we are back.
We are back. It's my feed's a little bit jittery. a monitor turned itself off due to power saving features, which is better than a cat knocking a screen down. I'll admit, I'll take sleepy screen over cat killed screen. But Dan Watts for Aztec Sim Sports in the BMW comes into the pits, no doubt to get some wet tyres on.
Is the cat thing speaking from experience?
Yeah, Dan, tell Tom about that. But yes,
Nice.
essentially they've got a kitten. It's like 2 years old now, and I think it. Dan, you're gonna have to tell us. Got behind one of the monitors on a shelf and pushed it off. There we go. That we love cat.
Yeah, they like to push their luck though, don't they?
They do. They are. It's like how can their brains be so small but fit so much bastard in them?
That's a great way of putting it.
As Dennis Suarez, I'm getting told off for swearing, but yeah, Dennis Suarez has assumed the lead. Tire Sim Racing Esports Iberia leading this race.
So, in that first bout of rain, were we seeing this kind of like water form on track, or is this worse?
No, this doesn't look quite as bad yet, but give it a few more minutes, we could get to that stage again, as the stream has gone black for me. Kyle Wright has a drive-through penalty. That's the Moser Racing team in the sort of black and orange, the car number 666, FDSR Moser. Miguel Rodriguez still has that 5 seconds. Lauston still has that 5 seconds. That's not new. They've been carrying those penalties for a while. Yeah, it's really getting wet out there. You can see as the headlights reflecting off the surface, and the crowd are just like, nah, we're not putting umbrellas up.
Yeah, no ponchos. Just stick it out.
Yeah, we're just not even a poncho, but so noticing a little bit of damage on the front of that blue Ferrari. And here's Gia Asklin, and there he goes. Kieran Sharp in 33rd, leading in the Camaro. So we were saying the tricky and slower KTM, Ginettas, Maseratis leading GT4. Now the big, comfortable Camaro has taken it. And there's the Maserati that was leading GT4 class. They are a lap down, of course, now. The 218 of the Maserati now with Long in the seat. That is Adam Long of Ireland.
Yeah, I think the so-called boaty cars are benefiting from these quite boaty conditions. So this Chevrolet, but we've got a BMW out there somewhere. I don't think we do. I imagine that car would have quite enjoyed these conditions as well. But yeah, the really high-riding, blocky cars, I think, are the ones to have.
No Bentleys though.
No Bentleys.
Dan likes a Bentley.
Yeah, that was the original oNiD car. Me and Johnny loved the Bentley as well.
I don't think I've ever driven it. I've done so few races in ACC, but it's been like the Aston Martin V8 Vantage as Mikel Rodriguez comes into the pits. I've done the Aston Martin V8 Vantage, the Audi R8, the Ferrari 296, a little bit in the 992. That's kind of about it, really. I've barely touched the other cars, except when I first picked up the sim to try them out.
Yeah, the Bentley, it felt surprisingly nimble. I'm not sure whether it's just because it had all of its weight on the front with the engine, and then because it was like so slow naturally, it just didn't have any ballast. But yeah, you could just, on brakes, all of that weight would go forward, and you could just do whatever with the front axle and just, whack up TC or something to make the rear stick. It's quite easy to drive.
Yeah, I found the Aston Martin very easy to drive in that respect, and the cars that are comfortable and easy to drive are going to be the ones that, whilst they're not particularly the fastest, will show their worth in these conditions. As Dennis Suarez goes a little bit wide at Speaker's Corner, and that's going to be a bit behind. I think unlapping himself. Oh, chopped right ahead of him, didn't he? As they went into the double left, and yeah, that's behind. That's Pulse Simsport. As we jump to, we've got a spinner. Ethan Diamond. What's happened here? This is at Brussels. Traffic going up the inside. Does he? Oh, he's Oh no, I thought he might have lost it there on the Astro. Oh, here we go.
Ooh,
Doing some drifting.
nice drift.
Can't hold it.
Ah.
Oh, and the Ginetta getting caught up in other people's dramas again.
Yeah, the Ginetta did well there. Yeah. But so did the Beamer. That could have been a lot worse. Could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, and as the other car made it out the other side, they were trying to avoid it. It's still... And Jordan Watson taken the lead. Yeah, Watson has retaken that lead from Denis Suarez. So we've got this BMW in the way, quickly dispatched. And I think Suarez could be on dry tyres because the speed difference and the grip. Yeah, he's not pitted for wet. Look how quickly Watson has passed. And Watson reassumes the mantle of the race leader.
Yeah, dries on wet conditions are a nightmare, especially if you can get onto that. Especially if you get onto that racing line. There's you've got rubber and then water, so it's just double the pain. Yeah, another car coming in.
Rink. Yeah, that's Denis Suarez who lost his lead, coming into the pits to get some wet weather tyres on. Obviously not feeling like they can hold on. And it's getting busy round here at the bus stop, and Carl Wright comes in to serve, I think, to serve that drive-through penalty.
Yeah, I'm wondering if a lot of the teams are planning to just keep the same driver, stick the wet tyres on for this next 20 minutes, and then try and re-sync up when the hour's over.
Oh! Dylan Smith not looking at the radar and being overtaken by a Ginetta GT4, which I don't think he expected, and now he's trying to get back past it. I mean, if you see a gap open up like that, of course you're going to go up the inside. They've just gifted it to you.
Yeah, I wonder if the Ferrari was just judging braking zones or something like that, and the Ginetta had to kind of take evasive there to the inside.
Yeah,
So,
it's... Oh!
ooh!
Yeah, Jaworski, tea drinking racing, he had a moment there, down just on the kink of the Kemmel Straight. Just, I suddenly feel that back end squirming.
Yeah, I think they might want to increase that old TC setting.
Yeah, increase the TC and have a cup of tea, because that is tea drinking racing. And for RTO now, Sigurd Revsik. I've raced against Sigurd Revsik, some good memories of racing against him. Usually well up ahead of me, but yeah, as one of those drivers who can put the pressure on to Pole Sim Sports and RTO as a whole as a team. Number 666, that's FDSR, has that's still Carl Wright. I thought they'd served that drive through. Oh, it's just cleared. Suarez is in the pits at the moment still, getting those wet weather tyres on. So as far as penalties go, everybody's taken care of penalties that they've had. At least everybody running in the top 23 have anyway.
Yeah, I think what we're looking at now is kind of close at least to net positions. As I noticed, Johnny Ashley's in the car, down in P20.
He's up in P20, you mean?
Sorry, up in P20.
We don't say they're down. That's
yeah,
like
well,
looking down at them. But yeah, Johnny Ashley up in 20th position in the number 9 McLaren, and he's of course he was my co-commentator for the start of this stream. 51 of you still watching, thank you very much. Augie Sipe says, I'm so annoyed at myself for the pit lane entry. Yes, I'll use it as a learning experience. Best thing you can do. But Bentley, Ben Mia says that Bentley has always been the definition of curb. What curb?
yeah.
And Alex Parkin is going all official F1 saying box, 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 box.
Yeah, this
Also going up the inside of is this Matt Holman at the wheel? Is that? No, that's Sherlock, isn't it? That's Luke Sherlock. That's from the position.
they look to be going really slowly. I wonder if they're both on dries.
They could be. Because Dan, how much longer is this rain going to stick around? Adam Gardner, at least 10 minutes still. That's the car going sideways down the Kemmel Straight. Remnant Racing had to back right off there, and that's Ethan Diamond for performance specialists again. Oh, and that's more damage on the car.
Yeah, that's where we saw the Ferrari get a big swapper on. So I wonder if there's standing water there or something.
I wonder if there is. I didn't think the game sort of calculated puddles into that extent. Oh, and as Johnny had a crash, well, I've just heard from Dan, so I'm having to check the Excel spreadsheet, but we're hearing from Dan something about Johnny and something about crash.
I think he was just falling in.
Let's watch Johnny crash. Oh,
Yeah.
he might not.
He's making good ground. I imagine in these conditions he should make light work of this Porsche Cup as well.
Yeah. Whoa, that Porsche Cup looked a bit squirmy there.
Yep. I'm not sure if all of that was synthetic input or just the conditions. But yeah, the Porsche moving around a lot.
As Johnny goes up the inside and up the inside of the KTM.
Double overtake, very nice.
And the KTM now having to deal with the Porsche Cup trying to go round. And then it's going to be a McLaren as well. Blue flags are waving. And I thought I saw a bit of light flashing, but that's Johnny Ashley up into 19th position now. Really enjoying these conditions.
Yeah, he's got a big gap to P18 though, so he's just selling, churn out the laps, which I think Johnny's pretty good at doing historically.
Did you say historically?
Yeah, because I'm
I
not
love
racing
that. Like we've got decades of history. If you look
No,
through the
just
history
really.
books, I think you'll find Johnny Ashley, who loves the wet weather. I remember back in '88, it was a great year.
Yeah, he's when we were racing together in the ACC SS endurance I mentioned earlier, he was yeah, the pace setting is what got us the good result in that race.
And here's Byron Thompson of Intercontinental Racing in the number 77 McLaren inspired McLaren with the West sponsorship. Yeah, I caught myself out there. I was like, McLaren sponsored, sort of inspired McLaren with the West sponsorship, obviously like Nick Hackenen and David Coulthard.
Yeah, that was my first scale electrics. Ooh.
Oh, Marcel And facing the wrong way in the KTM. And the KTM, just got a long slide on. Did well to not get a tank slapper, but was there a second part of this?
I think there's a second part of this, yeah.
Was there a part 2? Yeah, there must have been. Yeah, part 2, Electric Boogaloo. And it's just that the same things happened again.
Yeah.
A predictable sequel.
The track there, though, you can practically see your reflection.
Oh, he's in the barrier! Marcel And in the barrier in the KTM as just as Rusi B subscribes. And now there's going to be some substantial damage to the KTM. It was going so well. Are they on dry tyre? They must be on dry tyres.
Yeah. Well, at least they're near the pit lane.
Yeah, and he's saving graces. What's the traction controls like on a KTM?
I can't say because, quite frankly, I've never driven it. I've never wanted to.
I think it's a great looking little car, but
Yeah.
it's a track day car that got turned into a GT4 car.
Yeah, they just put a bit of plastic on top of it, didn't they?
KTM do some great bikes, but have they got a great racing car?
Yeah, it's one of those things where, because it's so fast in the corners, they bopped it by just taking all the engine out, similar to the Alpine. Ooh,
that was a interesting line. Yeah, Daniel Montado have to back off the gas a bit, or they will pick up a drive cut penalty for that.
yeah.
But I think you can get away with it more in the wet, because I think the drive cut penalty it gauges if you gained an advantage based on your best lap times or something like that. So in the wet weather you might get away with it more. Joe Gettings, is that Smith going past? Oh, Dan's telling me they've tightened that rule up in the most recent update.
Really?
Dang.
See, I thought, yeah, I thought the track limits in ACC was actually in an all right place. Whoa!
Oh yeah, I was just taking a sip of drink and a very slow Camaro on the top of the hill as Pole Simsport came up and did well to not make contact. That's Kieran Sharp leading the GT4 class with a Pulse Simsport car. And was that trying to think which Pulse, because we have quite a few Pulse Simsport cars out there at the moment, still in this race. That could be not Alan Drake Cruz. Could it still be Alan Drake Cruz? But it could be Alex Cull. I think it's still Drake Cruz. And rain ending in 10 minutes. So if you're seeing that message and you're on dry still, do you just wait it out?
Well, I said that before, didn't I? And I was wrong. But I think now, yes, damage is done.
Yeah, I think if you were going to change, you'd have to change it early. Now it'd be a day late and $1 short.
Yeah, 100%.
And Kieran just, BMW going past GT3, making their way past the... And when you're in the lead of GT4, you're just praying that, whoever's running at the back of GT3 doesn't come and spoil your race.
Yeah, we've had that happen in British GT a few times. Obviously, I don't know if there's any other multi-class, like real-life GT series anymore, but that is a big part of ours. It's when you're in the car as well, we have to warn the drivers of GT3s coming along as well, because kind of through the tiny rear view window, they kind of look the same.
Yeah, so will they have spotters, or will they have like just an AI spotter built in?
We have the wonderful world of TSL, which basically is it's an ancient looking website. Gets the job done though. Where you have kind of like the track map here, where you see all the dots going round.
Yeah.
But it's not based off like live telemetry. It's based off like predicted sector times. So it could be completely out. So it's really hard to like kind of guess when cars are actually coming up.
That makes a hard job even harder then.
Yeah, you don't realise, like in the sim, all of this data that you have at hand that you kind of take for granted. So even like lap times, is this a battle for?
It is Tuck Gibson closing in on, or has Repsic just gone past actually? I'm sure Dan will let us know, but they are less than a quarter of a second from each other. I've got a feeling Repsic might have gotten past Tuck Gibson.
Yeah.
As they come through Blanchimont up towards the bus stop chicane, and we'll see what happens to the gap. If it starts growing, then Rev6's gone past. If it starts shrinking and Tuck Gibson's trying to get past, then maybe Tuck Gibson's been closing up.
Yeah, this battle might last because both cars look pretty comfortable.
They do, and I think I can't see any rain from this camera angle. Has it actually come to a stop? No, it's still raining. It's still raining. It wasn't appearing for a moment, and it had me as a maybe. No.
Is that a very badly timed GT4?
Oh, that would be, and it's getting between them on the run to Eau Rouge as we jump away to Tire Sim Racing Esports, trying to negotiate. I think that's Le Casalas in front in the Kimoa McLaren. Yeah, through Blanchimont up towards the bus stop chicane. Is Le Casalas gonna defend it? No, they're staying on the racing line.
Yeah, Salvo doing a good job of filling the mirrors there.
Yeah, and a little bit wide of the apex there from Casellas, but not too bad. We're on the run down to La Source now. Is Garcia going to throw up the inside? Having a look, and I think that was Daniel Hearn just up the road from them. The Kimoa McLaren goes wide, but there just isn't the grip on the ground to take advantage and get the run. You can't get on the power too early, can you? You can't sort of jam your foot down because you'll just spin up the wheels.
Yeah, and traction control will just kill your exit. It's basically just going to be a battle of lines. Just where can you put your car on the track to get the most grip?
As we saw a few spits of flame out the back of the McLaren, so I think that was a couple. It might have been a downshift on the way up Radion. As Ramblings of a Fat Broken Man has subscribed to oNiD Racing.
I thought you were referring to me during the commentary box then, Cammy.
I was going to say I thought Johnny was driving, or but hello, Alex Parkin. How are you?
Afternoon.
Hello,
I'm
Alex.
just eating some mini Kit Kat. Hi, Tom.
You nearly made me spit out my coffee there.
It's time for a break, and that's my my first stint over. I hope I've been entertaining, informational, and obviously giving the respect deserved to the Formula Regional driver who lost his life earlier. That was radically sad, but thank you for everyone putting up with me. 55 of you watching, and we go to there's an overtake, and we go to our break now.
Stand by for action.
Goodbye, Cammy.
Good afternoon, everyone. Cam has left us now, so the professionalism of the stream's about to plummet massively.
Yorkshire takeover.
Hey up. Yeah, I'm Alex Parkin. I'm
Oh, my good God.
You're stuck with me for the next 2 hours, and I've also got Tom.
Hello.
He's sticking with us for another hour, and I've also got Ben as well in the commentary box. Hi, Ben.
Hello. Hopefully the sound is improving.
It's a little bit choppy, but it's improving.
Yeah, it sounds like network, as if Steam's doing its typical thing where it likes to download in the background.
Wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. My internet has been slightly spotty this morning, so hopefully we'll muscle through.
Actually, sounds a lot better now.
Yeah, it does. Are you racing Ben in this one, or are you?
I am not, no. I volunteered for this, but I don't race ACC. I don't know about the game, and my surprise whenever I try and install it. So,
Yeah, I think the internet's gone bad again.
Oh God.
It's a good learning experience, Ben, for ACC, and it's probably for the best you're not racing it if your internet's that crappy.
Yeah.
But hopefully it gets itself together soon.
Yeah.
Hope so. Yeah, let's try turning a few things off and see if that improves it.
Yeah, well, Ben has a look at that. We're under 10 hours to go now, Tom. The finishing line's in sight almost. We're in the midpoint of the race. It's closer.
Yeah.
Sorry, I made that same joke about 2 hours instead of 24-hour race as well. So.
All right. Gotcha. Yeah. It's yeah, this is an interesting part of the race. Like I said this an hour ago, and it bit me. So, but yeah, this is the part of the race where now you can begin to settle down and start to think about just setting the pace. Second lost here is something that can bite you with the lap to go. So, I think the drivers are starting to realise that.
Yeah, I guess your focus at this point is not to do anything that's going to mess up the pit strategy. I know the weather's going to affect that, but if you stick it into a wall and pick up 10-15 seconds of damage and need to repair it, your strategy's in the bin probably, isn't it?
Yeah, when it comes to managing strategy around changeable conditions like this, I haven't a clue, I will be honest.
I guess you're not in charge of strategy on the British GT pit wall then?
No, that's the race engineers. They kind of do everything. Tyres, fuel, strategy, I just look at squiggly lines.
Yeah,
We
just got a bit
we
of that.
like a squiggly line.
Yeah, here we've got the leader of GT4, the Camaro, going very well. Got a very nice gap to even the next GT3 car behind, considering they've got a drive through. Yeah, just kind of pluck it away, put it in the laps. Car looks nice and stable in these conditions. I would like to know what tyres they've got on, but yeah, going very well.
Yeah, they tend to do a good show TSRC in our endurance events, and well, yeah, they're ahead of one of the Lambo Cup cars by the looks of that standing chart in 34th overall.
Yeah, is that the only one with us today?
Good question. If we can fill enough, I can have a quick look. But there won't be many Cup cars. There never tends to be, unfortunately. But
Yeah, they are a nightmare to drive. This car here, for instance, the Porsche, especially in the changeable conditions, they are a handful. I think they lack TC. I think that's the one they take away from you.
yes, that's right.
Yeah. Ooh, bit of a moment there from the Rhinos Trofeo car. Where is that? That's out of Pouon. Oh no, out of Blanchimont.
Aidan Howard having a lovely moment there.
Yeah.
Hey, and thanks for the subscription, Cammy.
Thank you for subscribing to your own stream.
Or while on a lunch break as well, so multitasking going on.
You meant to change your name before you artificially bump the numbers, Cammy.
She could unsubscribe and resubscribe and change the name every time just to really make it look popular.
So, sure as a surprise to know, on the lead from the leading car is growing. Saw 20 seconds, I think, just a minute, just through that corner there. Here we've got the other Pulse Sim Sport car is in a battle with another Ferrari. I'm not going to try and pronounce that surname. Sorry, I've not done my homework.
Or Bruni.
Yeah, Bruni.
I think it's Browning, or it's almost pronounced like Browning, because we've encountered this before. Bruzhnik, it's downstairs in my ear, thank you very much.
Sorry about that, thanks guys, but yeah. Is that a three-way battle for position with the AM Sport car? No, it looks like this car is quite a way behind actually.
A bit of a dry life on as well, so I'd probably start to see people pit for dries in 10 minutes or so, you'd think? Oh, it might be a few now, in fact, in the pit there, looking at that.
Look like a couple of GT4s and a few of the GT3 runners coming in early there.
Yeah, it makes sense. This is the time to pit to put you back on sync, so they say.
Yeah, you're in the
Pit
window,
strategy.
aren't you?
Yeah.
Bit of a gamble. It's a long lap if you end up on the wrong tyres, and could really land you in trouble.
And it's an even longer pit lane if you get it wrong as well. Do we know the pit window for the drivers today? Is it the typical 65?
I think it is. I know you can do, if you really want to, one driver could do 11 hours 59 minutes and the other two drivers do one lap and you'll be fine. There's not really a limit on driver times, it's just you all have to take a stint.
Sorry, not the driver timer, the stint timer, so the time.
Yeah, sorry, it's 65 minutes.
Yeah. So that extra 5 minutes, that can be pretty valuable if you end up kind of out of sync, because then you can keep adding on a minute or two to try and bring you back. But it only takes 4 of those to. Ooh, big skid by the Paul Simsort car there. Yeah, it only takes a couple of those to put you back on sync. Save the range starts at 20 minutes from the off the hour.
Yeah, it's all about trying to minimise those pit stops. Ben, how's your internet connection? Are you in here?
I'm here. Blipped.
Ooh, yeah.
Yes. Still a bit ropey. I'm afraid to say.
For Virgin Media to start messing around with my internet connection, it's today.
Yeah, typical man. What sim racing games do you play then if you don't touch ACC?
Usually Assetto Corsa Raceroom nights.
Oh, okay.
Been 8 hours.
The game is to try and guess what games he's saying.
We got the finale. And on Monday.
Oh, that's off.
Ooh.
Just in track that. Looks like at the end of the straight.
Oh, that's a high-speed section of the track, and that's the GT4 leader there. I hope they're not involved.
Yeah, so
looks like they might be. You can already kind of sense something's going to go wrong. Oh no.
What happens then?
Oh.
Oh.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Oh, GT4 leader gets away with it, and the cars behind the GT4 do well to not plough into the back of that lot. Just those two cars involved. Look, Gibson running in fourth now after that one. There could be a costly accident, and Resvik as well, also running in the podium positions, getting tangled as well. We'll get an update on the gap when that settles down in the timing tower, but if that'll, that could be what we're talking about, Tom. It could, if they've both just pitted, that could absolutely throw their pit strategy into a bit of a mess if they need to drop in again for damage.
Yeah, God, I bet some of the Discord channels are absolutely alive with scrambling, trying to figure out where to pit. Never an easy job.
No, it's I'd say it looks like it stopped raining because the track is drying up and I can't see raindrops anymore. But yeah, like you say, it could be chaos. I'll just have a look at the oNiD team Discord, see what's going on there. But there's a lot of people in voice chats, so not too many messages.
Yeah, the weather likes to do the odd bait and switch. Me and Cammy found as well. It's likes to kind of make you think it's stopped raining, but then no. Back to chucking it down.
Hopefully Ben's joined us and his internet sorted itself out. Still cars in the pits.
Oh, sounded all right.
Oh,
is there hope?
Famous last words.
Just talking short sentences between the lag. That should.
Yes. Talk really quick.
Yeah, definite dry line forming down the straight now. If you as we go follow Adam Gardner down there in that lovely remnant race in Mazda-inspired livery.
So this is the kind of time where Ooh, I think that McLaren did a bit of a drift there. I saw the tyre marks. Yeah, this is when the wet tyres are going to start overheating. There'll be a nice maroon colour. What car is that? Is that the? Oh, that was one of the front runners.
Leader or second place? I couldn't quite pick the number out.
Yeah, but that was one of the front running cars. I imagine that's for a change back to dry. So I wonder if we'll start to see the cars jump in now.
Yes.
So, Alex, what kind of obviously, what kind of things are you involved in recently with oNiD? Obviously, I've been away for a few months.
You have been away for a few months. Less than I used to be because my partner's due to give birth on Thursday, so I'm limited in time. Ooh, someone's
here you
calling
are.
tidbits. Yeah, well, she's sodded off to Costco with her parents and bought new handbags, so I've left her to it on that one.
That's its own 12-hour endurance.
Exactly. But yeah, that's I still race in the Sunday series, albeit badly at the minute. I just haven't had a chance to practice, and I help run the AM series on Thursdays, and I dip in and out or other stuff as and when I can. So still managed to get my fix of sim racing as car 204 gets a penalty for causing a collision.
The AM series, then, I guess, like for me and people who might not know who are watching, what is that about then? Because that kind of came to fruition when I was obviously in the world of AC.
Okay, yeah. So we run on Thursdays, and it's mostly for it is for new drivers or those people with like less pace who might want to dip the toe in an organised league without throwing themselves into Sunday leagues where it is very sweaty. We have coaching sessions usually on a Wednesday and a couple of coaches who help with that, and we have monthly races. Cammy Levult subscribe to the channel. Thank you, Cammy, for your French burner account, or if that is a genuine account. Thank you to you as well. Whoa, as Gardner goes very wide and keeps it out of the wall. Wow.
That was very close to the barrier there. That would have been a lot of damage.
Especially in the wet, they did well to keep it out of that without spinning. Yeah, we run monthly leagues. Every month we promote some of the quicker drivers out of the league. And we also give away a pair of SimRacing gloves as well to nominate a driver based on, like, not necessarily speed, but like studiousness and like a good ethos, I guess would be the best way to describe it.
Nice.
Yeah, we do live stewarding, and then every month where we have a 5-week month, so like the one June we've just had, we do a special event on the last week where we just do some weird and wonderful, unique race to mix things up. A couple of months ago we did a driver swap 2.5-hour Calami race, and this month we did a 9-minute race with no scheduled pit stops to throw up a strategy battle around Nürburgring.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we try and get a bit of a different spin on things.
Yeah, that's the point, actually. I forgot the Nürburgring GPs of this circuit. There's like, what, 2% of the Nordschleife are ready to go. Come on, Kunos.
According to someone, they do render like the first kilometre or so of the actual Nürburgring if you go on the like free camera, but then it just kind of fades to a pixelated mess.
Wouldn't surprise me. Even the details in Imola, like Imola, for those who don't know, has like a big park in the middle of it with obviously the Senna statue, the famous one. Yeah, they render that park to like surprising detail.
It's a good little Easter egg, that one, I think, on the Imola track.
Yeah. It's you know, struggling to get 60 FPS in the game, but at least I could go for the virtual tour around a nice park. I'm not mistaken. Oh no, looks like, yeah, Johnny's pitted, but looks like the car number 9 is catching the race's stronger car of number 51. Obviously, strategies are going to be out of sync now, but that might be one to watch out for later.
Yeah, a bit of a inter-oNiD battle forming, possibly. That's an awkward place to try and let past the car.
Ooh. Yes, this is the car I saw earlier. Sorry, the Tyre Sim Racing Esports. I think this car is pitted for dries. What that McLaren is running, I'm not sure, but judging by the pace difference here, could be wet.
It's got such a vast overpace going down into Lacombe there.
See, as it grips up through the corner, yeah, you can just carry
Nice.
so much more speed through.
Great respect, Sean.
Yeah.
Gotta love the space that they left there. That's very good.
I don't know how long it is since you've touched ACC, Tom, but the wet and dry tyres just do not like crossover conditions anymore. It used to be pretty rough after about 5-10 minutes. Now you'll be looking to get a lap out.
Interesting.
Yeah, the temperature drops off or heats up so much quicker than it used to.
In the land of GT4s, that's actually gone the wrong way because you tend to be able to get away with it.
I don't actually know about GT4 tyres if they're affected as badly, but GT3s definitely are.
Maybe that's true then. But yeah, it tends to you tend not to need dry tyres unless the track is very, very dry in GT4. In what was it? Ooh, is this a race 4 position? He's doing the annoying thing where it shows a black number.
I don't think it is. I think Gussie is still about 9 seconds off the Bruznik in front.
That
would appear so.
That McLaren's behind the position, I think you're right. One of the cars behind the position because it's apparently 0.5 seconds ahead of Morris.
Yeah, I think that's the orange McLaren that got overtaken at Lecom. Used to be keeping pace with Garcia. So maybe my prediction of Morris being on wets was incorrect because he used to be doing quite well.
Might just been struggling to get up to speed or something.
Maybe, yeah. That is something I've struggled with in the past. To be fair, it's those nerves when you first come out of the pits and you never really know what the car's going to feel like. It's always a bit of a ropey period as you get settled in.
Yeah, definitely. Environmentalists in chat, it has been madness this race. I only caught about 10 hours onwards, but we've had quite a bit of variable weather and typical Spa shenanigans, really, haven't we? With pace differential and yeah, good fun.
What was was it the WEC race a few years ago where they had snow, sunshine, and rain all in one race?
No way.
Yeah.
Did it settle?
I don't think so. I think it was kind of sleety, the horrible slushy stuff. But yeah, it was there.
Visibility entertaining for a good chunk of the race, as I recall.
Yeah.
Hey, your voice sounded better there, Ben.
I'm hoping. I've played around with my CPU settings for Discord, and I'm hoping that's giving it a little power boost.
Actually, now that you mention it, that is something I've had to do before. Did you do the thing where you give it more priority or something like that?
Absolutely.
Oh.
We jinxed it.
Caught a syllable there.
Oh,
it's going well, isn't it?
We caught that bit. Final wonder for car 33, by the way. It looks like they've had some kind of incident overtaking blue flag cars. So even though it is a blue flag situation, it's not F1. We don't expect the slower cars to just leap out the way. You've got to show some courtesy to the cars you're overtaking.
Yeah, and I think that's to the benefit of the faster drivers as well. If they, if they give a flash of the lights, if they leave room, to the slower car as well, then I think it's just. Whoa!
Oh dear!
I don't know if they were helped around there.
Lucky not to be collected by that McLaren, that flasher at the end, but
yeah,
hopefully minimal damage for the Pulsar car. Look at that as well before the accident. 1.6 seconds off the leader, and now we'll get an update when they cross the line of how much time that's cost them. But
yeah, even if it's not cost them much time yet, tell you what, those tyres are going to be shredded.
Yeah, about 7 seconds time loss on that little spin, and hopefully not too much damage either. If it's to the rear splitter in that AMG, they could be in trouble because it is very rear diffuser dependent, that car.
Oh really? Didn't know that. I know the Mercedes has got some weird, anti-dive and anti-squat suspension in it, so it doesn't like to throw all of its weight forward under heavy braking and doesn't like to throw it all backwards under heavy acceleration. So I know. Yeah, I can't remember who it was who told me that. I think it was Johnny or someone else. But yeah, it's tends to be in terms of pitch, so nose and rear going up and down. It tends to be pretty static, which can be faster, but it's something you kind of have to get used to.
Couple couple of updates from chat. Trinket at task, 3 stints in, and all 3 drivers have had a crash, so that's good. Good balance, good teamwork. Sam Page, PSI at the end of his stint, 39.1, so really pushing those tyres to the limit.
39.1.
Surprised they hadn't exploded with that pressure going through.
Actually, a balloon on the rim there, isn't it, at that point?
Yeah. Yeah, just touch it too hard when you take off, it just bursts.
Yeah. The stuff like the tyre pressure though, earlier I mentioned, like, in real life you almost you lose all of this data that you take for granted in the sim. Tyre pressures and like temperatures and lap time deltas, and even the countdown for pit stops and stuff, that is all stuff that you kind of have to work out yourself. Because it's taken away from you. You need to buy special sensors to get the tyre pressures and the temperatures. The temperatures, especially on the surface, is a bit of a mare, because you have to like install these lasers. But obviously, as you turn your steering wheel, they're putting a different. It's all of these complications. It's the nightmare.
Yeah, especially when you ain't got it. It's not as readily available and accurate, I'd imagine, as it is in ACC, possibly.
Yeah. Here we have the Porsche Cup car. Is that full position? No, that looks like a Lambo behind, and they're in position. In terms of position, they've got a Ferrari behind. But I imagine they're in a better place now. Now that the track's dried off a bit, they've got a rubber in line, they can get to work. Especially down the straights and stuff. I imagine they'll gain a bit of that time back, but a long gap to the car in front, unfortunately. But that's what endurance is about, grinding down those gaps.
Yeah, especially with something with no traction control. If you do have a spin or get a bit excited on the throttle, it could throw you into a bit of trouble.
Yeah, you've got to drive on a knife edge all race. That's why I don't envy them.
We jump down to the power in 21st, possibly the longest name on the grid, Alexander Sutherland Smith, the driver in this one with Barry's boys team.
I hope driver number 1's called Barry. I wonder what the origin for that name is. Is this a battle for a podium position? Hearing from our voice in our ear that in fact none of them are called Barry. Very disappointing. Closest name we've got apparently is Harry.
That's getting confusing now.
So, this is a battle for the final podium position, I believe. Ferrari versus Lamborghini. So this is the purple Ferrari you're looking at here. Breaking Point Racing, not versus the McLaren there, but indeed this Pulse Sim Sport Lambo in front, I believe. So I imagine the Ferrari's quite keen to dispatch this McLaren. Showing good patience though, not obviously flashing the lights, something we discourage here at oNiD. Maybe they'll let them by on this long straight down into the bus stop.
Already cost them about a second.
Yeah.
Like a half a second gap, but it's a bit awkward, isn't it? It's not really a straight, and it's even though there's runoff again, it's not that easy to let them pass. They've got a GT4 to contend with coming to the bus stop. GT4's out of the way. Will the McLaren let him through?
He's
not let him through, but I imagine there'll be a few swears being thrown around in our Discord chat.
There might be flashing those lights now. There he goes. He pulls to one side. Should line up the inside of the hairpin, but we'll just wait and see if he does. Yep, there we go.
Yeah, got the GT4 leader in front, so...
It's going back in there. Oh!
It's sideways there, yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, look at that time loss there. Tom has gone from about half a second behind to 3.2, so it's cost him. McLaren's not going away either, so he's going to get a toe into down this long straight up at the top of Radion.
Yeah, the McLaren doesn't really want to be racing this car though. There's not much point at this stage. Obviously they're on different laps, and it's really just going to cost both cars if they start racing. I remember what I said. Our second loss here is the second you could need at the end. Ooh.
Yeah, oh.
McLaren seems very tail happy, doesn't it?
Yeah, if it's a new one, that is quite accelerating out the corners. It's really got a lively back end.
Yeah, I think it was the 666 McLaren we were seeing earlier. It was like leaving skid marks through the com. Not those kind of skid marks. Is this a race for position? Yes, it is. BMW versus Ferrari. Oh, right. Which car is this? Oh, a penalty. Is that a new penalty? Car 714, the Trofeo, or one of the Trofeos, I think. This is the Rhinos car. Kind of in a bit of no man's land at the minute. It's battling with a GT4 for position, but I think the Trofeo will pull away from that, I would hope.
You'd hope so. It's got the legs to do it, but that Jeanetta's gone up the inside and it's got the position, so Trots Claire's up to 36 and Ralph's got a job in his hands to get back past. So
maybe those tyres have got a few miles in them. Maybe the Lambo's got damage.
Can't still be on wets at this point. Jump up
to surely not.
Nice. Oliver Anderson in chat, where's the GT4 Macca? I believe they're running about 43rd. I think if I just saw the time and tower rightly.
Yes, 44th. Yeah, a car doing well in the grand scheme of things. That's not an easy car to drive. As the other Rhinos car is defending from another Ferrari. Few scraps appearing in the field now. All seem to be in the final sector.
It's
yeah, the GT4 KTM defending that. Ooh, is that switchback
coming through? Have a run into the hairpin here. That was a bit of a sloppy last chicane by the Ferrari. Battle for 28th on screen.
Yeah, obviously the BMW in a battle with this car, but with that 5-second penalty, so depending on damage and stuff like that, the next round of pit stops, the Ferrari might get ahead.
Yeah, got a good chance. So yeah, you're right, Tom. I think look at that timing tower. There's a lot of pairs of cars battling for position all of a sudden. A couple of cars within a second of each other.
Yeah, back to the Rhinos car, scrapping with Cammy's been calling it the the Romanian car. Forgive me, I forget the team name, but ooh, that's
a tight one.
Good driving though. Tell you what.
Yeah, it's got the inside into.
That's enough space.
It's got it done, but the Romanian car, we'll call it for now, it's got the speed on the outside.
Yeah. That's the only car there, waiting for obviously this. Ooh, that's a bad place to spin.
7th position. Omar Rolania in trouble. Let's get a replay. No, we just missed it.
Yeah, not quite early enough. I wonder if that car's just come out of the pits or had an issue going up Radion.
It's in good shape if it crashed at full speed up Radion, but I guess we just missed it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think that's just coming out of the pits. Right, to Rhinos then. This scrap is still going on. Lots of impatient cars behind, judging by it. One of those drivers, I think, might still be Johnny Ashley. I know he's not one for waiting around.
Yeah, good to see him actually getting to enjoy one of these endurance events for once, rather than doing 24 hours of stewarding or commentating or cameras or whatever else he does.
Yeah, although I will admit, oh, it's Sammy in the car.
Not seen her on ACC for a while. Sammy, he'll be delighted looting her in the Premier League, I'm sure.
Yeah, I did think that when I saw that they got promoted. I wonder if any of these other cars are for position. Doesn't look like it. Unless that McLaren. No, it's not McLaren, it's Ferrari, yeah. Looks like the oNiD racing car's pretty stable in terms of position.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mess. It's not what this is not what you want 2.5 hours into a 12-hour race, an 8-car battle or whatever it is, but they can sort themselves out pretty quickly. Unfortunately, it's not all for position because that'd be incredible, but
yeah, they go for the gap car. Look at that. Dizzying heights of 5th, doing really well.
Yeah, Camille will be happy with that one.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be doing much in the way of driver changes either. Pretty sure Mr. Daniel Hearn has been driving that car for the majority so far. I wonder if they're just doing it in huge chunks.
hopefully Ben just popped in Discord. His internet's in trouble, so hopefully that can sort itself out. It's going to be a lonely next hour, Tom.
Tell you what, push up to shove. I've got nothing on, so I can hang around for you.
Good lad. Didn't need to know you were naked, but
Thank you. What?
you said you got nothing on.
No. I see Adam's been rubbing off on you.
Excuse me.
Oh god. Anyway.
Oh dear. VZ in chat wanting to see the Easter egg on the roof of the 152 car. Not sure if we can get a camera angle of that, Dan, but we'll try and bring you that, VZ. And Cammy says Aiden Carter did the first stint for Go for the Gap, Tom, so they have had one driver change at some point.
Ah, right. Either way, both drivers doing very well then to achieve fifth. I think that's just from keeping their nose clean. Because, yeah, we've not seen this car doing any really tough racing, just kind of putting in the laps, clean air, easy as you like.
Yeah, that's what you want. You almost don't want to feature on screen, you just want to appear somewhere at top 10 by not doing anything and just plodding around on your own.
I must wonder if Dan's keeping this car on camera to kind of inflict a bit of commentator's curse.
Dan can't find car 152.
Interesting. I wonder if that was a typo with the number or something.
152 is a Ginetta GT4.
Interesting. Have you got a list of all the cars there, Alex?
It's on SGP, but I can send you on Discord.
Oh yeah, of course. Right, here's car 152. I'm keen to see what this is now. It looked like text. Hope it's not rude.
Is it a literal Easter egg?
That's what I'm thinking. Easter's long gone.
There's a something on the back bumper. Very nice drawing.
Have you ever made any liveries in this game, Alex?
Yes, I made when the Audi Evo 2 came out, I made an Aldi Sport Audi.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
And I made OnlyVans. Can't quite see what that says.
Yeah, it's, it was writing, but like the text was kind of too thin to survive compression. Oh, we'll keep an eye out. Yeah, sorry, you were saying about Audi Evo.
I made OnlyVans Audi Evo livery, and I made a Yorkshire T livery for the Bentley many moons ago.
Very nice.
Yeah, when I had COVID, I just learned to use the GIMP Photoshop software and made a couple then. Black lines. I get it now. A little Easter egg towards his old team, shall we say.
Yeah, cool.
We'll not cause a war in the comments.
I respect
Please.
the commitment to drawing that out rather than just getting a photo from the internet.
The crudeness is what makes it.
Almost reminds me of, do you remember the helmet Lando Norris had made for, I think it was Silverstone, like a couple of years ago?
Oh, yeah.
Drove by, like, was it a little girl called Eva or Rosie or something like that?
Yeah, I do remember it. Was it a good touch, that? Was it a competition, or did you just choose it?
I think it was, yeah.
It's pretty cool. Cameron's asking us to check DMs in Discord. And the Bitbull.
Yeah. I've just been forwarded the file for the for the drivers, etc. But I don't have Excel installed, turns out, so I need to move that across to Google Drive.
Thank you, Cameron.
God, I've had this PC for 8 years and not installed Excel.
Ooh, big penalty for car 33, stop and go.
Ooh.
For poor driving standards. Not entirely sure what the specifics are there, but a big one. An awful pit lane to have to drive through.
Yeah, the car 33 has been hit with a few penalties. I've not been focusing on the driver, so I don't know if it's been multiple drivers or just the one, you know, getting unlucky and stuff. But yeah, they've had a few penalties, so I think that's just the end result of that, to try and...
Oh! What a save.
Fair play.
That's a golden glove of the save. Style points to cash in against the Stop Go 30. At least downgrade it to a drive-through.
Yeah.
Surely. Oh, another one! Oh, another good save.
God, yeah. I wonder if there's just some miles getting in these tyres, or like people still on wets or something like that. But a few cars still seem to be struggling.
What I would say is it looks a lot brighter, and I don't have the information on screen, but I suspect the track temperature could be causing people to be over pressure. Possibly.
Good shout, I didn't think of that.
It looks very sunny all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Track temperature 36 according to Dan. Not sure what it was when it was raining, but I'd suggest it's gone up quite significantly.
Yeah, I think it was much lower. It's one thing being on the right tyres, it's another thing entirely getting them to the right pressures.
Yeah, because it looks very dull and dark, and if you pitted early for dry tyres and guessed the temperatures, then a couple of 5 degrees or so temperature increase could be causing some of these issues.
Yeah, I'm sure Johnny's sat in his chair laughing his head off. All of the carnage is gone.
Rubbing his hands. So like Scott saying, it looks brighter and then somehow it snows. That would not surprise me. If it was AMS2, which is adding Le Mans, we could do a 24 hours of snowy Le Mans. That'd be fun.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Yeah. I remember once I booted up that game. You can set the date, can't you? And if you set it to January, like all of the foliage and stuff around the track, on certain tracks anyway, is like all dead, and there's like snow where the grass should be. And I was like, what the hell is going on? I thought my game was broken. I know, the level of detail in that game is impressive. I need to pick that up again.
Yeah, because I know they've been doing some more tests with AMS2 on SGP to try and get everything to work fine. They were doing another one the other week, but with the Le Mans DLC coming, it's got massive potential. I don't know, it just never quite seems to take off as much as ACC has for whatever reason.
Yeah, I think it's because the multiplayer system in that game is based off Project Cars 2, which, although it was great and provided some great racing, did have a lot of technical quirks, shall we say. There's certain things where like servers would lag if X amount of people joined at the same time and stuff like that. But you could tell like the areas where the developers have been allowed to kind of show their hand have come along really well. But I imagine if they get that multiplayer system sorted out, then yeah, that game will be one to watch for sure.
Yeah, hopefully it gets it. Well, it's even got oval racing on it, I think, for the American and Brazil Cup Car Series. It's a great mixture.
If you're just joining us, by the way, car number 53, the Sim Pulse Racing. Have I said that right? I always get it wrong. Pulse Sim Sport, that's the one.
Yes.
That is the car that we believe is leading net. But yeah, we've got a few cars out of place due to pit stop strategies and stuff like that. This car here, catching the Ferrari 777, the Fry Guys Motorsport. Had a pretty clean race so far. You can see it's relatively damage free. Just been plucking along. The gap closing though.
Hard to tell if it's got damage with the camera.
Yeah. Also, it's like one of those test cars, doesn't it?
Yeah. The dazzle camera.
Is this the new Porsche that they introduced recently as well?
Yes, they are running. If Johnson Hill's driving, it'll definitely be the new Porsche. I'll never switch back to it, but I think the whole Fry Guys team runs it anyway.
Yeah, that's another one I'm not driven. I know the old Porsche was a controversial pig. A lot of people really didn't get along with it, but I'm not sure what the new one's like. You've driven it at all?
No, I've driven the Ferrari and the Lambo, and I like the Ferrari quite a lot, but I just don't get a chance to play that much anymore, and I don't want to have to learn how to drive a rear engine car as they come up to a lot of traffic in the bus stop, so hopefully they can get through. It's got them onto the back of the Ferrari though, they're only a couple of seconds behind, 1.8 seconds now.
Yeah, it looks like that GT4 traffic has come at a very good point for them, because they can just dispatch it on the straights, whereas it's cost the Ferrari, so that gap shrinks to 1.8.
Yeah, that car you just saw come through the hairpin at the end as well, that's also a car battling this Fry Guys team for position with Tuck Gibson behind the wheel, car 55. That is the EW4E team with Ben P and Tuck Gibson driving it. There you go. I'm using the crib sheet that Cammy sent me.
I'm still uploading it to Google Drive so I can get it on Google Sheets. I genuinely don't know how I've gone like what 8 years without installing Microsoft Excel.
Well, when the Google documents and thing like Office equivalent does such a good job here, I suppose you probably don't need it.
Yeah, it's actually quite weird seeing a .xlsx file like with just the white icon for when you don't have anything installed to read it. Cool, got it open.
Excellent.
Thanks to the power of Google Sheets.
Keep running on board with car 823. The Fry Guys team are in 8th. Quite a good battle actually, that Tom. So the Fry Guys team in 8th are 1.5 seconds behind the car in 7th, and then you've got not a massive gap down to 30. It's probably about 30 seconds between 7th and 30th, I'd say, in total, which is impressive after nearly 3 hours going.
Yeah, as car 714 is given a 10-second penalty for a collision with car 152. So, which car is that then? Did I say what number? 714. Oh, yes. That's one of the Rhinos cars. That is the car of Aidan Howard. The Lambo, the Super Trofeo.
My fellow Rhinos guys living up to their usual standards.
Shots fired. Straight back into the commentary box with
they know I love them.
Are you driving any of these cars, Ben? Sorry, you might have answered that question earlier.
My PC cries when I try and run AC, so I use a Assetto Corsa and Raceroom.
Ah, right. Still not giving Raceroom a go.
Worth a try. We are a team hiatus between Jimmy's because the player base has gone into its usual summer hibernation. But it's great fun to play, especially the DTMs they're throwing around on Monday nights at the moment.
R.I.P. the DTMs.
Yeah. The proper DTMs. So shots fired.
Is that like midnight is sort of peak DTM?
No, it's the I think it's the 2020s we're on at the moment. So it's got the DRS, the pass, high aero, low weight, and absolutely murderous if you push the accelerator too hard.
An absolute handful by the sounds of it, man.
Oh yeah.
I think stuff like that is why GT3 has actually become so popular, because like those cars are so heavily engineered, all of these different systems, all of this like intense aero and development work that needs to be done for like a series that wasn't globally or continentally that well known comparatively. Whereas GT3s, somehow they're fast, but they're not massively engineered. They're pretty simple and pretty raw compared to a lot of series now.
They pick up and play.
Yeah.
Even so, race car. Put any person, but any race driver free, and have an idea of how to make.
You get any of that, Alex?
Mouthfuls. It sounds like you can put any driver into it, they'll be fine.
Yeah.
Or something along those lines.
Oh, close enough. It's going well. Of all the days.
Is that still the case though, Tom? Because if you look at that Porsche, the Fry Guys Porsche we're following, there's a lot of little aero winglets and bits and pieces on it compared to even like the 2018 cars in this game. Are they becoming more complex, or is that not a field you've dabbled in with motorsports yet?
So they have aero devices, but they're pretty simple. They all seem like the front engine cars, especially. I've never worked on like the mid or rear engine GT3 cars, but they all seem to follow like similar concepts. You'll notice they have those big, huge holes in like the bonnet to kind of help the airflow over the car. They all kind of have similar kind of swan neck rear wings. Even the GT4 cars have like dive planes, so there's little canards on the front, just to like obviously help the aero balance of it. they're pretty simple. They
Ooh, and there we go, first disqualification. Car 33 on screen, the Romanian racing team. Danny Eel disqualified for dangerous driving, but didn't quite catch that one, but hopefully it didn't affect any of those races too negatively with that.
Yeah, that is a shame. Obviously, we never want to disqualify people, but we've got to think of the safety of the drivers as well. Hopefully they could come back and have a better showing at a late stage.
Yeah, I think I've got a bit of a knack of bad timing with disqualifications. I just took over stewarding in the first 24-hour race we did, and we disqualified someone there, and then I've just took over commentary 45 minutes ago and someone got disqualified here, so sorry whoever's next going to take over in a couple more hours time.
I believe I saw the 51 car of the Race's Stronger oNiD team in the pits there as well. Wonder if that's part of their strategy or they're switching tyres.
It's in the time frames, I think, isn't it? We've got 9 hours, 13 minutes left. We've had to change the lead as well. I've been talking. Javier Marquez for Paul Simswat now leads as we did follow. Refsvik down the pit lane. They're down to second. Quite a few cars at the top pit, and actually we've got the cars in 3rd, 4th and 5th all in the pits. So a bit of change at the top. We've also annoyingly got a yellow flag glitch, I think, for that disqualified car, so hopefully that either resolves itself or doesn't cost anyone any issues by thinking there's an incident.
Yeah, I think if that car disconnects, it'll be resolved. But I think... Oh no, it's still there.
Yeah.
Hopefully that gets resolved though. I don't know about you guys, but I will admit, in the sim, I tend to ignore them.
Yes.
I'm pretty bad for that.
We just saw an overtake going to Radion. Quite a good move for 6th place by Tuck Gibson. 3-way battle for, well, 7th, 8th and 9th according to time and tower between Bailey, Tuck Gibson and Buckley. But yeah, Tuck Gibson right at the back of McCord now in 5th.
Just interested in the GT4 standings. I saw the Alpine ahead of the Camaro there. Don't know if that's just because they're a lap down or something. I didn't actually catch what caught the Alpine out. I wonder if it was just strategy with the different weather. The Camaro actually doing a good job of keeping up with that Lambo GT3, and staying ahead of that Super Trofeo car.
Yeah, I know the Camaro's pretty quick in a straight line, but you'd think that Lambo has enough about it to get past, because those Cup cars are lightning fast. They're quicker than the GT3s in a straight line. And we did multi-class.
What the frick is a kilometre?
Freedom units only.
Yeah, it looks like there's actually a battle in GT4 between car 152 and 327, the Ginetta and the KTM that we saw get involved in a few rough patches earlier with the weather. So it's good to see that there's still battles up and down the field. Ooh, as we have here a bit of a tangle.
Wait for GT3 going into pit.
Yeah, Aiden there not scared to get up really close to the rear diffuser of that McLaren.
Yeah, drop down the order a bit.
Someone's slow dropping off the back there.
Yeah. They go for the gap car dropping down the order a bit after a pit stop. They were running 5th, but now down in 13th, and that just shows you how tight the field's still running, even in the top 3rd.
Yeah, it's going to get very interesting towards the end if it stays like this, because it's all just going to come down to when and where you've been pitting.
Yeah, and if there is more weather changes, how well you adapt to pitting as he sends up the inside of the GT4 into the bus stop. Nicely done. That's how you deal with a lap car. Nice and safe, nice and quickly done. Keeps on the back of Casalas going into the hairpin as we go on board.
Alton definitely does not want to lose some. He's where he can stay on the back.
he's probably got 11th in his sights, because that car just ahead of Castellas is also for position. The a little McLaren trio for 10th, 11th, and 11th, 12th, and 13th, I should say.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty interesting battle. 3 McLarens. Which one will come out on top?
I presume they're all driving the McLaren Evo. But, so we can find that out. If they are, it'll be a good battle.
I was talking to Sam about the new McLaren Evo because that's yet another car I've not driven.
Oh, he gets in front, but puts it in a wall.
Oh no!
Good job, Cameron's on commentary. She'll be devastated. Let's get a replay. Goes up the inside, gets it done, just takes too much curb and cannot hold it. Castellas does right and takes the escape road and keeps clear of contact.
Yeah.
She just about kept up the wall, so hopefully they'll be able to recover from there at least.
Just about screwed up on speed, didn't it, with the drift? Was he just overtake for position then as he got past Timish? Couldn't quite tell. So that was a pulse bit of teamwork for blue flag help there.
So, all seems pretty steady in the world of GT3.
As it ever gets, anyway.
Yeah.
It's quite as a spa race
As it gets. Yeah. Bring the rain back.
Yeah, come on, Johnny, bring some rain. Solzex got in chat to Tom, a man after your own heart. If I see a yellow flag in the sector ahead, I usually try and go faster. I might make a position if I go through there fast enough.
One moment I will never forget was, I think it was the GT4s a while ago at Silverstone. It was Johnny, of course. There was just the mother of all pile-ups in front, GT3s and GT4s. Me and Johnny were at the GT4s, I believe. And yeah, the man just keeps it pinned and makes up like 6 positions. I think it was like on the exit of Cops or like in the first bit of Maggots or something. Ridiculous. But,
brave. Good job it wasn't real racing, but
yeah. But
oh dear,
ooh.
That's the leader in the wall.
I wonder if he managed that.
Well, good job to the replay.
I'm not used to this. We don't get this luxury on AC. Just have to try and guess.
So that's good work though. If you call for replay and it happened, as he's coming up Radion then. Not too bad so far. Oh,
yeah.
Just too much bump.
yeah.
Can't believe he's kept that at the wall. That's just gone in a straight line along the grass. That's incredible.
Yeah. I wonder if that is tyre pressures, like you said. I wonder if now the weather's gone down again, whether they're underinflated.
There's a little bit of a brown overalls moment, that one.
It looked like he kept too brave a line over the top because he cut a lot of the left-hander, didn't he? And came across as the camera angle switched, but yeah, not good. Psycho in chat, hello to you too. And so it's about to get his wheel on Monday too. Excellent. I can't believe it's finally turned up for you. You've been waiting for that a hell of a long time. What wheel is it you're getting? Is it a Logitech? Can't quite remember. And Sharpie from TSRC. Race has definitely been wild. It's been non-stop action, weather changes, permanent yellow flags. What more do you want?
Action or stress? Sure.
Looks like it's gone quite dull. Is it going to rain, Dad? There's some cars with headlights on all of a sudden.
Yeah. So, I wonder what the weather's going to change to.
Maybe the snow or fog's incoming. Incidentally, if anyone was wondering why car 33 was disqualified, they had final warning, 4 penalties with 2 big penalties, and disqualified due to amount of penalties acquired under 3 hours.
Ouch.
So yeah, hopefully it didn't actually cost anyone big, but yeah.
Kind of hoisting your honest.
Gotta be honest, I didn't quite catch that bit.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, really bad.
Hoisted on the tard there, to be honest.
I think you said hoist on your own petard. I'm just going to agree because I didn't quite catch that. There we go, battle for third, I guess this is part of, guys. We've got Buckley in 6th, who's 7 seconds behind third. Incredible. Really incredible 3 hours to be this close. Especially in lap traffic.
Yeah, hopefully they can continue all the way to the end. Because we've got 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, even kind of 7, 8, all in contention. One mistake, one pit stop, that's it.
Yeah, one misjudged tyre change in weather conditions.
Mm.
Dan, I don't know if I missed it, but is there any change in weather coming, or is it just dark, like cloudy? Good choice of wheel, Souls. G29, that's my wheel still. And the oNiD 24 hours is a yearly event which we do at Indy as some kind of tradition.
I did think that, I was wondering. Ooh,
Goes around the outside, but didn't quite
Wrong
make
move.
it stick. Yep. But look at that train. That's 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, all one after the other almost. See,
I would hate to be a GT4 in all that.
I'd hate to be in this queue because I'd be terrified as the the Fry guys can't force them to grasp by that GT4 McLaren. On a knife's edge at the minute.
It's funny.
Radion is going to have to get past, otherwise he's going to lose so much time going uphill. Yeah, he's got it done.
Just about gets it done, yeah. Yeah, it's funny. I'm like watching the obviously the stream we get, and then the one on YouTube, which is 30 seconds behind. The gap was huge like 30 seconds ago, and now they're all on each other.
Yeah, it's tricky. Who's going to blink first, or have these all come out of the pits? If some car's not pitted, we don't quite have that information, but car 9's pitted, but we're not quite sure who's got a pit out this train from 3rd to 8th. I hope this carries on. I hope they're all on the same pit strategy.
Same.
Yes, Souls God, we do have to wait another 10 months for another 24 hours. But it gives us 11 months to recover, because it is quite an ordeal, especially for Ben and Johnny, who tend to do the whole 24 hours.
Do we have Ben in the background for this one, doing stewarding?
I think he's doing stewarding. Let me just check.
Poor guy.
Loop here asking for any particular car you want to look at as we go on to 4th, who's also in this big battle. And Javier Marquez has a battle for the lead in his hands as well. That car right behind him is also for the lead. 0.8 seconds difference.
Is that an inter-team battle as well?
It looks, yeah, definitely is. Look at that from the helicopter shot. Yep, full sim sport.
Interesting. Wonder which car will get precedence. Certainly seems like, because that gap was quite big, certainly seems like car number 15 is the faster car at the minute.
Is that a result of that off spin he had over the top of the hill?
Yeah, good point actually.
Very good point, yeah.
Tyres that are scrubbed quite badly. You'd hope a 12-hour race to come down to team orders, but you also hope in a 12-hour race teammates didn't crash, so hopefully they can manage that one well.
The team orders really come into play was in for a start.
You'd hope they're allowed to race. As we almost hit the 3-hour mark of the race, everyone, so we're a quarter of the way through now. Good going. You're a quarter of the way there, everyone.
Don't say it, Alex. Don't say the end is in sight.
I don't need to now, you said it. Yeah, so as we head to the 9 hours remaining mark at 3:11 PM Belgian time, I think we're going to go for an ad break, everyone, so yeah, sit tight. We'll be back. And we are back. I'm still Alex Parkin. I'm still joined by Tom Stocks and Ben's patchy internet, shall we say, who's interjecting when he can. How are we doing, guys? We holding on in?
Yeah.
Good. Still
I
got
think
Dan
that little
off-
blip. I think that little blip we caught from Ben was him saying, "Yeah."
Oh, dear.
Oh man, I hope we can get it sorted. It'd be nice to just be able to talk to you more than just the brief
Yeah.
seconds we get between like spikes. We've still got Dan on cameras. He's in it for the long haul tonight, or this afternoon into tonight. We've still got a battle on track, guys, as well after that ad break. We've got Cassilis in 9th leading this little trio, G Morris in 10th, and Aidan Carter who we're on board with in 11th. The McLaren trio. The leader's dropping down. I think they must be in the pits actually. They've gone from Javier Marquez has gone from 1st to 8th, so they've taken the pit stop. Still on schedule. All going well for them.
That was a lot.
Really is impressive to see, isn't it? Like 8th, all the way up to 3rd for podium positions, all scrapping away.
I really do hope this is a on-strategy battle. As if half of them have to pit out of sync, then it could spoil our fun. Well, they won't care about that right now. Aidan Carter goes to the inside, but Morris blocks him off, and Aidan Carter has to back out. Probably for the best. I think that could have been a pretty horrific accident if they committed to the overtake.
Yeah, but as car 66... Oh, there we go.
Behind.
Car 66 was have gone off, yeah.
I don't
There we
wonder if he outbraked himself. He just disappeared all of a sudden.
Yeah. I thought that as well. Interesting.
Well, Aidan Carter's got a position. I guess that's the kind of best overtake on you can have, guys. One by default where the opposition makes a mistake. But yeah, he's up into the top 10.
Yeah, couldn't be much easier for him.
Gave him a little scare as he closed the door. Morris going into the corner, but yeah. Whoa, another on-track battle. Look at this. This is a three-way for second
gonna
position.
be-
Too wide into the first corner. Gibson takes the inside line, and he gets it done. And someone's been a very opportunistic move into 4th or 5th. I've not no idea what position these are for. There's so many cars battling, but just enjoy it. Let's hope we can get through a Rouge unscathed. We're riding with McCord, who's currently sitting 4th. So this is 3rd, 4th, and 5th, I'm told. I'm sorry, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, as they all follow line of stern.
4
Yes. McCord's got
BMW
the
looks to have got a
overspeed.
good run.
It's a chunky boy, that BMW. Goes to the outside, and the Ferrari's very good on the brakes, but not good through the corner. Free position. That four-way's now become a three-way. McCall to onto the podium, and I think that was took. Yeah. Oh, no, Bailey or Garcia it would have been. Josh Bailey down to 7th.
Yep.
That's crazy. So he was
Yes,
3rd. Makes one little mistake, and it cost him 4 positions. You'd love to see it. Well, he doesn't, but we do.
Oh, yeah, that's my catchphrase.
Oh, I'm sorry, Camry, for the misgender. Aidan Carter prefers the they them pronouns. My apologies.
These two side pretty much all the Eau Rouge. Or through Eau Rouge, and now they're still side by side coming in.
Battle of the brakes, 2 identical cars. And Aidan Carter, they get it done very nicely. Come out of that with a hefty gap. And they're well inside the top 10 now.
Nicely done. Very nicely done.
Tim Bob wanting a sad trombone for that little mistake we saw earlier.
Tim Bob loves the soundboard far too much.
It can be funny, but it can also be very annoying at times. Especially when we've got some Adam D commentary isms on the soundboard.
Nice. Am I on
Did you-
there?
I don't No, actually, let me have a look.
For the best. There's some GT4s start getting involved in this, this train we're seeing here. No immediately obvious moves. Ooh, but it appears the Ferrari gets a massive run.
Pretty quick when it gets going, that Ferrari, as Tom dips off to cop.
Yep, massive frog in my throat. Really well timed.
He thought about a dive bomb there. He was quite close to make that one.
Yeah, the BMW looks like it just crushed the Ferrari with not much effort. It's big. Good old battle as they come up to lap traffic. Ferrari on the inside, Garcia got his nose at the inside. Very good on the brakes, carries the speed through. Lovely, lovely stuff. BMW barely left the door off, but Garcia managed to take advantage and get himself on the podium now. Superb little bit of driving.
Yeah, very nicely done. Lots of respect shown.
Yeah, did well not to collect either of them or the lap traffic or anything. It was, yeah, good to see.
Just noticing that weird like pitot tube thing on the top of the Ferrari. That's weird, isn't it? Like a,
Yeah.
what is that?
I was going to ask you what does it do, but obviously you don't know either.
Well, if it is a pitot tube, it's to measure like air density. But why? That's why you see them on the front of the F1 cars. But why it's on that high up? Maybe it's a little periscope.
Is it not the aerial of some description?
The aerials tend to not have that like forward pointing thing. They tend to be like, they just look like regular car aerials, really.
Yeah. But there's no aerial. Other cars have one, don't they? In game? Oh, that's an awkward one on the grass. Gets from the outside. I don't know how they managed to turn each other, but John Betton's got a position. No, he doesn't. The BMW's going back. BMW's got the inside line to the first corner. Buddy's got a Camaro in the way. Camaro's got to be careful not to cause obstruction. He does so well to get out of it. Let's get a replay as they're coming to the bus stop again. Wow.
They were absolutely lit up. Are you there?
Yeah, look at all that traffic.
Oh, nicely done.
Another code brown. Whoa. Yeah, I don't know how no one made was a massive accident, but good effort by everyone involved in that one.
Yeah, lots of respect shown to the Camaro as well, which as a GT4 driver, as someone who likes GT4s, that's nice to see, because often we just... GT3s just hit us.
Just drive through.
Yeah.
That's the thing with the Camaro, it's so big, you can't do that.
Yeah. Drive under it.
Yeah. So, a couple of answers in chat. One, Tim Bob saying it's a pressure sensor on the Ferrari. Ilpo Rustalainen saying it's a pitot tube.
Yeah, that's why I said a pitot tube, which is a pressure sensor, so they're both right, but why there?
Just Ferrari things.
Weird.
AMQ 55, the Bimmer brakes so early. He was going up to lap traffic, so he was. You don't just want to plough through those lap cars.
Hey, even if you do brake early, it's still the responsibility of the car behind. I do believe.
Yeah, it's,
You don't want a time penalty in got.
yeah, you definitely don't want to get a time penalty when the battle's this intense. Yeah, because look, we've still got 2nd to 8th within about 15 seconds of each other. It's phenomenal. Long may it continue.
Certainly. Lots of cars in different tows as well. So, the 823, the Porsche, this the Mercedes with the fastest lap, they're all probably pulling each other along.
Yeah,
You see here, go through Podium.
Betten gets ahead of the BMW. Got a replay.
Ooh, nicely done there. That's a strong, risky squeeze. Again, just respect shown.
Yeah, taking absolutely no prisoners, are they? Graham Morris now in 11th. He's right on the back of Cassilis in 10th. Castless, I don't know if it's due to pit soon or if he's pitted early and is just dropping back on pace, but they seem to be losing a few positions this stint. They were running, I think, 8th when they came out of the pits, but they're in a battle for 11th now.
Yeah, it's almost a shame that like in British GT we have like Pro and Am and Silver, so each driver has like a rating and you group them on that, so you know like, oh, maybe this car's dropping down because the fast guy was in it and now the slow guy's in it. Obviously that's a lot of work for us to do, but I wonder if it is just something like that, like the pace of the drivers is different.
Yeah, quite possible. McCord getting held up by traffic, Betten and McCord. Whoa, that KTM's not back now. The lawnmower, as he gets the job done, going into, is it who won?
You called it the lawnmower because it looks like one, or
Yes.
because it was on the grass quite a bit earlier?
Apparently because it looks like one.
It does look a bit like a Roomba, actually, as well, I think.
Yeah, jump back to Aidan Carter in 8th position to go for the gap car. In a bit of no man's land, 37 seconds behind 7th, and the 2 cars behind him on track behind them have pitted, I should say. Apologies again, Aidan. Yeah, they've found themselves a bit of a gap. Can be hard to focus at this point in the race, can't it, if you're in that position? No direct battles.
Yeah, this is where they've kind of excelled, though. Like, this clean air, churn out the laps, no dramas. That's what's paid them dividends so far, and I think that's it will continue to do so.
Yeah, so go back to all the battles around the Cat's Beak in 11th, battling Chavez. There's Castellas Pits as well, we were just talking about. So yeah, we're reaching to the end of the stint times, it looks like, because there's 4 cars in the pits right now, and we've seen quite a lot jump into the pits in the last 5 minutes, so it's yeah, it'll be interesting to see if these battles can continue post pit stop or if someone can pull a blinder and get the jump. But I know it's been a while since you've played the game, and Ben, you don't actually play the game at all, but would you be tempted to double stint tyres at this point?
I'll let Ben answer first.
Yeah. I'm tempted, but I'm not sure what the tyre life is like, to be honest. So it's always the difficult option, isn't it? If you double stint, then you can save the time in the pit stop, but are you going to just be making yourself vulnerable towards the end of the tyre life? But given the has been
that's brave.
Whoa!
Threads the needle and catches Chavez off guard and takes 10th position with a pretty stunning move down the back straight.
That's one of those moves where if you do it and you make it stick, you look like a hero, but if anything goes wrong... Ooh!
Oh dear.
Oh, this is car 666.
Triple. That's a texture jewel.
Yeah, traffic's flowing quickly, so where are we going? We're into approaching the bus stop then, by the looks of things. Oh no, after Radion. Pretty relaxed so far, a bit of damage, might cause issues.
Yeah.
High side of it on the curve.
Bonk.
Yeah, that could be a pit stop job perhaps.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Just made me chuckle when you see like a car like that with all of the kind of hard to reach bits, like the nooks and crannies with like the orange livery inside, because I just imagine if you told a guy to actually put that livery on, he would just tell you to F off.
Yes.
Ooh! Bit of contact there.
It looked like there might have been, but it didn't react, did it, the car in front?
Yeah.
Still battling. New fastest lap, Jordan Watson, 2:18.1. That is the car in 5th place, the full Sim Sport team.
Yeah,
pretty good lap time.
No rain expected for 30 minutes. Believe that when I see it.
It's gone pretty dark.
However, then it will be a torrential downfall.
Yes.
Cammy asking for me to say Van der Cat speak, but in the tune of Thundercats. I'll leave you to do that when you come back on air, Cammy, in about 45 minutes time.
I've got my excuse. I'm too young for Thundercats. Never watched it.
That's correct.
Yeah, I'm struggling to think of the tune. I can't. It doesn't come to mind.
Microphone
lead.
holds out. Right.
There you go. Your leader's in the pits as well on the 80th lap, Lapano.
Vander, that's me. And I have regrets.
It sounded even funnier from my perspective because he's just chopping in between the legs. Dan, do you have a graphic for snow? I know we've got one for rain, but chat's requesting one. There we go, right in queue.
Ooh, is that a drive-through for car 917?
Oh, but Ben, sorry, thank you very much for the graphics. Good to know we haven't somehow managed to program snow into this game, even though it isn't one of the choices.
You never know. When it starts to get on a bit and, drivers get a bit tired, they might want a different kind of stuff. Anyway. Yeah. For any F1 fans watching, by the way, pit race starts in 7 minutes.
Come on, Tom. There's more action in this race than there is in that sprint race.
To be fair, yeah, probably.
It's annoying this season because it's had a really disjointed start with Canada and Imola being Canada, China and Imola being cancelled, so you've had some weird gaps. Verstappen's running over the title, but then behind Verstappen you've got a really good battle. It's just barely getting any coverage.
Yeah, it's I was talking to someone earlier about this. Why, for some reason, this season, even though it's a similar situation to, say, 2020, feels so much less interesting than 2020.
Yeah. I don't know why.
I don't know whether it's because the W11 was like the fastest car ever, or it was just nice to see some F1 in all the COVID mess. But, yeah, like, even though the two seasons were both equally dominated, it's just crap.
I suppose at least in that season, Bottas did have a strong start to the year, and even though you probably knew in your heart of hearts he was not going to win the title, he did at least put up something of a battle at this point.
But like, yeah, maybe. Yeah, seeing the new McLaren cars pretty much an Aston Martin.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah.
It's amazing how quickly that's flipped to Aston Martin being a car to copy.
Yeah, honestly, I have
the Maserati gets
Ooh.
close. Sorry, Tom.
That's alright, this will be an interesting race. That Maserati is a handful, so to make an overtake in it is not easy.
Yeah, Strukovic really brave for taking this on in a long race. I'm just trying to look how many drivers are in that car. How many mad heads he's got with him in car 218. There's 3 of them.
Is he going to dummy a move to the inside? No. Just keeps it.
Whoa! Ooh. Nearly gives him a shunt as he goes into the pits. That battle's over. Geese pits. No more formation flying for Geese, which puts Strukovic into 37th. And on to the third step of the GT4 podium. And thank you for the subscription, TR3 Saw.
Yeah, so here we have British Petroleum scrapping away with the 181 Ferrari. Or is that? I'm remembering them by the liveries. Oh yeah, this Ferrari here, this blue and black and white one. We've seen this in actually quite a few fights so far. It's done well to keep its nose clean.
It's an almighty scrap for perhaps the last podium spot. Perhaps even first, because looking at the gaps now, first to fourth are separated by 6 seconds, and there's not a huge gap down to 8th from there.
I think this is one of the few times as well where we've not got a Paul SimSport car in the lead. Could be wrong.
Good point.
But I don't think 42 is Paul SimSport. Again,
really play ACC. You know, and Ferrari and that, or it's just that they're shiny.
Something about Ferrari then.
So I think it was how good the cars are, the new cars possibly.
Mm.
The new Ferrari seems really good at some tracks. It's very stable at
Yeah.
all of them, but it's excellent at like this and a few others. I'd guess by the number
Yeah.
of Ferraris. Lambo's been buffed because it had the wrong weight assigned to it when it was added to the game. So
Right.
I think I had like maybe even up to either 20 or 80 kilograms ballast, like weight taken off it. I can't remember which, but that's really good on brakes, but quite a handful. And the Porsche's just a better Porsche. The can spin out and kill you, but it is pretty good if you know how to drive it.
BMW is still competitive.
Less than it first came out, but still pretty good.
That's
Not
alright then.
great,
Take
but pretty good. That's it to say it. Oh, is it because there's little son of the UC4? And the new McLaren's good. I've not driven that. Whoa!
Ooh.
I thought I got through alright then, and came proper.
Yeah, that's a bit clumsy. Wonder if we're starting to see some fatigue from the drivers. So obviously, the same drivers been in until now, and we're getting pretty tired.
Yeah, just looking at the driver list, doesn't appear to be many North American drivers. There's an all-Indian team, Car 96 Rahal Racing,
Right.
but there's a couple a Colombian, Egyptian. There are drivers from around the world. Drake Cruz from the Philippines and his teammate Clafana. There are drivers from around the world, but not a huge number of North Americans. Everyone's on a similar time frame, or time zone, I should say.
I could see the Ginetta, the Tyre Sim Racing Esports Rookies, car number 182 is actually all American. But obviously there's flipping like 3 different time zones in America, so how rough they're feeling right now could be any one of them.
I suppose whoever took the start of the race, what would it be, like a 6 a.m. start, depending where he is?
Yeah. So the time on the west coast now. Oh god, I hope they are on the west coast. I know that's New Zealand. Come on, Google. There we go, America. This is way too complicated. I don't want to do maths. Just tell me what it is.
Look at the time in California right now. Rate suspense on stream. There's
Half 7.
£7. There we go.
Whereas if New York is East Coast, isn't it?
Yeah, so that'll be like 10 a.m., 10:30 a.m.
Yeah.
I think that's 5 hours.
5-second penalty for the 218 car.
Ooh.
A good spot. And your internet held up for that whole sentence, Ben.
I
We're making
know.
progress.
Oh,
It's when you get excited, keep it low, very low energy, and your internet can handle that. It's back. There's, I think, a drive-through from P21, so that'll cost them in the mid-pack.
That 5-second penalty, that is for the PLR Esports, the 218 car. That is the Maserati GT4.
And Dan reliably informs me here, we've just seen an overtake for the lead, which we all missed while we're talking. Alan Drake Cruz for Pole Sim Sport has overall lead of the race. He's one of the Filipino drivers in the field. And we were talking about the AM Series earlier, Tom. He is a graduate from that from many months ago.
Oh, really?
Yes. I think, if it's the right person, I think he's 11 years old as well, so... Phenomenal talent.
What?
Yeah, exactly. So he signed up for the AM Series. 10, sorry, not 11.
Mac.
Signed up for the AM Series, was really quick. Obviously we did streams and his dad was in the stream watching him like, cool, he's pretty young, and then he said he was 10 and he was wiping the floor with everyone as Chris Ferris has spun at a very awkward spot and is going to do well to escape from that. Can't quite get on replay, but good work by the pack to avoid. Whoa!
Yeah, that is a blind corner, if ever there was one. Obviously,
Just off the racing line, but not by much.
Yeah, obviously you're heavy on the brakes coming into that corner as well, so you really don't have much control over the car there.
At least there is a good runoff area, so you can just bail and go across that tarmac on the left, I suppose. But yeah, it's not good if you see it late. And yes, Sam, he is an absolute alien. As a man in my mid-30s, it's inevitable these days, but it's always sad when someone a lot younger than you just wipes the floor with you in terms of talent straight away.
It's just thoroughly depressing, isn't it?
Exactly. As we go on board with John Betton, who's in it. Well, he's on the podium, but he's just been overtaken for second. Let's have a look. A pulse going through no name downhill. Not on a conventional overtaking spot, that one is at the exit of that corner, but very well done by Watson. And thank you, CJ Hess, for the subscription.
I almost wonder if the purple Ferrari there just backed out to try and save time, because, you know, although racing's fun, it does cost you in the long run. So, I wonder if they were just thought, better leave it, stick to my race, and just crack on.
Yeah, I feel like they're on a similar pit strategy, so it probably isn't worn out tyres, but yeah, made it quite easy in the end. Dennis Suarez in 11th, another battle. This seems to be the most fought of a spot, guys, isn't it, Ben and Tom? The 10th position. It always seems to change hands every time we jump over the car in 10th.
He's looking at that. Oof.
Bit of lag as well to contend.
Yeah,
that was a ropey line.
Both diving around the GT4 there.
Looks up the inside at the end of the straight, but ducks back in the line and thinks better of it, the Tier SimRacing esports team. Yep, I feel you there, Sam. I'm plodding around at rookie's pace. Just do it on a Sunday where I get battered in terms of pure pace. Congratulations on winning the gloves last month, by the way, Sam, as well. Good effort.
I did see the oNiD gloves. They look pretty cool.
Yeah, they are lovely. I didn't bother pre-ordering because I just don't. My wheel's not power enough to use them.
Yeah. It's always one of those things though. Like if you go karting every now and again with like just your mates or something, having your own pair of gloves is nice because you know Mr. Suarez there thinks about a move. It's always nice having your own gloves instead of getting the weird rental ones out the bin.
That's true.
Oh, the mental image that bro.
Yeah, it's like the borrowed PE kit when you forget yours. It's cool.
Yeah, the leftover bin of shame.
Yeah.
So headlights are still on for a lot of cars, but I guess we've got no rain. Suarez
Thinking outside there, but for
risking a track limit warning on that line, I'd suggest. It's the inside, but that Porsche is too good on the brakes, driven by D. Dawson, but goes quite deep in corner one. Suarez goes to the cutback, approaching the hairpin now. Quite a short run. Right on the back tail of that Porsche. Will he go for a cutback or try and stand at the inside? He goes for the inside. Porsche goes outside. Suarez just has to outdo on the brakes and he's got 10th. And there we go. Dawson doesn't quite have the speed for a switchback, and he's going to have to follow him up Radion and down the straight into the chicane. As we've got your former team, Tom, also driven by Tom, in a bit of trouble.
It's just stopped.
Oh. Yeah. I wonder if that's technical troubles. I wonder if that's like a steering wheel disconnect or something.
I mean, if it has a tech failure, he's got quite lucky because he's not cannon into the walls at full speed. So
yeah.
Hopefully they can get that resolved soon. But that's the Alpine that was running in the 40th position, I think, in trouble.
Yeah. Doing quite well.
Yeah,
That was a shame.
Yeah, keep an eye out for you as we go on board with mine Reinhardt, who's now running 40th, and that Alpine has gone. And they've disconnected from the server.
That is a shame.
Those guys. Hopefully they can get back in. 8.5 hours left. There's still time to pick up the time lost.
Yeah, I'm sure the GT4 drivers from the Maserati downwards will be pleased with that though, because they're all still pretty tightly bound. Maserati only 13 seconds behind the Ginetta, and obviously the gap's gone, but I'm pretty sure that the Ginetta behind that and the Mercedes not too far behind. Hard to know like the gaps beyond that though, because ACC does its annoying +8 laps thing, but there we go, 26 seconds. So the gap gets a bit bigger behind there, but still plenty to be gained.
Yeah, it would be good to have a relative timing tower just like F1 does, but yeah, they get the job done. The graphics, I guess, in ACC more often than not.
It is a hard thing to do. It's that TSL thing I mentioned that we have in British GT earlier. That does something similar. And timing is hard. It is a hard thing to do.
Yeah, there's so much going on. Well, I guess just in real life, a racetrack's a big thing, isn't it? It's miles and miles of tarmac. You've got to get sensors and whatever else to operate around. It's tricky.
Yeah, I don't know how they do it. I really don't. Ooh, battle brewing here though. What is this? This is the KTM and McLaren.
I'm getting.
Tell you what though, looks like the Alpine's rejoined and isn't dead last, so I think they will take that as the KTM goes off.
Oh, nearly hits a GT3.
Bit hip and
And nearly it does hit a GT3 in the background.
Bit
That's a mobile chicane for someone on the racing line. Hopefully doesn't cause anyone else to get involved. That's an awkward spot. Got to try and get off the track safely, and just about does. Now we'll get a replay of it now.
Definitely tap from past.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Good spot.
Bit of a hip. They'd say in rugby.
Such a awkward spot to get on the grass because you're carrying so much speed and it got to pass safely in the blue flags, and that's why.
Yeah. Didn't leave much room for the KTM there. I'm not sure KTM could have done much, if anything.
Yeah, you can't disappear. It's got to be. You got to give room. Oh. Yeah, very unlucky with the initial tap to put on the grass because you just can't. You're carrying so much speed, you can't stamp on the brakes, without it's going to cause a much worse incident.
It's in here, but I think it was just little exacerbated by the speed.
Yeah, it's a bad mixture of events as we get a 10-second penalty for car 69. That's not very nice, causing a collision with 714.
That is the BMW M4 GT3. The Ronnie Lands. That can't be right. I'm sorry. Esport team Denmark.
At least that part's much easier to say.
Yeah.
What car was that, Tom? I'll just have a look.
That was the car 69.
Which name we're trying to pronounce?
The word that begins with K.
Kronlians? If there are any Scandinavian people in chat, please feel free to correct us. Oh, good point by Alan Racing in chat. That little incident we just saw with the KTM, the race lead was almost involved in that one.
Were they?
Apparently so, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't spot that. That could have been very bad indeed.
Yeah, very unfortunate time. As we've got a special guest join us in the commentary box. I don't know if he's quite ready to talk yet, but hello, Johnny.
Oh, I don't know about special.
A guest.
I don't know about guest.
How you doing, Johnny? How's your stint in the car been?
I did about 25 minutes.
Nice.
That's about as much as I've done in the car so far.
Whoa!
Oh,
Massive Sean.
that
Oh,
was
no.
huge. Who was that? Suarez?
It's a very.
Garcia. 6th place in a lot of trouble, already down to 8th. Let's get a replay of that one. Sorry, Johnny, we'll get back to you in a minute. And trying to lap traffic. Does he have a failure? He just slows down. Are they out of fuel? Is it a tech failure?
Oi.
It looks like an absolutely killed the Mercedes. It does look like a tech failure.
Yeah.
It was just veering left and right on the grass, wasn't it? It didn't really make a lot of sense.
Oh, that car has been through the walls these last few hours, but it's managed to keep its nose clean until it really didn't.
And I think they've quit. I cannot see them on the leaderboard anymore, so whether that is a terminal tech failure or not, hopefully they can rejoin, but cost them a lot, regardless of what the
Yeah.
outcome is.
That's definitely an RTG shunt at the very best.
Very strange. Yes, how was your grueling 25 minutes in the car, Johnny?
Yeah, it was it was raining when I got in, and then I got murdered a couple of times, and then it started to dry up, so we made the decision to put a Sam in the car, because I'm basically here just for a bit of wet running.
Fair.
That's
enough.
my role in the team. But if it stays dry, that we'll I think me and Steve are going to finish the race off later on, so let Sam and Trinket do their bits in a minute. But we put Sam back in the car, and then three wide. Go on. No.
Jeanette
Janetta
bails
comes
out.
off first.
Ben Pete as well to save that one.
So yeah, then we put Sam in the car, and we hadn't put enough fuel in it, so we had to do a splash and dash to put some fuel in. So. But luckily, we're down in, I think we're 20, or we're back to 19th now. Some cars around us got stop goes, and obviously we're slightly off strategy compared to others at the minute. So yeah, we're doing good. Sam's been absolutely solid in that car. Really good. He hasn't been about for ages racing ACC, and he's just stepped in and been solid, doing solid times. We're going to have Trinket going in for a couple of hours next, and Trinket's been rapid. So I'd like to think we can get a top 15 out of it if all goes well.
Hopefully, man. What is that? Sorry, is this the car on screen now? The P20 car?
Yes.
Yeah, that's us.
Yeah, so you're in touch with that top 15 train, I'd say.
Yeah, I think it's a long way to go, isn't there? Anything can happen. I think if things go slightly our way, I think we'll, as long as we keep it clean and Stevie stays within track limits, we'll be fine.
It's true. Got to keep those track limit one saved up for those stints.
Absolutely. Hello, by the way. I obviously spoke to you earlier. I spoke to some of the guys earlier. Stocksy I spoke to. Stocksy, you're still here. What a legend.
Oh, yes. Figured it'd be best seeing as Ben's having a bit of spotty internet.
Is Ben running off of a hamster on a wheel internet?
Think so. And he can't defend himself, so.
And Alex,
Hello.
he can laugh. That's what he.
It's when he gets excited. It was fine when he was just reading the penalty off screen, but it lagged as soon as he tried to put emotion into his voice afterwards.
Oh dear. Of all the days for things to not work properly.
Yeah, that was fine, and then you get excited, talk about the race, and it cuts up. It's weird.
Ooh.
I know what it might be. I wonder if I can change something so it's a bit easier on you.
Have a look. Whoa! It does well not to collect anyone else, but that's in an awkward spot. Hopefully can get out of it without a further incident.
Yeah, that GT3 flying by just as the Janetta lost it. That's very lucky.
This is the
Change
trouble.
the bit rate, Ben, so you might be finding it a bit better now.
Suspense.
No.
Nope.
No.
That's negative.
No.
The dual suspense of watching that Janetta try and rejoin, and if Ben's connection improved, was too much.
How's the race been going, boys? So I've not really been paying attention because I've been with my team and focusing on Sam. Is Paul still leading the way?
Yes, they are 1-2 at the minute. But it's been a great watch. You can see the deltas on the left there. There's not many that are massive. It's all like a few seconds here and there. As the car just decides to take a different corner.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the car 42 up in third. I was matching his pace in the wet.
There you go.
Gives me hope at least. We want it to rain. Can we start doing rain dances, please?
Yeah.
You set the server up, I assume, Johnny. Do you know what the chance of more mixed weather is, or...?
Well, after the first couple of hours, it was very cyclable, and I thought, oh no, it's a new Mazzano. We're just going to have rain every 30 minutes. But there is chance. Obviously, the rain has been and gone, but there is chance that there will be rain throughout the session. So the rain could come back. It's going a bit cloudy, so the rain could most certainly be back soon.
Yeah, and obviously Ben confirmed there were no snow during the next half hour, so that's good to know. That'll put your mind at rest. Car 221 gets a 10-second penalty for a collision. Too many penalties on screen at the minute, which is good to see. It's settled down a bit now, the race.
Just some information for you guys. That car that took out the AMG, or was it the Alpine, seems to have had a fatal error on his ACC.
Oh,
No.
got in. Do you know if they're back in the race? I saw they were rejoined at one point and they weren't too far down. So I'm hoping they could continue, as gutting as that is. Yeah, there they are, look, C45.
I've just noticed something. I've never had so many commentators all in the box all at once, all sat here.
Yeah.
This is ridiculous.
I'm barely a commentator.
Yeah, well, 3.5.
But I see Hydra's just joined as well, and obviously Cammy's waiting in the wings as well to take over. So, and obviously Dan's here. Are you okay, Dan? I know you won't be able to come on stream, but are you okay? Do you need anything? He says he's all right. Do you need anything? Where are you, Whedon or Dav? I'll see if I can bail out my team. He's in Daventry. I'll bail out my team and come say hello.
You've done your 25 minutes, Johnny. What more do they want from you?
that's standard Johnny, that is. That's Johnny at Bathurst levels, that is. And tell me, you were part of that race, weren't you?
What race?
That was the RCI one. Was it me, you, and Dave in the GT4s at Bathurst? I did 20 minutes and crashed like 4 times. I was like, that's it, I'm done.
I think it was. No, I was watching. I think it was Greg.
Oh, was it?
I remember that though.
Oh, this is interesting going up to a route. Sorry, guys.
So that's a lot of cars in not much space.
That Jeanette's got a lot of.
Oh no!
Oh dear, that's a big crash into the wall. Daniel Santo from 15 in big trouble. Let's have a look.
How has he missed everyone as well? Oh!
So I think that is the car that collected the Mercedes earlier as well.
No, it's a different one.
Ferrari.
Yeah, different one.
Cost him 2 positions already, but he's got to limp round a long old lap at Spa to get back and repair, because that car will not be drivable. But it should be in the pit window, hopefully. 8 hours 15 left.
But just to touch on the guy that did collect the Mercedes that had that fatal error, Garcia, he is actually back in the server and just exiting the pits.
Ah, good. We get a replay of a Ferrari in a bit of trouble at the bus stop as well. Cam is doing a rain dance for you in chat, Johnny.
Thanks, Cammy.
She'll have a spicy commentary period if it happens.
It's really weird at the minute because obviously I'm not in the server because obviously server limitations and everything. Oh, that's just unlucky. But I'm currently playing Diablo 4 on my Xbox on one of my other screens, so I've just got eerie demon music while everyone's talking.
That's just what happens when this and the commentators get in the comments box, Johnny. Twiz in chat is asking a question I don't know the answer to. They had a fatal error in the game crash. If this happens, are we able to do a driver swap on the track, or does it have to be in the pits?
Oh, good time.
So
I think
when
it'll be pits, won't it?
Yeah, so when you rejoin, driver 1 has to go out and do a lap, and then you have to do your driver swap. You have to come back in the pits to do your driver swap. You can't use the command in the race session, unfortunately.
There you go. Probably not the news you wanted, but hopefully you can get some issues resolved soon. Ooh, Ed and Howard in a bit of trouble. Whoa! Tokyo drift on the tarmac.
All kicking off.
Yeah, that bonnet looks a bit flappy. Although it's not pitted, so it can't be too bad. There does appear to be a gap in it there. Tunnel gap. And we have a 10-second penalty for car 185. Just as I say, we've had a quiet period of penalties. We rack up a few in the last 10 minutes.
Stewarding team have woke up, obviously got a bit bored.
Yeah.
Quick fire some penalties.
Yeah.
So that car 185, that is the Fire Sim Racing Esports, the Ferrari that we saw in that tangle.
Good spot. Battle at the front, we saw a train running from 2nd to 8th. Not too long ago, that's opened up a bit. We've got a 44-second gap between Carter in 5th and BP in 6th, so that train's broken up a bit unfortunately. We're hoping we'd see that go for the whole 12 hours, but it's settled down a bit for now.
Be wary of saying that, Alex. Every time I've said it, it really doesn't.
Well, if I say it enough, it'll rain or something, so we'll
Yeah.
see what happens.
Don
Good to see
looks
it.
to be coming out now, though. Teams might have to factor that into tyre pressures.
Yeah, a couple of cars have already pitted, haven't they, as well, so it could mess up their tyre pressures quite a bit.
Yes.
Twiz, driver one's staying in the car and they're going for another stint, so good to see you carrying on. Hopefully it's not fatal to your race hopes, but I guess that's the parallel run these long endurance races. We don't have car failures really, but real life tech can let you down sometimes, unfortunately.
Yeah, there's keeping your nose clean, having the pace, and then just dumb luck.
Yeah, especially with that wheel issue.
Yeah.
Had. I can't remember which car it was now, but yeah.
Sim racing equivalent of a fault.
And another penalty for car 666, so the penalties are really coming in thick and fast.
Ooh.
Have you prodded the Stewarding team, Johnny, here? Because they really have come to life.
Yeah. Just want to wake them all up.
Big props to the Stewarding team. I think they're doing the whole 12 hours, aren't they, as a group? There's no changeover there, is there?
Yeah, the only Camsport boys are doing the whole 12 hours. They're going to have breaks intermittently. There'll only be 2 people in there, but I was told them to shout me if they need any help. But yeah, they were quite happy when we set this up. You know, the best part of 2 and a bit months ago. They were like, "Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do the whole 12 hours. It's not long." So fair play to them.
And if you can get into the 24 as easy, John, you're onto a winner, because that really cuts down on the workload.
Oh, not mention the 24. I still have sleepless nights.
Well, someone in chat was wondering why we only have 1 a year. Like, well, it probably takes about 11 months to recover.
I was going to say it takes me 11 months to get back on any kind of sleep pattern.
Yellow flag out in the bus stop. There's a lot of cars piled up. I don't know if we can get a look at what's happened there. I just saw something on the track map. Lovely as that stream is.
Was that under a rouge? I had no idea
is.
that was there. Oh.
Yeah, because that's why it floods every year, isn't it? Because of that stream.
No idea. There you go.
Yeah,
Every day's a school day.
It's a nice shot, that Dan. Well
Very
played.
pretty camera angle, that wasn't it?
Dan's obviously got bored and just flicked a free cam on somewhere. Like, what can we find?
I think the I think this is the yellow flag I was talking about, but you're
That's one of
right.
the cars, isn't it?
That is a Pulse
Yeah.
AMG, and I think that's the one running second.
It was, yeah, that's the Mercedes. Hopefully they're both alright after that.
Oh, right,
No
for
rain
half an hour.
expected for 30 minutes.
Ooh.
Dance harder, Cammy, come on.
Anyone who think I've gone soft not having this much rain in a race?
Yeah, Jordan Watson third. That was the Pulse AMG.
So yeah, John Betton would have gone past him then. So I don't know what happened for him to have such a spin. That's unlike them. Oh god, it's this guy going to get a send. Oh, yeah, send it. Fine.
Took a big clout to the front left as well.
A couple of poor looking cars out there. Right on the back of John Betton for second there. Doesn't appear to have lost too much pace, the Pulse car.
Because the AMG's made of absolute cast iron.
Yeah.
It's like the Bentley. You can get 45 seconds of damage on the Bentley and it's still perfectly fine.
Everything else is off.
Yeah. Ping, ping, ping.
So quite a few people in chat trying to help us out with Eau Rouge. That's why it's called Eau Rouge. It stands for red water.
It's not red.
That's also what someone said. Yeah. It's where the blood flowed during World War One.
Oh, that's quite
Wow.
Yeah.
Quite morbid, really. Anyway!
Yeah. John Watson's got a battle in his hands for second all of a sudden after that accident.
Yeah, and it plays it easy. Let him go in.
Nearly gets the front end taken off as the car in second goes into the pit.
Did you see that one earlier where the guy went round the outside and then dived in the pits and took the nose off?
Yeah.
No? Oh no.
Yeah, they got a chuck penalty for that, didn't they?
Yeah. They decided to go round the outside of the chicane and then decided they want to go in the pits. It's like, well, where's the other guy going to go?
Is that Watson back up into second there?
Yeah, it was because Betton's gone into the pits. He'll be back up in second, but depends how much damage he's going to have, how that's affecting the car. But they coming up on a certain oNiD racing car.
Yeah, so I heard on the commentary when I joined the stream as fourth also pits by the McCord. Matt Holm was leading this race earlier. What happened? Was it a lap? Well, my question is, was there a big accident, or has he dropped off since, or?
No, so yeah. So he started on dries, stayed on dries, even through the rain. He was on dries. So everyone was pitting, and he managed to get into first. And stayed a stint entirely on dries when everyone was on wets, or he did a great job. And he then decided to send us into the last chicane, the bus stop chicane. So I went in to remind him that he was a sendy bitch, and I put him off, and he crashed through my the reason he's dropped down a little way is because I ended up scaring
You broke
him.
him.
Yes.
So
he hasn't spoke to me since.
Oh, he's got a drive through. Yep, Matt Holmes got a drive through right in queue.
Oh.
So you're the reason why he's not going to win the 12-hour race, then, Johnny. That one comment.
Pretty much. And then they put Luke Sherlock in the car, and then I got in the car and I passed them, but they're still ahead of us, so they're doing a good job. But I think the drive-through might help us a little bit because we're up to 18th.
Yeah, Sam Roughton doing a steady old job. Got you from about 20th, 21st up to 18th.
Yeah, it's been absolutely solid. So yeah, it's a good effort.
Sam Roughton actually matching the pace of the car in P5 and P4 and 3.
Oh wow,
do pretty well.
Going great guns.
Yeah, the P2 number 53 Pulse Sport Mercedes. It's actually just done a 2:20.6, so a reasonably fast lap. So actually, I think they're okay for damage. Obviously, it depends on back marks and stuff, but yeah, I think they'll be all right.
Yeah, 15.5 seconds to first place for them. Keeping on that gap as it progresses. I just realised it's nearly come to the end of my 2 hours in the commentary box. So you'll have Cammy back with you soon, and Paul O'Grady, not that one, will be joining, I think.
Yeah,
and I can go. It's my internet.
Yeah, go and zap the hamster. Make him run quicker, damn it.
When you're thinking you're going to be back in the car, Johnny, have you got a concrete plan ahead, or is it weather dependent?
No, I think very much the plan at the minute is Sam's going to come in any time in the next couple of minutes. I think Tringet's going to go in for 2 hours and double stint. And then I think me and Stevie are going to take on kind of a fair chunk of the end of the race. So I wouldn't be in for another probably 2 or 3 hours yet.
Okay, you got a bit more time to relax, I guess.
Yeah,
all being well.
Just chill and play Diablo.
Nice. How is the new Diablo game? I've not played it since Diablo 2.
Yeah, the new one's really good. Looks good. Looks good in 4K. For a top-down multiplayer game, it looks really good.
Oh, nice. I didn't realise it was still the top-down format like the old ones, to be honest. That's how little I've seen of it.
No, it's still top-down and very good. I'm going to leave you guys because I'm going to go and chill, but I'll pop back in later.
Very nice.
Yes, I'm also ending my stint.
So we'll see you guys very, very soon. Bye, guys.
Bye, Johnny. Good luck in the
Bye.
race. Yeah, just 4.5 minutes left for us. There's us 3 and Dan in the ears. Are you back at all, Tom or Ben, for the rest of the race and commentary?
I'm back at 8 o'clock with Ben.
Suppose.
With half of Ben.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm back at 6 for 2 hours, so I'll be whoa, as Russia takes a bit curb. I've got another 2 hours with someone whose name escapes me. You'll be taking over.
We've got Andy Ahern for the first half, and then Stevie for your second half.
Oh, nice. Excellent. I had the times memorised, just not the people I was. Just wing it basically when I turn up.
tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a picture of the standings as they are, so when I come back, I can see what's changed.
That's a good idea.
Should be pretty interesting to see.
It's the oNiD car of Matt Holman pits from 15th, and Van der Cat Speak as well. Van der Thundercat Speak from 10th. Still 45 you're watching as well, everyone. So good effort. Thanks for joining us on YouTube after we made the switch. Remember to drop us a like if you haven't already. And hopefully you'll stay with us for the last 8 hours, 2 minutes and 32 seconds. Roger chases down Ferris to 10th. That cover to 10th position. Still battling for it. Well, someone's still battling for it. Been going on for a whole 2 hours together, hasn't it, guys? That's kind of battle.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Just clearing that Ginetta GT4 and sticking close to each other.
Most sought after position on track somehow. I think I'll watch the cricket for 2 hours, hopefully, with the before I'm back on. My afternoon sorted.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know what I'll do. Got a free day. Or just eat.
Nice. Yeah, not a bad idea. I thought you might have to be working this weekend, or do you get some races off, Tom?
So I don't actually do any race weekend work in the new job. Obviously,
cool.
At Alpine I did a bit, but yeah, kind of a different role. Where hopefully I get to the point where I've got stuff I build stuff that then needs supporting at a weekend. But yeah, for now, nothing. Just doing weekdays, which is good because then that means I can do the British GT stuff and there's no conflicts.
That's pretty cool. Works out well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, this is a lovely train going up Eau Rouge.
Yeah.
Wee.
Hopefully the Porsche Cup car can carry the speed through quite well.
Look at the difference in downforce between the GT3 and the Cup car there. But then the straight line speed of the Cup car makes up for it. Nearly.
Yeah, because he had a good slipstream, the Santon in 26, but he still can't quite get the job done.
Ooh.
Has the inside line, so he should get ahead. Yeah, Clark has to back out. Very nicely done. He had to stay alongside for a long time there, Santon. He had to be brave to get that move.
Nice little bit of door to door through the comb there.
Tom, before we go to break, some question in chat. Did you know Short Connor working at Alpine?
Short Connor?
Yes.
No, sorry, I didn't know a Connor.
I'm told you'll know who he means if you did.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Short
Yeah,
Connor.
so I think that brings us to the 8 hour mark. The end's in sight, more so than it was 2 hours ago. So I think that's an ad break, and that'll be about us done for commentary, won't it? For a little while.
What was that, sorry?
Sorry, yeah, it's alright. We've hit the 8 hour mark, so I think it's an ad break, and that's pretty much the end of our commentary stint. We'll
Yes.
be saying our goodbyes, I suppose.
Yep. Hopefully back later.
Hopefully your internet holds up, Ben, and improves.
Yeah, hopefully.
So yeah, I'll be back in 2 hours. Tom and Ben are also back late this evening, so we'll say goodbye.
Ciao, ciao.
Hattie bye.
Stand by for action.
Welcome back. If you're just joining us, I'm Cammy Sturch, and in the comms booth with me now is Paul O'Grady, aka Hydronox. Hydra, how you doing? Have you been following this race?
Hello. Yeah, I've been tuned in there for the last 2-3 hours, just trying to keep up the tabs with what's been going on, and disappointingly clear skies at the racetrack at the moment after the fun spats of rain. But maybe that could all change in the next few hours, who knows?
Yeah, the weather's been really throwing a curveball for a lot of these drivers out there. As soon as the race got underway, the rain started to come down and it caught many drivers out who'd gone for dry tyres and were immediately having to sort of tiptoe carefully around the circuit, trying to make it round back to the pits, or even just trying to make the dry tyres work rather than making an additional pit stop. It is, unsurprisingly, Pulse Simsport leading the way, although there has been a change at the front as we approach the 100 lap mark. Alan Drake Cruz is now the Pulse car in the lead. Jordan Watson is now in second place. And then we have car number 55 of BW4E with Ben P in third place. And then Alexander Queiroz, the number 42 for Breaking Point Racing, are in fourth place. As we jump into Kieran Clark, the number 39 in the Porsche Cup car. What's happened here? The ICN, he's running in 26th place at the moment. And that's a familiar Ferrari behind. And here is the GT4 class leaders at the moment, the Sim Racing Collective. Oh, and they've just got some busy GT3 traffic all around them. And this is one of the challenges of driving in GT4, of course. You're driving your own race, but half the time you're having to look in your rear view mirrors, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when there's quite a few GT3s kind of like circling like a pack of vultures, just waiting for any moment to get through. Unfortunately, they're in the one of the larger GT4 cars. They operate in a wide space on that track, so the real estate needed to get through them runs very short. Yes.
Yeah, they sort of take up an entire postcode on their own in the chunky Camaro. Diego De Rocha for Capardinas Racing, they're running very nicely in 10th place at the moment. Right, but well, that could change very shortly. They're very close behind the 777 team, with Chris Ferris at the wheel. This is McLaren versus Ferrari, and probably viewers can't help but notice there's quite a few Ferraris on the grid at the in the field. The new Ferrari 296. Have you got any experience trying that car out? I've tried it. I think it's quite a well-balanced car.
So it's rather funny. The 1.9 update just hit an Xbox there on Monday. It hit the next gen consoles, and so the DLC dropped with it's got the new McLaren, the Lambo, and the Porsche, I think, as well. But there's been some rather interesting kind of bugs happening on ACC and the Xbox, where at some point randomly in the race, the track just loses all grip, and it's literally it's like as if they poured oil on the track, because you just see a collection of cars sailing into turn one into the barriers and stuff. So I've only danced a little bit with the Ferrari, but I think I'm gonna sit it out for until there's a hot fix at some point next week. But
no doubt there's a few PC players sort of doing their master PC master race laughing from the top of their tower as Diego De Rocha goes up the inside of Ferris. A late brake maneuver, late on the brakes as they dared. It was a brilliant move, actually, cleanly done, got the job done up the inside, and Chris Ferris might be a bit blindsided by that. So where did that come from? But we're going to have a look at that again. The number 34, the Kimoa sponsor car, everyone sort of associates that with Fernando Alonso. So yeah, the Capardinas with Diego De Rocha of Spain. I think that was half just missed his braking point and had to lunge, as much as it was a calculated maneuver.
Yeah, and the KTM was going very slow as it was going into the pit lane, so the white McLaren just managed to really slot it in. Very fortuitous that the that the KTM wasn't in the firing line by the time he got into the bus stop.
That's Aiden Carter into the pits. I wonder if there'll be a driver change there. They had recovered up to 5th place, but obviously they're falling back down the field now. As we've got a Pulse SimSport car going slowly. Stopping! What is going on here? I can't believe what I'm seeing. This is Ashley Coupland, number 54. They've got going again. I wonder if there was just an issue in the sort of vicinity of their sim rig that they had to attend to. They had to sort of step away from the rig quickly, take care of that, and jump back in the seat. And that was probably Bruxelles' corner. It's probably as safe a place as any to sort of come to a stop. That was very unusual, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's a few Pulse SimSport cars in the lineup today. There's obviously the 1 and 2 place cars at the moment, and then they have the Ferrari. So a nice mix of manufacturers on offer for the Pulse boys and folks.
Yeah, they don't tend to stick with, one specific car. They like to change it up. They like to stick with cars that are familiar to various drivers. As Chris Ferris wants to come back at Diego de Rocha in the McLaren. I wonder if he's going to try and repeat the same move that was done to him 1 lap ago. Through Blanchimont, coming up to the bus stop chicane now. He hasn't got the a KTM slowing the pack down, so they're going to be at normal racing speed. He's nowhere near being able to throw out of the inside, but now he's coming under pressure. He's got the Western McLaren behind him. But they head down to La Source as they entered the bus stop. No change in the order there. Keeping their noses clean, keeping no silly manoeuvres. Stevens in 19th has 5 seconds added to his next pit stop. And Phil Graff, number 69, has 10 seconds that's been added to their next pit stop. As Chris Ferris works his way up Eau Rouge and Radion. Still following Darocha, trying to not lose that slipstream. Of course, these cars do not have anything like DRS. There's a little bit of you've got 4 cars quite close to each other. Oh, Chris Ferris, was he a little bit late on the brakes? Late as he dared, maybe a little bit too late. And we've got a 15-second penalty to car 19, causing a collision with Chris Ferris.
Yeah, I think that was just before we came on comms. I think it was a few laps. I think that was I think the 777 car got a spin into the bus stop, just got a tap from behind. So I think they might be operating with a bit of damage at the moment.
So number 19, Barry's boys.
Yes, the team that currently has no Barry on the lineup, as far as I'm aware.
No. I did think they'd made a typo because the number 1 driver is Harry. So I thought, and the B and the H key are very close to each other on a keyboard. Have they just typed a bit quickly, a little bit excitedly, and just hit? Rain is expected in 30 minutes.
I saw your rain dance comment in the chat. I knew it was gonna do something.
Well, that's science then. If it's words, that's science. Yeah. As Chris Ferris is starting to lose touch with Darocha. Darocha's just starting to grow that gap. And I don't think Ferris is going to be able to make any move on this. He needs to have a few more consistent laps, not outbrake himself into corners or going deep, where he came under pressure from that Western McLaren, who has fallen back a little bit. Just trying to see which Ferrari that is closing up as Ferris into the pit lane.
Yeah, as well as the McLaren ahead of him, of Darocha.
Might have been just copy what they do in front and try and get out first.
Yeah, interestingly, so we find out that it's going to start raining in 30 minutes. Obviously, these drivers could be coming to the end of their stints. So I wonder if it's a case of just try and get out and get as much dry running as you can up until it starts. So you're well suited to pit when the rain starts really messing with the grip levels on the track.
Got a 20-second penalty for car 15. That's Pulse SimSport with Alan Drake Cruz and Alexis Clapano. That's the Philippine Pulse SimSport outfit. Unsafe rejoin.
Yes, I believe that was on the stream. I think that was prior to us joining comms as well. It looked like they had spun or something at the bus stop, and then as they were they were kind of facing back towards Blanchimont, and then they tried to turn on the hairpin, but they did so in front of a purple liveried car. I can't remember if it was one of the oNiD ones or not, but yeah, they ended up kind of collecting them as they swung around.
We follow Dieter Santa for E1 Simsport, the number 92 car, which is odd because in SimRacing.GP they were listed as being car number 91, but never mind. I don't know what's happened there, but yeah, Dieter Santa, number 92, running in 25th place at the moment, within just over a second of the McLaren ahead of Buck in the number 19. That is one of the Barry's boys. Oh, he's gone a little bit deep into the bus stop chicane. And we're noticing that quite often, aren't we? Drivers just getting a little bit too late on the brakes. Maybe the tyres just a bit more worn out than they're anticipating. Diamond in 28th has a drive-through penalty. They are number 52. But we're jumping forward to Diego de Rocha, who's come. Is that Ferris? Ferris has come out ahead in the pit stops.
Ooh, interesting.
So Ferris is, yeah, they pitted at the same time. Ferris was behind de Rocha, and Ferris has got out ahead. So a brilliant strategy.
Yeah, and in that there had been a correction. It was car number 53 got that 20-second penalty for the unsafe rejoin. It wasn't the leader, but yeah, it was. So that's been updated there on the leaderboards. That TSRC GT4 leader at the moment really does seem to be in and amongst all the battles that you find on track. Awkward corners just to try and get through.
Yeah, the Camaro does seem to keep cropping up just when GT3 cars are... Whenever the camera is pointing at some GT3 cars, the Camaro seems to want to get some camera time. But now Diego de Rocha will have to make that maneuver on Ferris again. Oh, a little bit tail happy coming out of there, but will they have the fortune of having another GT4 car ahead of them? They've got a Porsche Cup car. If the Porsche Cup car holds up Ferris through the bus stop chicane, de Rocha could basically do the same move again.
Yeah, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, there's actually been a driver change. So de Rocha, the Cup car gets out of the way brilliantly, but de Rocha is double stinting, and I think they've had a driver change in the 777 car. I think is it Cove?
You are right. Yeah, my apologies. I've been saying Ferris. Yeah, Ferris has changed over for Cove. Yeah, in the 777s.
So interestingly, that's gonna so de Rocha is gonna have he's gonna have the rhythm established already, whereas Cove really has to hit the ground running and trying to get up to speed to keep that McLaren behind him.
Well, he's doing a great job at the moment. He's managed to keep de Rocha behind through the La Source hairpin. Now they're coming down to Eau Rouge, across the river that you can't see, that I saw on stream earlier, up over Radion, and keep it straight. It is easy to lose control at the top of the hill there. Down the Kemmel Straight, is de Rocha going to try and throw it up the inside as they get down to the chicane? That Lecombe, no, he has a look, has to think about it, but tucks in behind, and of course he might have felt like he had the measure of Ferris, but Cove, it's a bit of an unknown entity. He doesn't know how quick, where Cove is quick, where Cove is slow, and Cove just holding his car on the in the middle of the track. He wasn't up the inside. He's just preventing an inside and an outside manoeuvre, and de Rocha's just got to hold back and follow suit.
And actually, yeah, you just touched on something there, but I realize I have no experience with that, in that de Rocha has been battling with Ferris for a long while, and then suddenly the same car pops out of the pits ahead of you, but it's a completely different driver with completely different, braking markers, like styles of driving, that suddenly Diego has to reassess, okay, where am I going to attack this driver? I mean, sure, the car might be, behave similarly, but if this driver suddenly takes the bus stop chicane in a way that I can't really make a move, then where am I going to catch him out? So that's a fascinating conundrum for Diego to work with for the next stint, really, especially if we're expecting rain in 30 minutes.
Of course, because Diego de Rocha was able to take advantage of Ferris being held up by the KTM, but at the moment there's no GT4 cars in sight, and he's not able to rely on somebody else slowing that Ferrari up. He's going to have to do it on his own. Dick's close behind, but Cove is holding De Rocha off very nicely, holding on to that 12th place. These are the two closest cars on track. Dan does a great job. Always, Rocha's having a look. He's trying to force it. Cove going to try and hang it round the outside. They could be side by side now as they drive down towards Eau Rouge. There's a slight right-hand curve which will give De Rocha the inside line. Is Cove going to try and stick it out? No, Cove tucks in behind. He's going to follow uphill and maybe try and get a run on De Rocha down the Kemmel Straight to get that back.
Does look like De Rocha has some nice momentum though. I think with Ray lifting to kind of let him through, just to kind of line him up, he's actually kind of conceded the position, at least for the time being. So I would say that was as he just loses a bit under braking. Yeah, so that's going to rattle him, I suppose, for the next lap or two. He'll have to kind of recenter himself and get back on it. But I think Diego did a fantastic job there, just to kind of press the issue and kind of force it.
Of course, because at Les Combes, that slide by Ray, Aiden Carter did something very similar, but of course Aiden Carter spun all the way round, and that was after a recent pit stop as well. So maybe these tyres just not quite up to pressure yet, and Ray, having been passed, trying to keep pace with Rocha, but obviously Rocha has got his tyres up to pressure quicker, or is more comfortable with the setup they've got in that McLaren. And yeah, that's the Spanish outfit up to 12th position. BP is in the pits, number 55. Odd time to pit. I mean, if you have to pit, you have to pit. You know, you're running out of fuel, but you'd hold, wouldn't you, for the rain to see what's going to happen with the weather and do your tyres at the same time.
Yeah, it's definitely something for the teams to consider when they found out that, because you would imagine the teams would be keeping a very keen eye on that 30-minute mark, kind of for weather, to kind of really assess what they need to do. Because I feel like as soon as you saw that, we just see the PLRE sports car having a little bit of a wobble as we go back, and we'll have a look at that again. But yeah, it's definitely going to be tricky. I would have thought that cars would have been staying out either as long as possible, or else they would have been pitting as soon as they saw that there was rain coming.
Exactly, and the PLR racing car, Maserati doesn't have traction control and everything. There's blue flag out, going up the inside of the Ginetta at Les Combes, riding the curbs a little bit, and that was a move for position. Even though there was a blue flag out, that was a move for position. So that's PLR with Sinkanen up into 4th in class, and they were leading in class. Sorry, that would put them up to 3rd in class, actually. I don't think that's updated, but yeah, they were leading earlier. Now the Camaro's leading, and this is Villa, who started the race in the Maserati. They've swapped back, maybe on a bit of a recovery drive now, but Alan Drake Cruz still leading, 106 laps completed, leading from Weiss, who has the fastest lap of the race, but does have 20 seconds added to their next pit stop, and Alexander Queiroz up into 3rd place. So it's going well, but there's still 7 hours and 39 minutes left of this endurance race to go, and 43 of you watching. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, it's it can all kind of change in the course of an hour or two, really, depending on with how unlucky or lucky you get with other incidents on track or with weather. We'll definitely see, I'm sure, a few changes once the rain hits the track, because I saw when I caught on the stream earlier that, you know, folks who tried to stay out because there was only a short stint of rain, but it was enough that anyone on dry tires was suddenly caught out with, like, really struggling for grip. And, you know, even though it's, you know, you can say if you can handle it, you might save a pit stop, but you're really kind of rolling the dice with how well you're able to keep the grip, especially on this corner as you come off the Kemmel Straight. as we have a drive-through just after popping up there for 8th place, Coupland in the 54 Ferrari.
That's one of the Pulse Sim Sport cars. That's so Yannick the Mech, Leighton Austin, and Ashley Coupland. So Ashley Coupland's picked up the drive-through penalty. It's always particularly pretty brutal at Spa-Francorchamps because of how long the pit lane is. I'd much rather have a 20-second time penalty added to a pit stop, because the drive-through means you're going to have to drive through it and then come back and take a pit, it doubles it. As several drivers are going to go past in the meantime.
Yeah, interesting positioning as to I don't know which corner they got that drive-through on, because by the time we got around to them, they were already going down the Kemmel Straight. So I wonder if they ran wide at La Source and just kind of floored it and kind of rejoined, or if it was maybe into the bus stop.
Yeah, an unusual place because it happened too quick for it to have happened at Radion, which is where we see that sort of thing happen quite often. As Paul Shepherd, is that blue flags for him? I'm not sure. No, as the McLaren goes up the inside at Bruxelles, that's the Kimoa. And tidily done there. 10-second penalty. Car 444. That's ABL Racing causing a collision with 327, which is Scuderia Schiavone. Don't laugh.
It was just a very there was a lovely fine point on that pronunciation. Loved it.
You'll make me self-conscious. As Lucas Weiss goes faster still. 2-minute 18.002. Almost sort of on the dot. 2:18. And they're getting close to qualifying times now. But Lucas Weiss setting the fastest times, but does have that penalty to serve.
Yeah, I suppose maybe just trying to really hammer out or try to get rid of as much of that disadvantage as possible, just to eat back as much of that time on the clock. So setting in some quick laps to reduce that disadvantage you're going to have in the pits. Always a risky play, because then you if you're suddenly trying to drive on the limits, you're of course getting ever closer to making a very large error and only adding to your misfortune. But so far, that's not been the case.
It's Paul Shepherd. We'll see more blue flags. We're going to see plenty of blue flags, as the entire field is really jumbled up and cars going past GT4 cars, obviously laps ahead. And they clear one, and the GT4 now in between. Paul Shepherd's going to get past the AMG and does so. It's quite simple on the way down to Eau Rouge. Yeah, it's starting to... You can see the weather. It's starting to get darker. Some of the headlights are on. And that rain must be approaching. And drivers out there probably just working out what their strategy will be. And some hoping it will rain. And no doubt some will run out of fuel before it starts raining, and they'll have to pit and just put on wet tyres before it actually starts raining. Here's Carl Wright, Team FDSR Motor Challenge. They were much further forward. I think I recall watching on the stream they've had a penalty or they've had an incident at some point, and that's pushed them back.
Yeah, if I recall, I think they had a few accidents. I think I had seen them taking a spin. Was it just before the hairpin in Sector 1, the downhill one? They had come off of the just off of the Kemmel Straight. I think they hit a curb and just kind of ran and hit the barrier, I believe. So I think that would have set them back a fair bit, depending on how much damage they'd taken. And I'm not sure if they had a penalty or not. I'll have to go digging into the race control.
Oh, right. Very fast driver. I think he started the race 6th place, and very quickly he was up to 3rd. He took advantage of the fact that people put the wrong tyres on, and we're expecting rain in 10 minutes. Santon is in the pits now. Does Santon put wet tyres on, drive around in the dry on wet tyres for 10 minutes, but in the knowledge that it is going to get very wet, as Carl Wright closes up on Schurman? That's one of the Dutch endurance teams, trying to throw it up the inside. Nicely done. Carl Wright makes a place there, moves up to 22nd. Schurman moves down to 23rd. And yeah, Carl Wright's got a lot of work to do, but he is a man on a mission. And now we'll have to set off after Buck in the McLaren, who, when they pit for tyres, they're going to have 50 seconds added to that.
Yeah, I anticipate that maybe Sherman had kind of realised the outright pace that Kyle had, so maybe there wasn't too much of a defence kind of put on there. Because I suppose a lot of these drivers and teams would know it's like, oh yeah, like FDSR, they're like quite far back compared to where they would have been 2 or 3 hours ago, so there's no point really trying to fight them because like there's 7.5 hours left. They're not the ones that you're going to be trying to ride the positions from their hands, so I think I think we're going to see that car kind of climbing back a few positions for sure before the end.
And this is Ashley Coupland. After coming out the pits, they're down into 12th or 13th position, whichever graphic is correct. I think they're in 12th, coming into Les Combes, and they've got the Porsche Cup car just ahead of them, so they'll make light work of them in a moment. Henry Handy coming out the pits, Remnant Racing, they're in 14th position, just behind. Now, if that was does that go for the gap racing behind them or in front of them? I think they're in front. So, yes, that's Daniel Hearn in 13th, Henry Handy in 14th. There's Daniel Hearn. He's going pretty well. Aiden's had a couple of mishaps, but Daniel Hearn's been pretty, I'd say, uneventful. He had a quiet drive, kept out of trouble, and just putting the laps away. And Go for the Gap Racing have climbed back up to 13th at the moment.
Yeah, and it is just, I suppose, like on your earlier point, like it is just weird to see cars coming into the pits so close to when we're going to have rain. I feel like you know, obviously at Spa, you don't want to go into the pits unless you absolutely have to, just because of the sheer length of the pit lane and how much time you'd be losing. But at the same time, it's like, you know there's rain coming, but you also know that you're going to have to pit beforehand, so I really wondered if they could have like split the difference and like ended their previous stint a little bit sooner, and even just either like put enough fuel in to splash and dash until you get to the rain, or if they would have, like, you know, loaded up on fuel and then come in for the pits and just put on the new tires or something like that. But I suppose we'll see how it plays out. But I think the teams that are definitely going to benefit from this rainy time will be the ones who either are able to stay out long enough until the changeover, or just the ones that their pit strategies have just very conveniently synced up with when the rain's after arriving.
And that's why we love endurance racing. There's so many factors that come into play that change up the order, that bring out drivers' their abilities in the wet weather, when, you know, maybe they've got a car that doesn't, or their own ability, they're not so strong in the dry, they can really shine in the wet, and it just throws people's strategies out the window. It just makes for a whole new dynamic of racing, and teams that have had sort of a mishap in a few opening laps can really see themselves coming back. Here's Gia Askelin for E1 Sim Sport. Just trying to follow along what's going on here. He's running just behind Schumann in the Ferrari, number 20, or is that number 917? It's hard to tell at the moment, but Dan's not giving any. Dan, what's happening here with Gear Askelin? No, nothing from Dan, so we're just following Gear Askelin for E1 Sim Sport. They're running in 25th at the moment, coming into the bus stop chicane. They don't need to pit. They've got the Kamoa McLaren behind them, and here's German Valencia for Tyre Sim Racing Esports. They're trying to get out of the way of was that Seddon Gibson who just went by there, or one of Seddon Gibson's teammates. And they're all trying to get around the Porsche Cup car now. And oh, is that track getting wet? No, it can't be yet. It's not raining, is it? But they all went very wide.
I think it was just cars trying to clear that the Porsche Cup car safely and not not end up running side by side through Blanchard.
Yeah, I think it was a case that it's just that they all did it at the same time. But and the Porsche Cup car is trying to pass the car that I branded as 7. It's actually right. Dan's now saying the Ferrari's trying to pass the Porsche, and somebody's flashing lights behind. I don't think that was necessary. It was only down straight, but so the Porsche Cup car's going very whoa. That's the KTM. That's the KTM across the road. Yeah, that's Marcus Ein in the KTM. Get a replay of that. They've lost it over the top of Radeon, and the GT3 cars behind did very well to take avoiding action. So they're trying to let traffic pass through Radeon, in sort of off the line. And did they get punted by the Porsche?
I think we'll have to get another angle to determine that.
It just suddenly they were they're suddenly at the wheel as if something had tapped them from behind. But Marcus Ein's got going again. It doesn't seem to be too much damage on the car.
Car mentalist in chat saying I totally didn't crash or ruin P4 for us.
Well, it's difficult. Whoa, got another car going wide there, and running over the grass. That's dangerous. I've seen so many cars lose control when they try and just rejoin over the grass. But it's a 12-hour race. There's going to be incidents and mishaps and things that are just beyond your control, and the weather making things difficult as well. And so all these drivers doing a great job. I don't think we've got many. I don't think we've got any retirements at the moment. I know we've had people with technical issues, but they've rejoined, haven't they?
Yeah, we've had a disqualification. I think that was a 333 car, I think, for multiple incidents before 3 hours. But yeah, I don't think anyone has, let's say, voluntarily left the session, which is always nice.
Was that Eel Racing number 33?
Sorry, 33. Yes.
Yeah, I noticed they did keep racking up penalties, didn't they?
Yeah. I think ultimately that's kind of was their downfall. It was just accruing too many in too short a space of time, and yeah.
Rain. It's raining. It's raining now. Drivers and Thompson's in the pits. So if Thompson's able to set wet tyres, they're laughing. If they'd set dry tyres and those dry tyres are already being bolted on, they're crying.
Yep, and that is it. Weather update panic indeed. Actually,
Don't panic.
Question for race control: does it look like it's going to be raining for the next half an hour? Are we in a long stint, or is this a short burst? At least half an hour of rain. Settle in, folks. We're about to be transporting you from Grip City to Slip Central. Duration at least 30 minutes. As we see a car coming in with a lot of front damage.
Yeah, that's a mighty amount of damage. The cars are trying to keep it on the road now. We've got cars coming into the pits. Lucas Weiss is in the pits, getting tyres and serving that 20-second penalty. We've got Jacobs in the pits. That's a Fry Guys car off the track. They're back on the track. We've got Santo in the pits. We've got Thompson in the pits. Diego De Rocha, no doubt, heading into the pits. We've got some cars staying out, though.
Yeah, I really wonder if any of the people we saw pitting in the last 10 minutes had done what you had suggested might be the case earlier, where they went on to the wet tires early in anticipation for the rain, and are kind of like gambling with hopefully not overheating them too much before the track actually, because yes, it started raining, but it's going to be a lap or two at least before you start to see the benefit of the wet tires. It's not like it's going to click on and be like up to temperature. There might be a very toasty wet tire at the moment.
Yeah, it's not like Minecraft water, is it? Where you just put it down and it makes a block level. The track is greasy or mildly moist.
Ooh.
And Adam J. Cruz leading. Daniel Hearn goes past the pit lane, does not come in. That's Gibson. I know, I recognise when it's a driver, but I don't always recognise the team name, and that is the trouble. Porsche Cup car ICN, they're in the pits as well. You see more cars going past the pit lane. Tom Lesser is in 3rd place, and I'm going to guess how early they were braking. They're on dry tyres. More cars coming into the pit lane. I put a strange cadence on that then. Pit lane, or pit row. Oh, Carl's lost it out of Speaker's Corner.
Well spotted.
That was in the background. That was. I'm praying it wasn't go for the gap racing. I just saw a sort of hint of red, and they just spun it round. No, it's Ray Cove.
Oh no, are those dry tires?
I would guess they are. He doesn't look very comfortable. I can't see yellow markings on the tyres. There's a purple car coming in. That's not oNiD Racing though. And Reiko's just trying to tippy-toe it back. Not far to go now to the pit lane. Although if you've got to walk this distance, actually, Spa is a massive circuit. Yeah, it's huge. Trying to walk from one part of it to another, you know, it's a trek. We clocked up 30,000 steps at Spa on a Sunday. Janetta's coming in, and Ray Cove, and he's got the Western McLaren just behind him. But I think that's going to go past. Now, he doesn't want to be on the outside. If he wants to go in the pits, he's going to have to let that car go. So he can... 20-second penalty for car 55. 2 separate penalties. So number 55 is BW4E, which is Seddon Tuck Gibson and Ben P.
Interesting. Actually, let me do some reconnaissance for you and see if I can determine what that might be for. Causing a collision with 713 and then causing a collision with 54.
Just getting in the wars then. And Nick Bruchnik's coming up to the Camaro that... Pretty sure that is still leading the GT4 class, isn't it? And you have to think ahead now. If you want to pit, there's no point making a move, as Rob Szymanska has a drive-through penalty. The Dutch Endurance team, obviously Knott's coming in. The Camaro, Thomas Kana, is coming in.
Oh, someone's got to drive through the GT3 that's on track behind this Camaro, or not on track, rather, on overall. So they'll have to serve that drive through first, probably. Well, I suppose they could get away with taking the wet tires and then serving the drive through.
Maserati with a bit of a slide there. And then the Ferrari held it, kept it out the wall. I mean, now it's just, quickly getting out of the way. Thankfully, there wasn't a heap of traffic coming. Had a bit of time, reasonably clear road to get it pointing in the right direction. But most importantly, kept it out the wall, keeps them in the fight, and it's just a little bit of lost time. They're just hoping nobody saw it.
Yeah, which is highly unfortunate that we saw it, which means everyone will see it at some point.
We see everything.
Yeah, Matt Holman in chat saying, "What a bloody race, done for the day." I imagine when you start seeing conditions like this, you're like, I think I'm good not to keep driving. I'm happy. Trinket to Task coming in with the oNiD Racing team to probably go onto some wet tires as well. I suppose it's one of those things where you have a spin before you pit for tires, and you're like, well, if I was thinking about pitting before, I think I'm definitely going to pit now. And then alternatively, if you've just pitted and then you're spinning, you're like, well, I hope this doesn't absolutely destroy the tires.
So it would be unlucky for those who have put dry tyres on a few minutes before the race starts to come down. Daniel Hearn coming out of the pits in the sort of pinky red and white, and that car they've not decided to take any repairs for the front end of that car, have they? It's still looking very battered.
Yeah, I wonder if they like my guess there was maybe they haven't seen too much of a performance drop, or else I wonder if it's a case of like it's in the wet, so your performance is going to be hampered anyway. So maybe the top end speed suddenly doesn't matter too much if you've got a damaged car in the rain, and you can kind of just wrestle the car around a little bit easier, and then maybe we might see them take that damage when the rain stops and they go onto the dry tires. Would be my thinking.
Here's Low Fuel Motorsports and Pablo Pipalso. Danielle Willems at the helm at the moment. Of course, teammate is oNiD famous Jonathan Seville, who dominates in the GT3s on Sundays. And they're going very well. Second in class at the moment. And we'll just try and get a split between them and the Camaro. It's saying +7 laps, but I'm pretty sure that's not the gap between Millington and Willems. No, it says 8 laps now. So let's watch as they come up. Oh, we'll have to wait until they get round the source. Then they come across the line. Yeah, it catches me out. And then we'll see the splits. Dan's telling us it's about 70 seconds. 70 seconds. That is a massive gap between Millington and Willems. But yeah, the Camaro very much in control of the GT4 race. And Sinkinen in third place in the Maserati. They are on a bit of a comeback drive. As Willems were all creating a new line at the top of Radion. And Martin Thorpe chasing Ray Cove. This is for position, and that's the KTM again.
Oh, that looked like a bit of contact with the barrier. That's the yellow flag. That car has stopped. I don't see it moving at all.
Is that car still out on dry tyres, I wonder? But the KTM, it's meant to be a good car in the corners. I think you've just got a text, haven't you? I just heard a phone vibrating. Maybe that was Dan.
Oh, sorry, yes.
He's lost it on his own. I think... Let's have a look at those tyres. I can see a little dot, but I think they're dry tyres. Oh, they are wets. They are wets then. Just... The KTM, it's a shorter car, it's got a shorter wheelbase. That'll make it slightly more twitchy than cars like the Maserati and the Camaro. It's great in the corners, and now they're getting flashed.
We see Willems getting a drive-through in the Ginetta for second place in GT4. I wonder if that was that new line that they took through Radio.
I wonder if they've just, too many track cuts, and that could have been the fourth one in succession, and now they've got the drive-through penalty, and that'll reset their track cut warning counter. Martin Thorpe for Connexus Motorsports, still in 11th, still stuck behind Ray Cove. Trying down at Bruxelles, not going to be done. It's very wet down there, and it's downhill into Bruxelles, so it's very difficult to get late on the brakes in these conditions. And blue flag out for that Lamborghini just in front. That's I think that's a Super Trofeo.
Ooh, car going off in the background.
They always... Oh, the rain should stop in the next half an hour. We're hearing from the media directors at KDM Broadcasting as the oNiD car, it's a Super Trofeo, just lets them sail by, but it didn't catch who that was in the background. It always happens, doesn't it? It's a car in the background that just sort of whee, and they just go off on their own, just hoping nobody notices.
I think it was a GT4 if I wasn't mistaken, but I am prone to being mistaken, so I wouldn't put too much worth in that. Jonathan Seville in the chat would like for us to know that he did not get any of those track limit warnings. I would call that throwing your teammate under the bus.
Thrown him under the Ginetta, hasn't it?
Yeah, into the bus stop.
Although Ginettas are pretty small cars. Damn, Daniel, Seville, you win as a team, you lose as a team, you take penalties as a team. When Martin was on the brakes, and then it looked like he got on the accelerator again to try and sneak up the inside, and then saw it wasn't to be done as they make their way past McLaren GT4 class.
You could really see that track deforming now with all the rain just sloshing as that Ferrari of Cove goes wide at the entrance or the exit of the source. That's going to put Martin Thorpe alongside. You can see that number flashing from 10 to 11 as the changes in position. Oh, too wide in the rain up through Radian.
Yeah, you don't do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, safely through Erosion Radion, that's the dangerous part over. Now it's down the Kemmel Straight, and yeah, Mightenthorpe up into the top 10 again. It's a great outing at the moment for Connexus Motorsports. They always do well in our Sunday GT3 series. They've got great mature drivers and sensible drivers as well, as the BMW very slow on the apex. I know they're slowing down for blue flags, but you can't just sit it on the apex.
Yeah, a little bit of, but I suppose it's a bit dicey, alright, especially with the conditions. You just kind of, I suppose the thought process might be, it's like, well, if I'm going slowly, it means that I can't spin too crazily if I try to go around the outside or let them through.
You don't think they're on dries, do you?
No, you would imagine everyone's on wets by now.
I mean, somebody's doing it.
Yeah, because we have about, if I'm not mistaken, we will have about 45 minutes of rain in total, if my timing is right, based on when we got the readout that rain will be ending in 30 minutes. We have spun the KTM in the picture as well.
That's E1 Sim Sport, isn't it? Excellent. Oh, there's a gaggle of them down. All GT4s, a gaggle of them down the Kemmel Straight. That's there is a KTM actually, isn't there? And E1 trying to go down the inside. Did the KTM get pushed? I think it did slightly. They both tried to take the runoff, didn't they? They tried to go for the same bit of tarmac that coincidentally is off track.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting one for the stewards to handle, determining. It might just be a racing incident. It might be something else, depending on what the stewards have access to in terms of angles and things like that. But Patrick Duffy now in the Porsche Cup car. Interesting one to have in the rain. Is that a little bit of a drift?
I thought I saw it. Yeah, I agree. Oh, McLaren going way offline there.
Because sometimes you see the car positioning, and it might be a bit of a network connection kind of thing. It's like, sometimes you might have cars not fully updating their rotation, we'll say, but that definitely looked like a bit of a drift going through.
Oh, is Nick Bruchniks has been off? I was immediately looking at those tyres, just watching through this lot. Oh, left-hander is just slid. I think they are dry tyres. Looking at those, I can't see any yellow markings on those. Absolutely skating around. What's that, Dan? Oh, Dan's telling me dry tyres have the yellow markings. I thought it was the other way around.
Unlucky for them in any case. An awful part, especially you're putting so much load on those tyres as you downhill through the left. Very easy to overload them and spin out. So you have the Cup car getting passed by Bruno Almeida. That is for position, with the Ferrari now in the lead.
Well, in front of this, not
in the lead of this very short train. Yes.
Yeah, in this a big battle. They're in the lead of it.
P28 has climbed the ranks P1 in all but a few turns.
They tiptoe through Speaker's corner and having to be still very careful, even though pretty much all of them have got the right tyres on for the job. You can just see how much slower, and look at that, the Porsche 992, because it's the Cup car, it has much less downforce, and the GT3 of the West McLaren coming up fast and going past fastest as well. Patrick Duffy doing a great job just keeping it on the track and out of trouble. Is it just wet out there? It's not moved, it's not gone to flooded or anything, has it? As Mikel Rodriguez right behind Keller. This is a move for position. This is for 26th position, as Dan tells us. It's just wet, it's not flooded yet. Up the inside at the bus stop chicane. Job done.
So what you're saying is it's moist, mostly moist. That was a bit of a tongue twister, as opposed to mildly moist.
Massively moist.
Track. Yes. Not maximum moist, that's a flooded track.
Yes, yeah, exactly. As they go wide of the apex at the source, and the Tyre Sim Racing Esports, they've got 3 teams in the race: number 181, 182, and 185, mostly made up of Spanish drivers.
And I suppose as we have another car kind of going through ready on there. Actually, yeah, because there was an update a few, probably a good few months ago at this stage that had kind of fixed or tweaked the behavior of drive-throughs and off-track limits in the wet weather conditions. I think in years past you could just kind of assume that if it went from a dry track to a wet track, you're really not going to get any track warnings on a wet track if you're cutting corners. Whereas I think they've since kind of tweaked that to adjust it based on the kind of the lap times you're doing on any given sample. So I think that might be why we see some more kind of drive-throughs coming out of these wet conditions as well.
Yeah, it was an issue I brought up earlier, and I was corrected that no, they've, for the latest update, they have changed that. And this is Daniel Hearn chasing after Ray Cove, Ferrari versus McLaren. That gap is coming down under a second now.
Yeah, interesting to see that De Rocha, who we saw at the beginning of our kind of commentating stint, now sitting up in 8th place with Cove dropping back a few places, kind of maybe struggling in these conditions with that changeover to wet weather.
There's a lot of time between them, because we think the gap from, I think it's Buckley to Thorpe, is about almost 30 seconds. So De Rocha has done a great job getting that far ahead in 8th place, and Ray Cove has had a couple who's gone wide. Try and keep it on the track, and that's going to open the door up. They're very close, but I think Daniel Hearn's taken advantage up the inside at the bus stop chicane, gets it slowed down, and that's job done once again.
Do you think that the 777 car, the Ferrari, do you think that's operating on a setup that's mostly aimed towards dry running? And that's maybe struggling?
Most people are probably doing that. Because by default, drivers practice in the dry and they set up their cars for the dry. So I'd say most people have got a dry setup, as we're getting a replay of intercontinental racing. What's happened here? Coming up, Blanchimont, the AMG GT4 gets out the way. That's one of the oNiD cars. And then it is a McLaren GT4 just ahead. It's a case of trying to second guess where they're going to be and how they're going to get the move done into... I'm not sure what happened there, just a... Never mind. And there's Omar Verano in the Tyre Sim Racing Esports 185, and they're going wheel to wheel. Is that with Boschert, and they're trying to go past the GT4 leader in the Camaro. This is the battle for 15th place. And it's very wet out there. You can always tell by how the headlights are reflecting down on the tarmac in front of them, and it doesn't look gorgeous with all the graphics turned up to max. And Dan can have all the graphics turned up all to max because he's got sort of a beast of a gaming PC, because K-Lang Computers does great computers and great PC parts.
I'm not jealous at all. I am just like seething through gritted teeth with my Xbox looking longingly in the corner at me. It's very curious to see the how the battles for the GT3s kind of use the GT4s almost like playing pieces in a game of chess. It's like, well, like there's very much an element of positional kind of blocking that can happen when you've got a GT3 in front. See the McLaren going a little bit wide there, or was that another... Sorry, that's a...
Ferrari.
White Ferrari. Yeah, white Ferrari.
I know who this is. So Dan has a special guest, so no doubt the mics are going to be activated, so everybody can hear Dan's special guest. Hello, are you there, special guest? Hello there, Lola. How are you?
Good.
Good. Have you had a good day?
Yeah.
Is it sunny or raining?
Rainy.
It's rainy? Oh no. What's happening on the computer?
It's raining.
And are there cars?
Yeah. Alright.
What sound do cars make?
Boom, boom.
I couldn't have put it better myself. And I don't know. Oh, there's a big slide from the white Ferrari of Boschart.
That's very much in the category of drift.
Bye.
Bye bye, Lola.
Bye-bye.
Say hello to your mother for us. I assume she will.
Our
Where is it?
trackside correspondent.
Yes, Lola down on the pit wall going, it's raining.
Yeah, I mean, not to boil down an entire profession, but I feel like that's what a lot of trackside reporting comes down to, is reaching your hand out and going, yep, it's definitely raining.
Bless her. 15th, Omar Rolano for the Tyre Sim Racing Esports 185 in the blue, white and black Ferrari. They have got past Boschert and they have got Ray Cove ahead of them, and they should be able to see them as well, so long as the spray isn't too severe for them. It's not too bad on that screen, but of course once you're in the cockpit and you're racing, the spray can be pretty horrendous, can't it?
Yeah, it can be, very, very tricky to identify your braking markers. What I found was that it can even just, like, I found it especially at Misano, where you're following a car on that back straight, and it's like suddenly I just don't realize where the corner is anymore. I'm like, I have no concept of where that is. Space just dilates and time just like slows down. So yeah, very tricky conditions, especially when you are in that like endurance mindset of, well, we're going to be doing this for a half an hour and the rain's not letting up anytime soon.
Yeah, get used to it, make friends with the weather because you're stuck with it.
So we've got two questions in chat that jump out at me. One of them being, where Wangelborg? I don't know if that is a driver's name or not, or a team name.
I didn't see that name as a team or a driver on my Excel spreadsheet, but okay. And where is the 181? That's a Tyre Sim Racing Esports Siberia car with probably Mikel Rodriguez at the wheel.
Yep, Michelle Rodriguez's cousin, no doubt.
Now that's a driver who's had plenty of on-screen time. So, Paulino Castano Conde, the answer to the question is they are in 26th position at the moment.
Currently going on to the Kemmel Straight.
They are, if you want the GPS updates for them.
Yeah,
and
we can't assume which kind of where is the 181 was, so we'll just take both options.
As Carl Wright closing up on Barry's boys, Harry Brooks. This is for 21st position, and Carl Wright in the early stages of this race was setting fastest laps of the race. So we know Wright has the pace.
Yeah, it does look like he's definitely excelling in these wet conditions as well, is able to kind of close down those gaps. I do like that livery though, the flags on the roof.
Very clever. It's very tricky to do the livery designs for the McLaren actually. It's it's not the simplest car to create liveries for. Carl gets a slight little, as you heard my co-commentator there just going woo in the professional manner that we do. As the KTM went a little bit wide there and is now going to have these two McLarens bearing down on it. They're going to bunch up, sort of concertina effect. The KTM's just sticking to the racing line. As I think Harry Brooks assumed the KTM was going to jump out the way, but it just stuck to the racing line and he sort of had to move to the other side to actually initiate an overtake. As we've just ticked down just under 7 hours to go. Oh, how did you get the nickname Hydronox?
Yeah, okay, that is a fun one.
Oh, we better go for an ad break actually, and then you can tell us afterwards, Paul.
Yeah, we'll let you stew on what might be.
yes, you will have to think about that, and we'll join you after the break. Welcome back. It is a very wet and sodden Spa-Francorchamps. We are here for the Jimmy Broadbent 12-hour endurance race, the big grid of the multi-class World Series. My name is Cammy Sturge, and I'm in the commentary booth with Paul O'Grady, aka Hydronox. And Paul, you are going to tell us the story behind, just why you go by the nickname Hydronox.
Yeah, gather around, children, gather around. Yeah, really not terribly exciting. I used to play Halo 2 a bunch in the old LAN days. Long before it was just before the era of internet had bestowed upon itself into my life. But so I used to go by Nox, just NOCKZ, and then when I eventually got an Xbox Live account, it's like, oh, this name's already been taken. I was like, oh, someone took that really cool name already. And then so Xbox Live would generate like a bunch of prefixes or suffixes just to try and differentiate you from the other one, much like what Discord would later do in life with just adding like random numbers to differentiate it before it kind of reneged on that. But yeah, so Hydro is one of them, and I was like, do you know what, I'll just settle with this. And then that's kind of stuck for I don't know, a decade plus at this stage. Far too long into my life.
Henry Handy is behind the Pulse Simsport car of Thimech, and they've got a drive-through penalty. I thought they were going to come into the pits just now to serve it, but they're not. They're staying out. That's probably a track cut warning thing, and Seven Ton Gibson's still got his 20-second penalty lingering over him. But they're up in 5th position, going very well. But sorry to cut over you there.
Oh no, good. Has the rain stopped, or is it just me?
Let's have a look at the wipers. That is always the best clue. Sometimes the rain graphics can sort of jump in and out as we watch from the back.
There we go.
Wipers, yeah. It is definitely not stopping. As Henry Handy has got, I was going to say Carl Wright, but I think there might have been a change. Oh, yes, that's right. They're Carl Wright unlapping themselves. And of course, ACC can never account for it properly, can it? Because as soon as you've unlapped someone, you get blue flagged.
Yeah. But yeah, with that pace that Wright is running with at the moment, I can't imagine he'll have that blue flag for too long. As we just go on board with Andre Cruz up in first place in the 15 Lamborghini. 1, 2, 3 laps on the board. Rain ending in 10 minutes.
Well, it'll take a while for the track to dry out, so it might be able to last one fuel stint, or at least so where people can use a tank of fuel, then come into the pits and put dry tyres on. But it'll take a while to dry up. They've got a while yet that they can run these wet tyres. There's Josh Millington now in the Camaro, leading in 34th position, and is ahead of a couple GT3, Robson Manska in the 713 Ferrari, and Gonzalez, who's in 44th, but 90 laps down.
Yeah, they've got quite a gap there in the lead before that Ginetta, so it's a very, very strong position for the TSRC folks on today's outing. I know they've run with the GT3s in the past, so it's nice to see them kind of branching out into running a GT4 for an enduro. The Camaro, I think, garners respect from one Johnny Ashley somewhere in. I believe he said he was playing Diablo 4 at the moment. So just somewhere, Johnny's just like feeling a pang of respect. It's like, oh, someone's taking the Camaro out. Good lads. Well, there's a lot of Ginettas on track as well.
Playing Diablo rather than watching this exciting race.
Yeah, I think he had a few stints earlier. I think he was saying that he's going to be kind of closing out the last few stints. I think himself and one of his other drivers because I think we're going for a midnight finish. So there's still plenty of time left in the race. Hard to think that we haven't even hit the halfway mark yet. It feels like we've been racing for such a long time already.
Mr. Lindrup in the chat says, is Vice in the Pulse car? He's doing Bathurst and Spa 12 Hours today, simultaneously, in 2 different cars. Well, Lucas Weiss, multi-talented. I wonder if that's just accidentally double booked himself and then said, "Yeah, I can make it work. I can race 2 races on the same day as long as you time the stints to."
Yeah.
He jumps out of this car and then travels across the world to Australia in a virtual sense and drives around Bathurst.
2 very different styles of tracks, I feel like.
You could not get 2 different circuits, could you? One with the close barriers through the mountainside, and the other one sweeping through the Belgian countryside, wide open vistas, and the gorgeous forest around.
I'd love to see. I would love to see like a mod where like you take the same geography as Spa, and then but like for sector 2, what happens if you just put all the barriers like in against the track limits, and then likewise if you took the circuit for Bathurst but opened out so that there's plenty of runoff areas up over the mountain. Like I'd love to know like how that would really change how folks like appreciate or not the complexities of those circuits.
I wonder, given sim racing, it's essentially a game. You can have fictional circuits, and Gran Turismo did have fictional circuits, but we don't see them come up in any other real serious simulators. And I'm curious to everyone watching, would you welcome fictional circuits that were maybe designed by drivers or something? Because some of the Gran Turismo circuits, like Deep Forest and that, I thought they were brilliant, but of course they're not real, and a lot of the attraction of simulator racing is doing the real world stuff, as close to real world as you can. Like, how do you feel about that? As in the meantime, we've got Buckley chasing Darosha, and this is for 8th and 9th place.
Yeah, I mean it's an interesting kind of concept to think about. I wonder even with procedural generation and stuff I imagine you could do like a point-to-point one where it's not necessarily like a full circuit, but you could just like randomly pick corners from other existing tracks and just layer them on top of each other to make some kind of amalgamated or whatever Frankenstein's monster collection of corners just strewn together.
I know some simulators do let you do that, but it's I think Assetto Corsa might let you load in some, you can load in anything in Assetto Corsa with the mods it has, but I've definitely seen some sim racers like Jimmy Broadbent or James Baldwin doing these fictional tracks that have corners from each part of each famous circuit in the world. Yeah, sharp intake of breath from Paul there as Christian Buckley trying to get past the AMG in the GT4 category, and now it's going to have to creep around the bus stop chicane a little bit slower than they would otherwise, and Darosha's just driving off, and Buckley went to the left, but so did the AMG.
Yeah, eventually gets through, but there was that closing speed coming into Blanchimont was terrifying to say the least. But just as well, both cars have ended up still on the grey stuff and none the worse off for it.
Yes. Art Boschap in ABLR Ferrari in 15th place. And they're just behind Rolano, less than a second between them. Thimech is 7 seconds behind, that's a Pulse car. And then you've got Shepherd, and about 31 seconds back from Thimech. Quite a big gap there. So you've got these little pockets of drivers that are close to each other, and they're sort of having their own little internal battles. There'll be a couple cars out there that are on their own, just looking at the gaps in front and behind. Daniel Hearns, 5 seconds back from Martin Thorpe, so Daniel's up into 11th. Henry Handy's a good dozen seconds behind Hearn, and Handy's more than a dozen seconds ahead of Ray Cove. And Ray Cove's doing well to stay in 13th position. He had a lot of people trying to get past them earlier, didn't they?
Yeah, for sure. And interesting. You were mentioning about some of the cars just running on their own. I was trying to put myself in their shoes. I'm like, I think I would absolutely hate being so far away from positions above or below you, because I feel like whenever I'm racing, I'm just always looking at the car in front or the car behind, and judging my pace based on purely them, which is probably a terrible way to do things. But I'm like, okay, like this relative's going down. That means I'm doing slightly better this time. Whereas, like, yeah, when that gap starts extending to maybe like, maybe you're one lap either side of the driver in front or behind you, I feel like I would just like lose all concept of like, am I doing good? Am I doing bad? Yeah.
It's tricky. I mean, when I've got cars all around me, I sometimes turn the gap, the time splits and differences, I turn it off, because otherwise I'll keep looking at it and it will distract me, because I'll keep looking every sector. I'll be like, did I catch up? Did I catch up? Did I catch up? And it's like, no, I need to turn it off. I can't keep driving like that because it's distracting and I'm not thinking of the road ahead. Carl Wright is closing right up on the back of the purple Ferrari of Joe Gettings, and they're going to be side by side, and the Jeanette is going to block Gettings, not intentionally of course, and Carl Wright blast pass through Blanchimont, made it look very simple, and goes up into 19th place now.
Yeah, that McLaren got so close to that Ferrari, just coming out onto that back straight. It was very touch and go, but luckily there was no contact made, so the two cars can still drive on. It does look like rain is eased up a little bit, if this camera angle is to be believed. But the wipers are on, more crucially, so I think there might be a few drops still for the time being. I did spot one, Mr. Johnny Ashley, hopping into the comments box. Has he heard us disparaging him playing Diablo?
Don't know what you're on about.
Welcome, Johnny. How much money have you spent on armor in Diablo 4 then?
I don't spend money in games.
Oh, okay. I just know it's the Blizzard games are pretty notorious for that, aren't they?
Yeah, I just spend all my money on. Yeah, that's what I spend all my money on. Yeah, absolutely.
Has the rumors of Nürburgring 24 potentially coming to ACC been discussed on the stream already?
Yeah, we discussed it. I broke the news quite early on because Adam he sent me a tweet with about the first hour. But yeah, it looks good, and with ADAC stepping away from the Nürburgring 24 and SRO taking control of it, there is hope for all the Nordschleife fans yet.
Yeah, that's about 100 million people across the world who can now stop spamming Nordschleife in every ACC update post.
Yeah, the oNiD Nürburgring 24 confirmed for next year.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we've got to wait for people to actually model the circuit, to go out and scan the circuit.
Yeah.
Because I don't think, as much as, I don't think they'll turn up to iRacing offices and go, can we borrow your scan data?
But Kunos do go to Nürburgring quite often, so I wonder, and I mean, they would have scanned the Nürburgring, and I wonder, now maybe it doesn't make much business sense, but I wonder if they've had the scans already, but maybe they just can't use them until the SRO license kicks in or whatever, so...
I would think they will have a scan of the Nordschleife, I would think.
That's Fry Guys into the pits, as Alan Drake Cruz comes across a line. That's the third time I've done that. But it's 128 laps completed.
Yeah, but I think the question becomes, with the people pitting, are they going to put on another set of wet tires, given how much rain is going to be left?
Do you want some team insight?
Thank you. Oh, thank you for the clarification. Yeah, Dan's telling me only... I mean, it's already gone out my head, but yeah, the start line...
The finish line is the Formula 1 finish line. Only the start line difference.
He starts the sentence, and then by the time he's got to the end of it, I'm like, yeah, I remember the end. What was the beginning again?
A bit of team insight for you. So we've just pitted, and Trinket's put dries on. So the track's only damp.
Gotcha. Okay, you'd have to assume the rest of them are... So some cars still running with the wind wipers on. I suppose the wind wipers mostly for catching the spray of the cars in front of them rather than dealing with the rain from the clouds themselves. Interesting to see cars kind of making that changeover. I suppose the damp track... I thought Greasy would have been kind of where the changeover would be, but I suppose some teams gambling on how those dry tires are going to settle in.
It's quite manageable on a damp track with the
the dry tyres, it's not too bad. If you stay away from the curbs, it's quite a decent line that you can stick to. Although coming out is very difficult because right at the exit of the pit lane, there's a massive puddle that drags you into the wall.
Oh,
So if you're on dries, it does aquaplane you, as Trinket found out as he went out and clipped the wall.
Now, has anybody that I didn't spot Breaking Point Racing up into third? I don't know if anybody else has noticed that. It's sort of come out a bit of surprise for me. They're running, so they're trying to keep their tyres cool. They're running in the wet stuff because obviously the dry line's developing a bit now, and that could be overheating the dry tyres. But Alberto Biagio is up into third position.
yeah. I wonder if they're going to be pitting in the next few laps. I wonder if they're kind of operating under my assumption that maybe a greasy track would be a better time. But I suppose we'll see when they come through this pit cycle if that'll have worked out for them or not.
And Seven Tuck Gibson still has that 20-second penalty. He's had that for a while now, hasn't he? He hasn't pitted yet.
Yeah, either that or I don't think he's just accrued enough in the time that we're talking. But yeah, no, I wonder. You'd hope that they'd be pitting soon. We don't have any rain on the schedule for the next half an hour, so at least there's going to be some dry running, at least as we see Daniel Hearn in the 43 car going into the pits down in P8. So some more shuffling, no doubt.
Everybody shuffling. Cruz still leading. That's a 40-second gap over Lucas Weiss. Absolutely in control. Biagio is in third. Oh, Henry Handy. Just going past the KTM there. Henry Handy in 16th place, and I think that's Sipes just behind. It must be, because Dan hasn't corrected me, so that's Handy and Sipes on track together, and yeah, the KTM's now being swallowed up by a bunch more GT3 cars. Just trying to see what the gap is between Buckley, Shepherd, and Handy. Oh, so Shepherd is 23 seconds back from Buckley. Handy is just a couple of seconds back from Shepherd, who you can see just ahead in your picture there. Dan's just telling us that's not Sipes behind. I have a mouthful of food. So Dan's able to correct me.
So I am just having a look at the leaderboards there. It looks like the battle for 20th position between Axelin and Black is heating up based on the relatives from the last sector, and likewise with Gettings and Brooks for 23rd. And then yeah, it looked like the 54 car and the A23 for P13 were close, but I suspect with one of them in the pits that battle is no longer so close.
No, I think they just swapped around as you were speaking, actually. Or did they swap back as well? I'm not sure. And this is Henry Handy, running it in 13th place, coming through Eau Rouge and up Radion with Kyle right ahead, but I think they've just unlapped themselves again. They are doing lots of unlapping. They'll be on an absolute charge. Johnny, how was your drive out there?
I only did 24, about 30 minutes. That's all I've done so far. I did 30 minutes of wet running for the guys earlier. I got spun round twice by cars that were very impatient, but yeah, I got spun around twice. But we're okay, we're doing good. Me and Stevie are probably going to go in the car about, I think I'm going to take over about 7 o'clock, and me and Stevie are going to see it through to the end because Trinket's doing a double now, and Sam's going to go back in the car. So yeah, they've done really good between them, so we're happy where we are. We're hoping for a top 15 is what the aim is.
You're just doing little 25-minute stints, just little part-timer.
Yeah, no, I just did it because of the wet stuff, and I had some really good wet pace. So, but we've kind of stuck to a strategy now that Trinket's in and he's happy, and yeah, and then me and Stevie will just manage it to the end and just see where we get. So Trinket was best in the dry running. He was doing low 2:19, so he was a really good pace. So yeah, we're just gonna stick to this now and deal with the weather as it comes. But hopefully, I would like to be in the car when it rains because I'm better in the wet.
Several
lot
cars.
of I think we were just making the same point. I was going to say a bunch of the leaders in and around the pits at the moment.
And Sedden Gibson going to have to serve that 20-second penalty. There's Trinket to Tass, Johnny Ashley's teammate in 19th position. And the car looking great as usual. I suspect that's a Ben 22 racing special.
It is indeed. Ready for the Moser Endurance Championship they're taking part in tomorrow.
Ooh, nice.
Just like that. Ooh, nice. That's very... Oh, it made me smile. But Andre Afonso, Intercontinental Racing, is in 18th place. This is who TAS needs to chase down, and just ahead of them is Patty Jelinek in the Aston Martin V8 Vantage. But then ahead of Jelinek, it's a big 33-second gap to Thimech in the Pulse car. And then we've got plenty of drivers all separated out. We've got 13 seconds between Sipes and Thimech. Yeah, plenty of Ferraris up there. Handy, Kingston, Sipes, Thimech. They're all pretty big gaps all between them. Aiden Carter has got Henry Handy closing in on them though. So that could be a battle that'll hot up soon. As I thought Afonso got a bit of a slide on, but I think they're okay. And I wonder how soon we'll see drivers. Yeah, we've got some drivers coming in. Rolano's in the pits, Kingston's in the pits, and no doubt they'll be putting on some dry tyres because now there is a pretty prominent dry line appearing, isn't there, Paul?
Yeah, and I think definitely we're seeing now we have the leader coming into the pits as well. Actually, I have a question. I'm not sure. I know they've changed it in the past where the pit exit, or when you join the server, you use the second set of pit stalls. But with a grid this size, is it the case that there'll be some folks who will be pitting on the first row of pit stalls, and then others that are on the other side?
Yeah, we're in the first pits. Well, we're in the first pit lane. We're right at the end of the first pit lane.
Interesting.
Yeah, I think there's 41 garages on each side. Or maybe, no, it might be more than that. I think there's 61 side and like 20 on the other. So yeah, because it depends on how many people came in and when they came in the server, it allocates on pits, so they don't share pit stalls and things like that. So yeah, we're in pit lane 2, which is dangerous for me because I had a famous crash at the corner of between pit lane 1 and 2. So Stevie Bain likes to joke that that's the hardest part of my stint is getting around that corner.
Ooh, as we have Ryan E just taking a little bit of a drift through Blanchimont there, probably on a new set of dry tires. I think the track, is it greasy now or is it still damp? But the weather is certainly really brightened up already. So I think we'll start seeing those track temperatures start to increase, kind of messing with everyone's tire pressures.
Yeah, Beggiardo is in the pits, coming from that second position. And Christopher Black is in the pits as well. We've got Danielle Willems. Wonder if there'll be a driver swap as well. That'll be Jonathan Zaville likely taking over. The rear wing, if you couldn't read it, says "You shall not pass." Very nice. And Kieran Sharp has the Go for the Gap car behind them.
Jonathan Seville was curious to hear our impression of that, and I would say it's incredible.
Your sound dips out, and I didn't quite hear what the impression was of.
It was of the Jonathan Seville livery.
Yeah, I did see that little artistic piece on the roof of the car earlier. That was very pretty.
Yeah, I suppose it's kind of like, the real world of GT racing, where you have some very traditional looking Ferrari liveries, very very much rooted in just branding and kind of design that way. And then you've got some other cars which are it's just Hatsune Miku plastered on the side of this Mercedes AMG, along with some fun kind of anime style graphics. And then you've got what looks to be just abstract art pieces, just transposed onto a car. I'm cool, give me all of this. I love this variety.
I'm actually amazed we don't have any sort of anime cars with anime characters on the side, because it's usually a staple of sim racing, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, I think I'm sure there's folks who would definitely want to have them, but I think maybe the likes of Ben22 Racing and other folks are politely declining some commissions, or else just maybe they're not getting approached to actually implement them. But yeah, I think for me, if I was to start designing liveries, I would be going for like corporations that are fictional. So like the likes of like Final Fantasy have the what's the name of that corporation that
You could have Wayland Yutani sponsored on your car.
exactly.
Johnny, we could put your photo. Yeah, you could have the Umbrella Corporation. Johnny, we could put your photo in an AI generator and tell it to turn you into an anime girl and put that on the side of the car. How would you like that?
Oh, I've got the tits for it.
You're probably overqualified.
Yeah, absolutely. I reckon I'd make a really good anime girl.
All right.
Clip it.
Back to the racing. I didn't realise it was going to be down that path. Henry Handy running Remnant Racing in 12th position. And they did have Aiden Carter ahead. I think they still do. Aiden Carter's just quite far up the road. Yeah, there they are. And that's Carl right between them doing the unlapping job on a comeback. Drivers, Henry Handy gets it wrong. Into the tyre barrier, into the metal barrier as well. They've kept the car pointing straight and true. Hopefully they've gotten away with that without sufficient doubt. And Harry Brooks for Barry's boys facing the wrong way, and I wonder if that was going to be a risky rejoin. So he lets the traffic come by, and then start turning left. The replay ended, and they still had like full right lock. But they're on the move again. Harry Brooks in 22nd position. And Patrick Duffy for ICN in 28th. I think they were just clearing one of the Janettas. I think that's Ville Scusa. And it's Greg Prescott. Hello, Greg, of the Simhound Rookies. Letting faster traffic go by, and they've just changed over from Page. So a driver swap there. Ooh, two cars coming up close behind them at Les Cons.
Yeah, it's an interesting time because now everyone's kind of come out of the pits. They're eager to get running in the dry conditions again. Like, they can play it a bit riskier than they would have been in the wet. So now they're like, maybe there's some brave dives happening into some corners. So definitely, have to keep your wits about you if you're in a GT3 or the faster traffic coming through.
Yeah, you certainly do. Johnny, how's it been for you handling, getting past the GT4 cars?
The majority I had in my brief stint were pretty good. You just got to be patient. I think that's one of the big things that GT3 drivers sometimes forget is, especially in wet conditions, is just be patient. You're going to have the pace in a straight line to get past them. If you catch them in a corner, just sacrifice a little bit of your lap time and get past them safely. I did send one KTM into Le Com, but that's because I missed my braking point. But it was all okay. There was no incident or anything. But yeah, it's just a little bit of patience, and half the incidents go away that you get between GT3 and GT4. Obviously, if you're in the faster class, you might be in a battle and catching a guy in front, or trying to keep up with a guy in front, and obviously that it can easily take over a little bit of impatience.
Of course, and Alan Drake Cruz has handed over to his teammate. This is Alexis Clapano, also from the Philippines, assuming the lead here in the Lamborghini. 133 laps completed. Going very well. We'll see there's probably a massive gap. I'd expect at least 40 seconds. Oh no, it's down to 35 seconds over Ryan Yee in what was the lead AMG, but they swapped around since the start of the race. Beggiato still third. Dan Watts for RTO is in fourth. Ben P is in 5th. Montero in the Aston Martin V8 Vantage up into 6th. I don't recall the Aston Martin being that high up. What's happened there? Because very impressed. My voice going very high there. Like the spotted teenager from Simpsons. It's happened again.
Yeah, I was kind of looking further down the grid and I saw that Ferris is back into the 777 car, but it doesn't look like De Rocha is in the McLaren anymore. Oh no, he is up in the 8th place. So yeah, so you can see there's a massive disparity there. That 777 car really kind of struggling in that last stint, so maybe Ferris in the car can kind of bring it back with these dry conditions and maybe make up a few more places.
Henry Handy still behind Aidan Carter. Of course, he had that off. They've not come into the pits to repair that or anything, but they are about 10 seconds back. Yeah, 10.8 back from Aidan Carter's McLaren. And Aidan, I think, is still slowly closing in on Matt Thorpe, just slowly putting in the lap times and closing that down. It's under 5 seconds now, so we could see Go For The Gap Racing getting back into the top 10. Hooray!
Yeah, they might get to the 6-hour mark, the halfway point of this race, with the top 10 position. Actually, with Johnny here, it's like, would you ever consider doing like that kind of like, don't they do it for the actual 24 hours and stuff where they have like scoring at various hour intervals, or did they stop doing that? I can't remember. But they would take like the positions at the 6-hour mark and award points to the finishers based on where they were then. I suppose it was so that if the car ended up retiring, at least you could play for some points.
I tell you what, I've never thought of that. I think that'd be quite a cool idea.
There was a series that did that. Yeah, I can't remember. Yeah, they take points at intervals.
Well, NASCAR does it. NASCAR does the stage system, so you get points and playoff points where you finish in each stage, and then obviously there's stage 1, stage 2, and then stage 3. Obviously, you win the race. But yeah, I think it'd be quite cool. It takes some doing, but I reckon it would be cool to give teams points, especially if we were doing a multi-class. Maybe a 2-class event or a pro and an amateur event. That would be quite cool to hand out points at 4-hour marks or 6-hour marks. I think that'd be quite cool.
Yeah, I think give you more work, Johnny.
I think it was for the endurance championships for because it was for so over the course of a championship you would get championship points. So I think it was, I must look into what exactly it was. Maybe someone in chat has a better idea rather than me kind of stabbing roughly in the dark.
Well, maybe we were thinking about planning an endurance championship in 2024, maybe. So maybe something we could think about, maybe.
So that person in chat who's asking why there was only 24 hours in a year, we can go back to them and be like, actually there's 12 every month.
KTM, Marcel Arndt. Oh, got very close. Got Pole Simsport trying to get past. He just closes the door on them.
He's taking the racing line.
He's taking the racing line, yeah. And that Pole Simsport is like, I'm going to come through here. No, I'm not. I'm going to come through here. No, I'm not. And it looked more brutal than it really was.
444's just got a 20-second penalty for causing a collision with that KTM.
Ooh.
Yeah, that KTM has been. Well, I mean, Johnny, there's only a sole KTM in this race, right? So Johnny's already admitted to having one incident with them, and I feel like that was one of many incidents they've been kind of caught up in. I don't think too often fault of their own. I think it's just been between the wet weather and just the GT3s around them. They've kind of gotten a few knocks, but they're still wrestling that KTM around, so great to see them still racing.
Yeah, I was in a 10-hour Suzuka race 12 months ago, 18 months ago, and must have been about 12 months ago, and there was only one sole M2 in that race. and they just did it. They did the whole 10 hours, didn't care. You know, it was GT3s and GT4s absolutely everywhere, and it's just this sole M2 going around. They survived all the way to the end, and they did it. And I think that's partly about the spirit of it, isn't it? If you enjoy racing a car and you want to get involved in something, then just, you know, survive a 12-hour race. So this is, for some guys, this might be the biggest endurance race they've ever done. And to do it in a car that you're comfortable in, you know, you might not be knocking around last or the only car in your class, and it doesn't matter as long as you finish the race and you've enjoyed it. That's the main thing, isn't it? At the end of the day.
Yeah, that GT4 grid, by the way, is just a glory to look at. There's like, there was 8 cars that I could see in that kind of clump on the leaderboards, and there was like maybe 6 different manufacturers. Such a variety.
We touched on it earlier, didn't we, Cammy, about the GT4 class and the fact that it's whatever. There's no real bop for a GT4. Like the bop for GT3 gets updated quite regularly, and there's always changes. But the GT4s haven't had a bop for so long. Obviously, they've all been affected by the tyre model change. But you find the guys that race GT4 will just race in what they're comfortable in and what they feel they've got good pace in. So you do get such a varied grid. You know, Alpines and Camaros and Maseratis, and we haven't got any Porsches, I don't think, in the GT4 class. That's usually a favourite of people. But and we've got a Ginetta and a KTM, and it's the guys that actually enjoy racing the car because it's fun to drive, that you see such varied car choice. But where in GT3, you know, look at the grid, it's lots of Ferraris because it's the OP car at the minute.
Yeah, and a few McLarens sprinkled along the way as well. But then I suppose the fact that you've got a Lamborghini up in P1 with American P2 just means that the car that you're better driving is probably better off than the car that on paper is a quicker car. So as we see it go for the gap, going for the gap.
Yeah, if gap car, it's that KTM again as well.
Yeah. I'm sad to not see any Audi GT4s or McLarens. I would have thought I would have seen maybe 1 or 2, but
I think there is a McLaren GT4, isn't there, knocking around?
Yeah, there is.
Oh, it was probably just not on the timing screen that I'd seen then. As we are on board with Aiden as they take us through the beginning of the first sector, going up the hill, up over the stream of Bloodwater, and out onto the Kemmel Straight.
Yeah, the McLaren GT4 is Team Untalented Motorsport.
Great name. I really have a high amount of respect for good self-deprecating humor. Love it. Because it's like, you know, it throws with your expectations. It's like, oh, are they saying that they're slow, or are they saying that if they're quicker than other cars, then maybe that's going to be, you know, kind of messing with other folks. I believe, not sure if this is going to take effect on the stream.
No, it's just on our side on Discord. Something's happened on Dan's side, which means we don't get a stream update. But Carter is closing the gap to Thorpe. That was early, a few minutes ago. It was 5 seconds. Now it's 2.6 seconds. I think Carter was held up a little bit by the KTM, but yeah, very much on the charge to get back up into the top 10. I'm sure Dan will let us know as soon as he can what's happening. It's probably, maybe one of his screens have gone to sleep again, or maybe a cat's knocked one over, or maybe one of the computers have done an update restart thing.
Yeah, maybe Dan's gone to sleep. We can't rule out that possibility. To which Mercy Caller and the chat is saying, can we see the rookies? I'm sure we can. We'll have to get down on that when he's available. Ooh, well, actually no, I'm watching a stream that's 30 seconds behind, but Carter was just after getting past a car. I'm not sure which one it was.
That was Untalented Motorsport in the GT4 McLaren. Dan might have a mouthful of food again though. We can't rule that out. Or could have been a toilet break. We can't rule that out either. He's been down there in his sort of basement broadcasting studio for a long time, and he is only human.
He's in his office, isn't he, in Daventry?
Oh, is he doing it from his office in Daventry?
Yeah.
That would be that'd be a much better internet connection actually. Although he has now got that new is it called Starlink, that fancy satellite internet at his house.
It's rain updated and there'll be rain in a half an hour's time. I just see via race control there.
I better go and see what the team want to do. Guys, I love you and leave you. Bye, guys.
Yeah, the rain klaxon is sounding. The bat signal is firing off over in Johnny's team Discord.
I think whoever's handling the weather is just flipping a coin.
Yeah.
That'd be dry. That'd be wet. That'd be dry. It'd be wet. We've still got a picture back, have we? But we're still following Aidan Carter, who is still closing up on Martin Thorpe. That gap now, 1.5 seconds.
Yeah, as per 20 seconds ago from my side anyway. Thank you, Johnny, for the weather, says Ben22 Racing in chat. Oh, and we've got pictures coming back again.
Oh, we do. That's Aidan Carter. Not past Martin Thorpe. That's one of the other Ferraris that I think it could be Ray Cove.
The Porsche of Buckley is very close to Darocha in that McLaren.
Yeah, that gap has closed down. That could be a battle on there. Darocha in 8th place, Buckley in 9th, and then we've got this battle that's going to start up soon between Thorpe and Carter. Henry Handy's, I think, about a dozen seconds back after that off he had at Speaker's Corner. Almost 15 seconds back. Could be carrying a little bit of damage down the right-hand side of their car. Here's Christian Buckley closing in on Diego Darocha as they come up towards La Source hairpin.
There was a yellow flag at the bus stop there. I'm not sure if that was the... it must have been a GT3 there behind. So hopefully not too much consternation there. Interestingly now, with the rain coming in 30 minutes, I think we're going to have some wild pit calls, because some folks, like we saw Johnny mentioning, they went out onto the dry tyres very soon, while other cars kind of hung around a little bit and then waited to pit onto their dry tyres. So I suppose we're going to be at the kind of stage in a half an hour's time when the rain starts coming back that maybe some folks won't be able to extend just enough into that wet weather to like they might have to sacrifice and get onto the wet tyres before the rain has fully arrived. It might be interesting to see.
Yeah, Joe Gettings has picked up a drive-through penalty. Just serving that now. I suspect that would be a track limit. I didn't see anything appear on screen. That's probably just an automated sim one, so that probably is track cut warnings. As we what's happened here? This is Ryan Yee. Was this Ryan Yee trying to clear the Alpine? And the Alpines, well, they've turned into each other. They found each other. Ryan Yee, they both get away relatively unscathed, but that was a scary moment for Ryan Yee.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. It's. I think it's like, you know what Johnny was saying. It's like, you know, sometimes you used to sacrifice the lap time behind the GT4s.
Hello, Lola. Where's your daddy?
Do we know if their mic is hot or is just Cammy just like talking to?
I'm not sure actually. That's a good point. Yeah. Lola just said hello. I think it was hi, Cammy.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, it's just in my mind. But yeah, Ryan Yee holds on to second position after a scary moment with Team Speed Car. I'm not sure who was in the Alpine. That could have been Dale Hughes, Tom Tweedy, Darren Wright or Christian Sherrard. Here's Christian Buckley still trying to get past the white McLaren of Darocha as they come up. They're even closer now, this time round at La Source. Coming downhill now, they're going to get the run towards Eau Rouge and Radeon, so we'll stay on. This is a great view for it. This is another great view for it from the back of Darocha's car. You can see the Porsche close up, but then the McLaren just ekes out a gap as they crest the hill of Radeon, running down Kemmel Straight now. We've got some traffic. That looks to be a Mercedes AMG GT4. I'm just wondering if that's. I don't think it was an oNiD Simhound rookie, so that could be. On my screen, it says Ignado Balamente, which I haven't seen come up as a team name. Me and these pronunciations. Hey, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the most part they've been spot on.
I mean, they could be really wrong. We wouldn't know.
Yeah, but you put so much flair on it that like I'm like, I have to believe you're getting it right because otherwise I don't know how it would sound.
They come out speaker's corner through the long double left. Christian Buckley still behind Darosha. This is Christian Buckley in the Fry Guys Porsche 992 GT3, one of the new cars in the new pack. As Darosha takes a bit too much curb there, it's just slowed him up a little bit as he had to wrestle the car under control. He's gone wide again. He's feeling the pressure from Buckley. Is he going to be able to hold on to 8th place for much longer, Paul?
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say because also behind that battle with Jelinek making a move on Timish. Oh, that's a 54 car getting spun into the bus stop.
Now, was Jelinek trying to go around the outside and did the match just turn left into them?
Yeah.
It was a gap that, I mean, Percy Jelinek never got the car alongside. So
no, I would say in Jelinek's defense. Now I'm not gonna. The stewards are going to look at this in far more detail, but it did look like maybe the Pulse car was kind of braking in a line that would kind of always drift left. So, yeah, kind of hard to say. We'll see what comes of that in a few laps' time when the stewards have had a proper deliberation on it. A few battles are cropping up, though. We do have a battle for P10 with the Go for the Gap car driven by Aidan Carter. They're half second behind Barton Thorpe in the 555 Ferrari, but then we also have this battle with the Fry Guys Motorsport car driven by Christian Buckley, still trying to get that way through Darosha. And Darosha defending, feels the need to defend, going down the straight, takes back the racing line. Bit of traffic up ahead. Yeah.
But is this slower traffic in front going to help them out? Just trying to check who that is. It could be Corona and Z-Sport. And this is a battle for 10th place between Connexus Motorsports and Go for the Gap Racing. There's some traffic up ahead. I think that BMW M4 moves out the way. Very kind of them with the blue flags. Down through Blue Cells now. I think the lowest point, one of the lowest points on the circuit. It's all, well, they're continuing downhill, so I'm obviously wrong. Through Speaker's corner.
There's a GT4 in front of them, so that's gonna throw a bit of a spanner into the works.
Yeah, I think that's the creme de la course team with Ruat Salonen from Finland, Kamenik from Slovenia, and Guido Zito from Italy, and Frank Bergkamp from the Netherlands. But by the time I've said all those names, they've gone past them. Martin Thorpe holds stations, able to keep ahead of Aidan Carter, and Aidan Carter will no doubt would love to get back into the top 10 after the rough start that they've had.
Yeah, it looks, yeah, and then there hasn't been a change for P8 as well, so two battles on track very close together. You can actually see the two of them. Actually, no, you can on the track map. You can see there's a clump of grey dots there over the bus stop chicane, and that will be the battle for P8. So even then, if Carter can't clear this, as he tries to juke it back on the inside, doesn't get the cut back, although he does get a better exit. A little bit of a nudge. Hard to say.
Trying to slipstream a bump draft. It's going to be a bump draft. I think Aidan was... Because Martin Thorpe did miss their braking point a little bit. They went a bit deep into La Source, compromised their line. Aidan got a better run and was just trying to squeeze it down the inside, but it wasn't happening. They're going to follow Nexus Motorsports through Eau Rouge and up the hill, and Aidan's getting a good run here. And Christian Buckley's gotten ahead of Darosha. That is Fry Guys ahead of the number 34. And this is Aidan Carter trying to replicate that down towards Les Combes. They're side by side. Is Martin Thorpe going to try and hold it? He doesn't.
Oh, great move.
Nicely behind, and great move, yeah, from Aidan Carter. Up into the top 10 as this recovery drive continues.
So the two battles that we were kind of keeping an eye on track, both kind of resolved themselves at the same point in the track, which I thought was very very funny. Like on the same lap as well. Like so, it wasn't like they were separated by a few laps. It was like no, both attackers making their moves at the same time ended up getting past. So 2 swaps for position. So now Carter is going to have Darocha on the. Wait, no, sorry. Yeah. Okay, sorry. They haven't hit the sector times yet. So they're going to have another battle to kind of tee up in a few laps' time, maybe a little bit further, depending on their pace.
Talking of tea, not too long, about 6 minutes, we'll go for another commercial break, and great time to grab another cup of tea. Here's Daniel Montero for Broken Bone Sim Racing, running in 6th place, the highest running Aston Martin at the moment. I think there's only a couple of them anyway. Petr Jelinek is in 15th place, or BBS, which is sort of a... Yeah, you see, it's the BBS down the side. And they're just trying to chase BP in the McLaren. They've got Bruzniks behind them. Try to see what the gap is, but it's not 21 seconds between Montero and BP, as Montero's just trying to clear some slower traffic.
Yeah, I see the 777 car happily obliging, letting them through. I do wonder what the ratio of motorsport like acronyms and K-pop bands are, because BBS was throwing me for a loop there. I was like, no, it's BTS is the band, so not quite one there, but I'm sure it has to be a non-zero amount.
We won't judge you for liking Korean pop music.
I never claimed to like it. I was merely aware of it.
You seem to know about it.
I know many things I don't like.
There's Kieran Sharp just letting a GT3 BMW go past. They are still leading the GT4 class, and they are 9 laps down on the GT3 class, going very well. Willems is in 2nd place in class, 37th overall in the Ginetta, and Dan's telling us there's going to be rain in 10 minutes as Kieran Sharp just lets the 2nd place car go through a Pulse Sim Sport. That's probably Lucas Weiss at the wheel there. Now Kieran's got Sutton Gibson, I think, or Sutton Gibson's teammate at the very least. It could be Ben P though. Yeah, it would be Ben P.
Patrick Duffy still trucking along in that Porsche in the Cup car. Finds himself down in 30th position. Not actually bad running. I always find it fascinating how the Cup cars can kind of mingle with the GT3 classes, depending on the track and things like that. The differences they're definitely there, but they're not too exaggerated like you have between the GT4s and the GT3s.
And also just having a consistent drive will count for a lot as well, whereas maybe some of the GT3s behind them have not had consistent drives and have maybe gotten into the walls a little bit.
Yeah, what you're really suggesting is someone get a writer in on the endurance action. Let the real show of strength happen. How consistent can you be with that beast?
Yeah, I think I'm a good 5-6 seconds a lap slower in the writer around Silverstone than any other GT3 car.
We have a yellow flag out on track. I wonder if that's coming up to the bus stop. It's cleared now.
Oh no, that's Tea Drinking Racing. Michael Horak, number 76. What's happened here? This is coming up to Lecon. Oh, has he just lost the back end? Yeah, let's try to hold it. And he's been spun round as well, and I think that is that Begiato?
Possibly, yes. I didn't quite catch the number. I thought for a second it was the red Ferrari, but it was a more kind of magenta purple. Very slow there to rejoin, but back going then again.
Yeah, that was. I think that was Begiato. For Breaking Point Racing, I think they were the ones who tapped. And Aidan Carter has closed right up on Diego De Rocha. This is for 9th place now. And that gap came down very quickly. De Rocha immediately on the defensive. Takes the tighter line. That's going to really sacrifice his corner entry. Aidan Carter's going to try and get the cut back. but he's going to be on the outside for the chicane coming up, and Diego de Rocha is going to try and hold on to this. He's going to defend it, but Aiden Carter round the outside, up the inside.
What a move! What a move! Probably one of the best overtakes that we've seen in the stint that we've been commentating, at least anyway from my side. Fantastic move just down to get that done.
Aiden,
Yeah, interesting to see the Dorocha definitely did drop back from Buckley, because now Carter is 4 seconds behind. So I'm not sure where that discrepancy has been. If Dorocha is just having a slower pace at the moment, or if Carter is just really applying the pressure.
We're just hearing from Dan, Carter's getting the hammer down 1.6 seconds a lap quicker than Buckley. So the gap between them is 3.6 seconds. Well, within 2.5 laps, they are going to be together on track, and Carter will be looking to take that 8th place.
What an incredible stint. Yeah.
We're happy about them getting into the top 10. Could be back to top 8.
Yeah, that just shows you just how close that battle is. You see the gaps then from Dorocha back to Thorpe.
And Aiden Carter, we're hearing, is the second fastest driver on track, second only to Ryan Yee at the moment. So
incredible.
It begs the question, how far ahead Aiden Carter could be had it not been for that mishap at the beginning of the race. And I almost want to turn the camera away from Aiden now because of commentator's curse, and I don't want to.
You've already sealed his. You already sealed their fate. Like it's yeah.
Oni wa shinderu. Or how is it? Yeah, they are already dead. Martin Thorpe now is going to start taking that fight to De Rocha to get back up into top 10. So it's all going wrong. It's all going. De Rocha is slowly going backwards through the pack. But Dan, I think we're about ready on the 6-hour mark now. Half distance of this 12-hour endurance race. We'll just stick. No, Martin Thorpe is not going past. I think it's time for an ad break. So we will be handing over. We're coming up to 6 p.m, which means I get to hand over to Alex Parkin and Andy Hearn, who are in. I'm just reading straight off text. I didn't literally read what I see. Who will be taking over for the next couple of hours. Paul Hydronox will be back at 8 p.m, and I will be back at 10 p.m. And whilst I was talking, the overtake has been executed. We'll be back after these messages.
Stand by for action.